Chapter 1. The Minute Before the Apocalypse Rebirth. I never expected such a thing to happen to me. Chunan stood on the balcony, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, his eyes filled with disbelief. As he inhaled the fragrant melodies of nature surrounding him, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Gone were the ominous skies of the apocalypse, the pervasive stench, and the haunting cries of the undead. This, astonishingly, was the era of peace just before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Yet, there was not a trace of joy upon Chunan's countenance. Behind him, the television in the living room was broadcasting a news report. The highly anticipated solar eclipse has finally arrived. This solar eclipse is the only one in nearly 1,000 years to last over 15 minutes. In just 1 minute, this magnificent spectacle will fully unfold before our eyes. As Chunan listened to the report, a wave of agitation surged within him. Damn, that 1 minute! What could 1 minute accomplish? In a minute, he could neither escape this city nor adequately prepare supplies. Not even the acquisition of a decent weapon was feasible. What, then, was the significance of his rebirth? Was he destined to endure that excruciating despair once more? Indeed, just moments ago he had been reborn, having experienced a decade of the apocalypse and the despair of mere survival. Chunan found himself returned to 1 minute before the onset of chaos. During this ancient millennium solar eclipse, the world would plunge into a profound darkness lasting 6 hours. When that time came, the entire world would collapse. Right? Lock the door! Suddenly, amidst his melancholy, a spark of realization ignited in Chunan's mind, awakening buried memories. His heart raced. He hurried to the door, locking it with urgency, even fastening the deadbolt with a key. In the impending darkness, all of humanity would involuntarily succumb to slumber, with 90% of them transforming directly into zombies. In his previous life, it was because his roommate had neglected to lock the door that the zombies outside had wandered into Chunan's room, nearly sealing his fate. The sky outside had begun to dim. Chunan conducted another thorough inspection of the room, then looked out at the encroaching darkness, letting out a rueful chuckle. Well, it seems this minute is just enough time to lock the door. With that, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the floor. In the darkness, the unconscious Chunan began to convulse uncontrollably. Not only that, but his skin turned pale, the veins beneath becoming starkly visible. A pained expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. This was the calamity that all of humanity would soon face. If he survived, his physical prowess would greatly enhance, rendering him a valuable asset in the chaotic world. Fail to survive, and he would be reduced to a flesh-eating zombie. In his previous life, Chunan had barely managed to overcome this ordeal. Yet in this life, it seemed fortune had abandoned him. His convulsions intensified, as if his body were powered by an electric motor. Foam began to froth from his mouth, mingled with traces of blood. The darkness persisted for 6 hours, during which Chunan writhed in agony. Finally, after 6 long hours, the sky regained its light, though it appeared shrouded in a thick, ominous veil. Outside his room, the haunting cries of zombies and various screams began to echo. Hiss, hiss. In an instant, Chunan's eyes snapped open, revealing a terrifying gaze. The ashen whites of his eyes dominated his gaze, while his pupils had shrunk to mere pinpricks, wholly unlike those of a normal human. Hiss, hiss. He attempted to utter something, but soon realized that his voice sounded utterly wrong. What on earth? As he attempted to move, he discovered his limbs were unyieldingly stiff. Struggling to sit up, his eyes immediately fell upon the peculiar hue of his skin. Strange veins were conspicuous, and his nails had turned black and sharp. A jolt of panic surged through Chunan. Could it be that he was transforming into a zombie? Sensing a faint, rotting odor wafting from his nostrils, his heart sank further. Yet he refused to succumb to despair. Slowly, he rose to his feet and approached a mirror. Oh heavens! Are you toying with me? Chunan felt tears welling in his eyes. Gazing at his zombie-like reflection, he felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the wall. After 10 years of painstaking survival in the apocalypse, finally receiving a second chance, and this is what he was met with: If given the choice, he would rather remain in the apocalypse 10 years hence. At least he was still human then, wasn't he? What was this abomination before him? His body was rigid, his reactions sluggish, and drool was escaping from the corners of his mouth. He had indeed become a lowly first-tier zombie. Ding! System activating. Activation complete. Ding! Ultra Evolution System successfully bound to the host. As Chu Nan was lost in a spiral of despair, a synthesized electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He blinked in surprise, then narrowed his eyes slightly. A system? Ultra Evolution? As he beheld the information panel that had materialized before him, Chu Nan found himself deep in contemplation. It appeared that the sole purpose of this rebirth lay in this system. Though unease still lingered in his heart, the emergence of the system did alleviate his mood somewhat. Evolution, if he could evolve into a higher life form, perhaps becoming a zombie, was not entirely unacceptable. Host: Chu Nan. Race: zombie. Tier first. Evolution points: 0. Talent: not activated. Skills: infection, hunger, devour. Infection. As a fundamental skill of a zombie, the terror of infection is unquestionable. Any human bitten or scratched by the host will be infected with the zombie virus. Hunger, devour. The host will experience an overwhelming craving for fresh blood and flesh, perpetually ensnared in hunger. The host must acquire evolution points through infection and devouring. Advancement of skills and elevation of tiers are contingent upon evolution points. After perusing the introduction about himself, Chu Nan stood before the mirror, lost in thought, until the cacophony of screams and howls from outside abruptly jolted him back to reality. Though he began as a mere first-tier zombie with only the most rudimentary skills, his capacity for survival at the onset of the apocalypse far surpassed that of a human. Chu Nan attempted to block out the clamor from outside, intending to ponder his future plans, when the sound of a door being opened disrupted his thoughts. Someone has entered? No, I distinctly locked the door. Could it be that zombies in this life are so grotesque they can even pick locks? Wang Defa? Curiosity piqued within Chu Nan as he cautiously made his way toward the living room. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the vaguely familiar silhouette at the entrance. Chapter 2. Did he just devour his roommate? Lu Ao was a roommate of Chu Nan. Before the solar eclipse, he, like most residents of the building, eagerly anticipated ascending to the rooftop to witness the rare celestial event. However, before he could reach the top floor, an overwhelming darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint midway. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that everything had changed. Those once seemingly amicable neighbors had transformed into ravenous monsters. Embarking on a spree of carnage, every living soul became their target. In a state of panic, Lu Ao sprinted back to his dormitory, only to find the door locked from the inside with a key. Furious, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Why did that bastard Chu Nan lock the door?" Yet, the zombies pursuing him showed no signs of hesitation, howling as they closed in. Terrified, Lu Ao hastily fished out his keys from his pocket and unlocked the door. As he stepped inside and slammed the door shut, a bloodied hand struck against the iron door. He pressed against it with all his might, panting heavily, visibly shaken. Behind him, Chu Nan emerged from the bedroom, his expression one of shock. Suddenly, an overwhelming stench of fresh blood assaulted his nostrils, delivering an unprecedented shock to his senses. In an instant, his eyes ignited with insatiable hunger, and drool pooled at the corners of his mouth. Uncontrollably, his feet began to move towards Lu Ao's back. Outside, the zombies continued to batter the door, creating a cacophony of violent sounds. The noise was so intense that Lu Ao remained oblivious to the commotion behind him, still bracing against the door in fear of the imminent breach. What on earth is happening? Lu Ao's face was a mask of terror. At that moment, a pale hand landed on his shoulder. Causing him to jolt in fright, he spun around to find Chu Nan's face, ashen and devoid of color. "Chu Nan?" Lu Ao stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Nan was still Chu Nan, yet he was no longer human. Resembling the very monsters outside, a guttural growl escaped his lips as he lunged at Lu Ao's neck, teeth bared. Seeing the gaping maw approaching him, Lu Ao let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "No, don't come any closer." But Chu Nan had clearly lost his mind. his eyes filled solely with the desire to consume, leaving no room for rational thought. Chu Nan sank his teeth into Lu Ao's neck, and blood gushed forth. Lu Ao continued to scream, struggling against Chu Nan's embrace. Yet with a massive gash in his neck, blood and strength drained rapidly, leaving him no match for Chu Nan. Before long, Lu Ao's futile resistance waned, and his hands fell limp. Chu Nan, however, remained relentless in his feeding. The initial act of consumption stripped him of all reason, transforming him into a beast that had gone days without sustenance. After an indeterminate amount of time, a system notification jolted Chu Nan back to reality. Ding. Host has successfully infected one human, gaining 10 evolution points. Ding. Host has successfully devoured one human, gaining 30 evolution points. Congratulations to the host for devouring the first human. The talent system has been activated. Stunned by the system's notifications, Chu Nan stood frozen, staring at the chaos before him. Lu Ao's body lay torn and unrecognizable. A gruesome sight. Did I do this? Coming back to his senses, Chu Nan kicked the severed head on the floor. It rolled in the pool of blood, revealing Lu Ao's terrified expression. Chu Nan tilted his head slightly, pondering the confusion within. Why had he momentarily lost control? Moreover, in his previous life, Lu Ao had not survived the onset of darkness. How had he returned to the dorm in human form, suppressing his bewilderment? Chu Nan refrained from gazing at the remnants on the floor and instead focused on the system prompts. He had witnessed enough of such scenes in his past life, though this time he was the instigator. It did not weigh heavily on his conscience. In his previous life, the fate of low-tier humans was no different from that of pigs or dogs in the apocalypse who had not taken a life. Even if it was a roommate, all he could muster was a silent apology. Since the system's successful devouring notification had sounded, Chu Nan's desire for the remains had diminished significantly. It seemed he could no longer gain evolution points from them. Name: Chu Nan. Race: Zombie. Level: Tier 1 evolution points. 40 talent: Strength talent, Tier 1, Agility talent, Tier 1, Defense talent, Tier 1, Reflex talent, Tier 1, Skills: Infection, Hunger, Devour. Observing his altered attributes, Chu Nan's attention turned to the newly activated talents. Each talent could be upgraded using evolution points. Only by elevating all talents to Tier 2 could Chu Nan ultimately enhance his zombie level. Upgrading a talent required 100 evolution points, yet he currently possessed only 40. In other words, he needed to devour 2 more humans to upgrade a single talent. Time was of the essence. With memories of his past life, he understood just how terrifying human potential could be. As zombies consumed humans over time, they grew stronger, even giving rise to high-tier zombies with extraordinary abilities. However, human evolution was even more formidable. Alongside physical enhancements, various unique abilities emerged, often surpassing the overall capabilities of most evolved zombies. By the apocalypse's later stages, the zombie sole advantages were their sheer numbers and infection capabilities. Additionally, in this nation, the military strength was exceedingly formidable. Even with the apocalypse dismantling nearly all communication systems, the Dragon Kingdom's military could swiftly suppress local forces and rapidly establish safe zones based on military districts. Therefore, Chu Nan had to seize this moment of chaos, when humanity was still disoriented, to upgrade his abilities. Having made his decision, Chu Nan reevaluated his surroundings. Following Lu Ao's demise, the cacophony of screams outside had noticeably diminished, becoming almost imperceptible. The zombies outside had evidently been lured away by other survivors during Chu Nan's feeding. Urgently, Chu Nan thought, "Indy, leave some for me." Hastily, he stepped over Lu Ao's mangled body, commanding his stiffened right hand to open the iron door of the dormitory. Poor Lu Ao. His body was so shattered that he didn't even have the chance to transform into a zombie. Chu Nan moved with robotic precision, quickly vanishing from the doorway. Chapter 3. Should we strike while the iron is hot? Chu Nan stepped into the corridor, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly causing him to lose his composure once again. After suppressing his surging desires, he focused his gaze, searching for prey. The corridor was strewn with blood and dismembered limbs. Within less than an hour after the onset of darkness, the entire building had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Chu Nan approached the stairwell, cautiously peering down to glimpse the area below. Years of surviving the apocalypse had ingrained in him a habit, nearly causing him to forget that he was now a sentient zombie. As he gazed upon the somewhat familiar layout of the community below, memories long buried began to resurface. Although he had become a zombie in this life, the timing of his departure should not differ greatly from his previous life. While Chu Nan meticulously searched his memories for useful information, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed behind him. A heavily made-up girl descended the stairs, her face a mask of terror as a roaring zombie pursued her relentlessly. The shrieks behind her quickened her pace, panic overtaking her. She had no comprehension of the world's chaos, nor why zombies, creatures of film, were now a reality. All she knew was that remaining in the building meant certain doom. Just as she descended, an instinct caused her to glance up. Spotting Chu Nan's silhouette, she felt a surge of hope. Someone, please, help me. Chu Nan had already sensed her presence, but now as a zombie, he was uncharacteristically sluggish. Unable to dodge in time, as he turned around, he saw the pursuing zombie lunging at him with a ferocious snarl. Crap! Chu Nan hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the collision as the zombie crashed into the corridor railing. Enraged by the encounter, Chu Nan struck the zombie on the back of its head. Hey, I'm your kind now, you know? What are you thinking? The zombie, bewildered and disoriented, was abruptly shoved by Chu Nan, causing it to tumble headfirst down the corridor and plummet from the 5th floor. After a brief moment of free fall, a sickening splat echoed as the unfortunate creature was reduced to a pulp upon impact. Chu Nan gazed at his palm in disbelief. Although his reflexes had waned considerably, his strength had inexplicably increased. Just as the girl exhaled in relief, she caught sight of Chu Nan's profile as he turned towards her. And her expression froze. His pale skin, the ashen hue of his eyes, and the horrific bloodstains at the corners of his mouth sent a shiver coursing through her. Good heavens, a zombie. I'm actually seeking help from a zombie. Overcome with shock, she gasped and fainted, collapsing to the ground. Chu Nan stood bewildered, turning to the girl lying unconscious at his feet, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. What a fortuitous opportunity for evolution. He slowly extended his hand, ready to indulge in this unexpected feast. Suddenly, the girl began to convulse slightly. What the hell? Has she been bitten? It was then that he noticed the grotesque bite marks on her arm, and his excitement quickly waned. What a waste! Frustration surged within him, yet the drool continued to flow, and his hunger intensified. Was it possible that I could still acquire evolution points from those who have yet to fully mutate? He contemplated, scrutinizing the girl who had transformed into a Quiviet. The reality was far from the idyllic scenario he had envisioned. Just as he prepared to conceal himself behind the door to spring a surprise on the couple, 2 zombies tumbled down from the 6th floor, seemingly alerted by their conversation. With a chilling roar, they charged back up, causing the 2 behind the door to retreat in fright, evidently deterred from approaching the iron gate for quite some time. Chu Nan was instantly engulfed in fury. WCNMD. He unleashed a pair of kicks at the advancing zombies, sending them crashing down once more. How dare they scare away his prey? Seeing their determination to ascend again only fueled his anger further. You dare come back? With a sudden lunge, he seized the collars of the 2 zombies and, utilizing their own momentum, effortlessly dragged them down the stairs once more. Subsequently, he shoved them over the railing of the 6th floor. With a pair of thuds as they hit the ground, the corridor fell into an eerie silence. Having dealt with the zombies, Chu Nan dusted off his hands and returned to his position behind the iron gate. After a lengthy wait, the gate remained unopened, stirring a sense of agitation within him. Could it be that they were truly too frightened to descend? Just as he began to contemplate whether to ascend directly, a faint sound emerged from behind the iron door. Brother Su Feng, it seems the zombies behind the door have been dealt with. On the rooftop, Li Bo gazed at the robust young man before him, his face alight with uncontainable joy. Su Feng, the imposing figure, shot a glare at Li Bo, signaling him to silence. Li Bo recoiled, not daring to retort. Beside him, Fei Fei cast a disdainful glance at Li Bo. Su Feng briefly surveyed the gathering crowd at the entrance before quietly contemplating the iron door for a moment. Then, he cautiously leaned against the door, hoping to catch any sounds from behind. However, after a prolonged wait, nothing reached his ears. Internally, he was quite perplexed. The apocalypse had struck without warning, leaving everyone unprepared. All electronic devices had ceased to function, zombies roamed freely, and the world had descended into chaos. The fact that they had quickly discerned their positions and managed to push those mutated zombies off the rooftop was largely due to his efforts. Su Feng had long been aware that merely 2 zombies lurked behind the door. Eliminating them posed no challenge for him. These mindless creatures were rather easy to manipulate, especially given the advantageous terrain of the rooftop. He had intended to gather the remaining dozen or so individuals on the rooftop before addressing the zombies. But unexpected developments had arisen. Su Feng was astute, certainly more so than most. While others were still preoccupied with survival, he had already begun contemplating the formation of a faction for the future. Chapter 5. The First Battle. However, with the zombies behind the door tossed down, Su Feng's plans were clearly disrupted. Attempting to rally a group of individuals in the early days of the apocalypse was evidently no simple task. Everyone, regarding my proposal, Su Feng turned to address the crowd, only to be interrupted. Brother Su, let us discuss your proposal later. The most pressing matter is to leave this place quickly. Indeed, this area is far too precarious, and we lack food and water. If more zombies were to appear, it would spell disaster. We understand what the arrival of the apocalypse entails. If it truly comes to that, we will find a way to band together. No need for you to say so, Su Feng, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, behind the door, Chu Nan's heart raced with increasing trepidation as he listened. Who was this Su Feng? Were it not for the sheer incredibility of it all, he might have doubted whether Su Feng was also a reborn individual like himself. How long had it been? Already, someone was contemplating the formation of a faction. Such awareness could not possibly belong to an ordinary person in this apocalypse. But why had he never heard this name in his previous life? No, such a person must not be allowed to stand as his adversary. Their objective was to first cleanse the entire residential building of zombies, then use it as a stronghold to gather supplies. Su Feng began articulating a cleanup plan after gaining the group's consent. Once he finished speaking, he noted the glimmer of anticipation in several eyes, which filled him with a sense of pride. It seemed that motivational speaking didn't necessarily have to occur on the rooftop. Brother Feng, we will follow your lead. Yes, Brother Feng, I'll take the lead. Li Bo eagerly volunteered, charging forward. Fueled by youthful exuberance and a desire to impress his girlfriend, he conveniently overlooked the true nature of the threat they faced. Su Feng's eyes lit up, regarding Li Bo with newfound admiration. This lad had potential as a sycophant, however, he would not let such a golden opportunity to win hearts slip away. With a smile, he shook his head, pulling Li Bo back behind him before pushing open the iron door. Let us go. There's no one here. Having trained in combat for several years, Su Feng's fighting prowess far surpassed that of the average person, especially when it came to dealing with mindless zombies. As long as he wasn't surrounded, he had little concern for danger. Li Bo, now positioned behind Su Feng, gazed at him with awe, completely oblivious to the scornful disdain in Fei Fei's eyes. At that moment, Chu Nan lay hidden in the crevice behind the door. As Su Feng stepped out, he did not rush to attack. It was only when Li Bo came into view that he tensed up, then suddenly launched his assault. His target was, in fact, Su Feng. However, Chu Nan did not recognize these individuals. He had assumed Su Feng was the type of intellectual strategist. The hulking brute leading the way did not seem particularly astute. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. This error could prove fatal. Chu Nan's sudden attack undoubtedly startled everyone. Zombie! Panic flashed across their faces as they hastily retreated back onto the rooftop. Only Li Bo and Su Feng found themselves trapped, unable to move forward, particularly for Li Bo, whose eyes were nearly bulging from his sockets, his mind blank. The only sensation left was the growing dampness spreading in his pants. Chu Nan's gaping maw drew ever closer to Li Bo. Just as he was about to sink his teeth into him, a gust of wind rushed past his head. It was none other than Su Feng's fist barreling toward the back of his skull. Su Feng's fist was wrapped in cloth, clearly to prevent abrasions, while the bulging muscles and veins on his arm illustrated the force behind this blow. Chu Nan's heart raced. If he intended to bite Li Bo, he would have to endure this punch. But the head was a zombie's greatest weakness, and Chu Nan would never take that risk. He lifted his foot and forcefully kicked off the railing. Retreating a step, Su Feng's punch followed through, striking Li Bo squarely in the chest. Bang! The sound echoed as Li Bo coughed up blood, collapsing into the stairwell between the 5th and 6th floors. His eyes fluttering shut as he lost consciousness, Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy, he could actually dodge? Ha ha ha! Chu Nan leaned against the wall, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, fixed intently on Su Feng. Brother Feng, be careful. This zombie is not right. A voice called out from the rooftop. Su Feng nodded slightly, his gaze towards Chu Nan as one individual and a zombie tumbled together down the staircase. Chu Nan rose to his feet, licking the blood from his fingers, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Su Feng, however, did not rise. He lay on the ground, convulsing, a pool of crimson staining the floor around his neck. Suppressing his desires, Chu Nan began to feast. This time, he could barely retain his consciousness. When the system's prompt chimed, he finally stood and made his way toward Li Bo below. Infection, consumption, he harbored no worries about the remaining individuals on the rooftop attempting to escape. With only one exit available, guarding the staircase effectively sealed their fate. After devouring Li Bo, another 40 evolution points were credited to his account. Chu Nan swiftly returned to the iron door, stepping over it to reach the rooftop. 11 individuals remained on the rooftop, trembling and huddled together in fear. Chu Nan grinned widely. Little lambs, shall we play a game of eagle catching chicks? Chapter 6. Crisis. Under the surface, the people on the rooftop were enveloped in despair. They watched helplessly as Su Feng and Li Bo were consumed, their hearts racing with the urge to flee past Chu Nan, yet courage eluded them. The girl named Fei Fei was completely enveloped by fear. Her legs shaking uncontrollably, a dampness spreading between them. Just as the crowd quaked collectively, Chu Nan made his move. He stepped forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if selecting his next target. Suddenly, his footsteps halted abruptly. Something felt amiss. Why are there two missing? Chu Nan swiftly turned around, only to see two middle-aged men brandishing wooden chairs, advancing towards him. There was no time to evade. He was soon being forced backward by the two. Roar! In a fit of rage, Chu Nan reached out his hands toward them, but the chairs obstructed his grasp. However, the men, aiming to avoid his strikes, couldn't muster their strength either. In the ensuing struggle, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Hurry and help us. This zombie is incredibly strong. The two began to call for assistance, yet the others, clearly intimidated by Chu Nan's earlier ferocity, hesitated to intervene. Despite his initial disadvantage, if they succeeded in overpowering him, he might truly find himself in dire straits. With the others joining in, the pressure on Chu Nan intensified, and he quickly retreated to the edge of the rooftop. Roar! He let out another furious growl. Veins bulging on his forehead, the sense of danger swelling within him. From the corner of his eye, he could even glimpse the ground below. Although he had transformed into a zombie, a fall from this height would undoubtedly be fatal. He never anticipated that his rebirth as a zombie would lead him so swiftly into a life-and-death crisis. Reluctant to accept this fate, he clawed desperately at the crowd. I've been scratched by him. A sudden scream erupted from the throng. A woman recoiled in terror, clutching her hand. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, several pairs of hands gripping the chairs nearly faltering. Everyone, stay calm. Let's push this creature off first. They realized that failing to do so would only result in greater casualties. The initial two middle-aged men felt the growing pressure and hurriedly sought to reassure the group, but their words only intensified the fear. As being scratched by a zombie was tantamount to a death sentence, and no one wished to become a sacrifice. Their hesitation provided Chu Nan with an opportunity. Seizing the moment when one was distracted, he extended his hand to claw at the back of that person's hand. Be careful, Ding. Host successfully infected one human, rewarded with 10 evolution points. Upgrading strength talent. Chu Nan roared within his mind. Instantly, his body underwent visible transformation. His previously emaciated figure began to fill out, muscles forming distinctly in his arms and thighs. Shortly thereafter, the upgrade completed, and Chu Nan's appearance became indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, albeit more well-proportioned. Without pausing to consider his physical changes, he felt a surge of strength, casting the chair aside forcefully in an instant. Several individuals were caught off guard, their grip loosening as they stumbled uncontrollably into Chu Nan's embrace. He welcomed them without reservation, wrapping his arms around three. With a series of sharp bites, Chu Nan showed no mercy, bestowing a kiss of death upon each neck, the delightful chime of their demise resonating in his ears. With no time to savor the consumption, he ruthlessly tossed the bitten trio aside and charged toward the next 2.7 individuals had been pushing the chairs, and with the two previously infected. The final two were now within arm's reach due to inertia. Chu Nan seized their arms and yanked them forward, pulling the two adult men into his grasp as if they were reluctant brides. With one hand on each, he swiftly infected them both. His bites were fierce. With his enhanced strength, each chomp left a substantial gash. Consequently, those he had bitten lost their ability to move, preparing them for his subsequent consumption. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, leaving the crowd in shock. From Chu Nan's sudden surge in power to his violent rampage, the process unfolded in under 5 seconds. His gaze swept over the remaining stunned individuals, his brow furrowing slightly. The girl named Fei Fei had mysteriously vanished, yet, with her absence, Chu Nan felt unconcerned. He swiftly approached the last 3 individuals, his eyes gleaming with menace. These were 3 young maidens who, lacking strength, had refrained from joining the fray. In their current state of terror, they buried their heads into each other's chests, trembling incessantly. "If only we had followed Wu Fei," was their final lament. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Nan swiftly dispatched the 3 and began to feast. This time, his consumption was particularly brutal. Uncertain of how long his infected humans could withstand the transformation, he feared losing 30 evolution points if they mutated into zombies mid-process. Thus, he could only devour with utmost speed. As he feasted, Chu Nan gradually discerned a pattern. If he consumed the heart first, the process would significantly accelerate. The heart, like the brain, was one of the most vital organs in the human body. This suggested that the brain might also expedite the consumption process. However, lacking suitable tools for cranial access, he reluctantly abandoned that notion. In less than 10 minutes, he had consumed all 10 individuals, totaling 400 evolution points. After deducting the 20 points spent on upgrading his strength talent, he was left with 380 points. Chu Nan initially intended to elevate his level directly to the 2nd tier. However, he was informed that evolving into a 2nd tier zombie required 200 points, causing several black lines to appear on his forehead. Only 20 points short. Damn. I should have blocked them sooner. The thought of Wu Fei's escape ignited frustration within him. It was precisely her absence of a few dozen evolution points that prevented him from ascending to a 2nd tier zombie. Yet, he recognized that this time, he could only blame his own carelessness. From Su Feng to the 10 individuals, had it not been for his reliance on past combat experience and the system's upgrades, he might have easily met his end here. Chu Nan began to regard humanity with newfound seriousness. Name: Chunin race, zombie level, 1st tier, upgrade requires 200 evolution points, 180 talents, strength, 2nd tier, speed, 2nd tier, defense, 2nd tier, reflexes, 2nd tier, skills, infection, hunger, consumption. Gazing at his information panel and reflecting upon the changes in his body, Chu Nan gradually fell into contemplation. Chapter 7. Zhongjian Building. He could not comprehend why the system insisted that he upgrade all his talents to the 2nd tier before evolution. Compared to agility, the enhancements to the other 3 talents were not particularly significant. His strength had increased by just over 3-fold, and while defense was difficult to quantify, he could clearly sense the difference in his body. As for reflexes, unless he achieved the ability to evade bullets, Chu Nan had always considered this talent somewhat superfluous. By this measure, his evolution path seemed to lean towards a versatile type. However, in his previous life, he had never heard of a versatile high-tier zombie. Compared to humans, zombie evolution appeared more inclined towards specialization. There were those like the Tyrant, embodying brute strength, and the Lickers, focusing on speed. Furthermore, there were intelligent zombies skilled in commanding others. Could it be that he possesses the potential to become a zombie king? In the previous life, rumors about the zombie king were not absent. However, the number of individuals who had truly witnessed it could likely be counted on one hand. By the time the tales reached him, it was uncertain what version had emerged. Regardless, the primary focus now was on upgrading and evolving, for shedding this state of half-life was of utmost importance. The sky gradually darkened, and the first night of the post-apocalyptic era quietly descended. The city's power grid had long since collapsed, and thus the urban landscape was devoid of its former vibrancy, replaced only by an endless expanse of darkness. Chu Nan strolled from the rooftop down to the 1st floor, yet he encountered no signs of human presence. As for the girl named Wu Fei, her whereabouts remained a mystery, having hidden herself away in some room. The chances of the other humans concealed within their rooms opening their doors at night were slim. With no other recourse, Chu Nan stepped out of the residential building. Venturing onto the street, he found an alarming increase in the number of zombies. By the faint light of the moon, he surveyed the haphazardly parked vehicles and the surrounding chaos. A sense of desolation creeping into his heart. In his previous life, he had witnessed the darkest facets of humanity, a horror that could sometimes rival that of the undead. This was why, even after mutating into a zombie in this life, Chu Nan had been able to adapt so swiftly. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he began to recall locations where humans might have congregated. His gaze fell upon a distant skyscraper, and his eyes gleamed with newfound hope. The Zhongjin Building, the tallest edifice in the city, also housed the largest hotel. Prior to the apocalypse, Chu Nan had even worked within its walls. The building boasted 99 floors, soaring close to 500 meters, and was connected to the city's largest shopping mall below. He remembered that when the military had entered the city in his past life, their primary target had been this very location, indicating that a significant number of survivors must still be alive. Remarkably, he even spotted faint lights emanating from the upper floors of the skyscraper. With a clear direction, Chu Nan quickened his pace. After a considerable walk, he finally arrived at the base of the skyscraper. Indeed, the area was teeming with zombies, clustered in groups, almost to the point of congestion. Good grief. Surely the city center does not harbor this many zombies? The onset of the apocalypse coincided with the weekend, thus drawing many revelers into the streets. After much effort, Chu Nan managed to navigate through the throngs of corpses and entered the mall's grand entrance. By the time he stepped inside, it was well past midnight. The mall was a labyrinth, and few would choose to seek refuge within its depths. Chu Nan's objective was to access the hotel through the third floor. The entrance to the hotel was on the opposite side, but he was disinclined to take the long route. Entering through the mall would allow him to reach the stairwell leading directly to the top floor more swiftly. Before long, he stood before the door to the stairwell. To his surprise, it was not locked. Evidently, the survivors had not yet claimed the entire building. This was more in line with expectations, as not everyone possessed the same awareness as Su Feng. Nevertheless, Chu Nan remained cautious. The incident on the rooftop had taught him a valuable lesson. Even a lion must exert itself when hunting a rabbit, especially since his current disparity with humanity was not particularly vast. Ascending the stairs, the silence was palpable, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the stairwell. The emergency lights were still illuminated, ensuring he was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Judging by the faint lights from the upper floors, it seemed that an auxiliary power system was in operation. This suggested that the survivors were likely concentrated above the 60th floor. The sight of the seemingly endless staircase caused a pang of bitterness within Chu Nan. Though the zombies were tireless, he knew that if he climbed each floor, by the time he reached the 60th, dawn would likely break. Resolved to abandon the arduous ascent, he opted to take the elevator instead. The display lights of the elevator were still functioning, which provided some relief, but upon noticing the floor number it was currently stationed at, his pupils dilated in shock. The 83rd floor. He glanced at the other elevators nearby, only to find they too were stationed above the 80th floor. Chu Nan could not help but let out a bitter laugh. What the hell? I never anticipated they would seize control of the elevators so swiftly. Coupled with the lights above, this spoke volumes about the situation. Talent emerges in times of chaos. Leaning against the elevator door, he began to ponder. Above the 70th floor of the Zhongjin Building lay the hotel room area, housing hundreds of rooms. The lowest floor was around the 60th, and even the 51st floor had remained lit for some time, indicating that these survivors had claimed a third of the building. If the 60th floor remained illuminated, did it not imply that their numbers could barely fill the entirety of the hotel area spanning 30 floors? Could it be that they numbered in the thousands? The realization startled Chu Nan. Such a population might mean that all the survivors within the mall and building had congregated above. He could not help but salivate at the thought. Thousands of individuals. If they could all be converted into evolution points, it would amount to tens of thousands. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a feat was unattainable, setting aside how he would single-handedly deal with so many people. Merely reaching them posed a significant challenge. Even if he opted for the stairs, he doubted they would be unprepared. Since they had left the elevator operational, the stairwell was likely barricaded. Troubled, he glanced at the elevator display, preparing to search for other survivors when suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in astonishment and delight. One of the elevator's indicator lights had reached the 50s and was still descending. Good heavens, what a stroke of luck. Just when he was at a loss for how to ascend, this was akin to a timely rain. Who could be inside the elevator? He vowed to bestow upon them a grand kiss of gratitude. Chu Nan promptly pressed the down button with utmost urgency. If this elevator did not stop on the first floor, he would have his chance to ascend. The elevator continued to descend, showing no signs of stopping. Chapter 8. An Acquaintance? In that moment, Chu Nan was brimming with excitement, his gaze fixated intently on the red indicator light, nearly drowning in his own anticipation. The dim lighting around him cast a rather terrifying aura on his face. This elevator could accommodate no more than 6 or 7 individuals. Although he was uncertain of their intended destination, should they abruptly halt on his floor, they would surely be caught off guard. At that moment, in such a confined space, he would be free to act at will. A sinister smile crept onto Chu Nan's face, a reflection of his confidence in victory. The elevator continued its descent. Passing the 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, and 6th floors. Finally, the familiar chime rang out. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing several figures before Chu Nan's eyes. He was about to unleash a ferocious roar to startle them when, to his dismay, he was met with a flurry of baseball bats. In an instant, he was taken aback. Hurriedly, he shielded his head and face. Retreating swiftly, 6 burly men surged out of the elevator at breakneck speed. Chu Nan glanced up at the 6 individuals, instantly struck dumb. Before him stood 6 towering figures, each as formidable as the previous Su Feng. What was more alarming was that they were armed to the teeth. Clad in thick down jackets and wearing leather gloves, each wielded makeshift weapons and sported racing helmets atop their heads. This was beyond excessive. Quickly eliminate him, lest we attract more zombies. One of them whispered to the others. The remaining 5 nodded and approached Chu Nan with ill intent, wielding their clubs menacingly. Chu Nan was taken aback. Their defenses were too formidable. He had no opening to retaliate. What kind of heroism was it to bully the weak with sheer numbers? Unfortunately, he could not afford to reason with them at that moment. Thus, he opted for a swift retreat, bending low and turning to flee. His movements were so fluid that the 6 men were left momentarily stunned. The 5 turned to the one who had spoken first, their expressions filled with confusion. Captain, this is strange, too strange. The usually mindless zombies are actually running away. Even Lu Qi's eyes flickered with a hint of bewilderment. But he quickly waved his hand and said, "Forget it. If he wants to run, let him. Our mission is paramount." With that, he led the 5 towards a secure door on the 5th floor, in the corner. Chu Nan crouched behind a table, his heart racing. Damn it, that was terrifying. I nearly died of fright. Yet, that voice sounded so familiar. After a moment of deep contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Lu Qi, the captain of the security team at the Zhongjin building. His deep, gravelly voice was remarkably memorable. In his past life, Chu Nan had worked under him for a time. But had he changed so drastically? Even after enduring the great period of darkness, it is hardly conceivable that a person could undergo such a drastic transformation in an instant. Although Lu Qi once hailed from a military background, his physique could at best be described as robust. It pales in comparison to his current stature, which resembles that of a small giant. Chu Nan was taken aback, suddenly contemplating a possibility. Could it be that he has become a first-tier evolutionary? Considering the timeline, it has merely been a little over 10 hours since the Dark Era passed. While the emergence of evolutionaries isn't entirely impossible, the likelihood remains exceedingly low. Yet, those 6 individuals appeared to have already embarked on the path of evolution. If Chu Nan's suspicions were indeed correct, it would only serve to illustrate the terrifying potential of humanity. But why were they poised for action the moment the elevator doors opened? It was as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. Did they have surveillance? Chu Nan quickly turned his head, glancing towards the upper corner of a wall, where a surveillance camera was aimed directly at him, startling him. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. Wasn't the monitoring room on the 5th floor? Judging by their demeanor, it did not seem like they had taken control of it. Wait a moment. The 5th floor? Chu Nan's expression transformed into one of peculiar disbelief as he mechanically turned his head to gaze at the wall near the staircase entrance. There, a large number 5 was prominently displayed. Chu Nan felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself in frustration. Lu Qi and his companions' intentions had become glaringly obvious. With surveillance in their possession, their efforts to conquer the building would be significantly aided. This would explain why they showed no surprise upon encountering Chu Nan, immediately springing into action. Conversely, Chu Nan found himself on the brink of a grave misstep due to his lack of intelligence. Their original destination was the 5th floor, What a calamity! The realization that he had allowed such a critical geographical position to slip through his fingers infuriated Chu Nan to the point of wanting to spit blood. Chu Nan, can you be any more foolish? If the monitoring room had been in his grasp, he would have possessed all the critical information regarding these survivors, including their exact numbers, distribution, defensive measures, and resource stockpiles. None of it would have remained a mystery to him. All he needed was to locate a passage that could lead him to the 60th floor and beyond. Then, these individuals would all become his puppets. But now, it was all too late. They were a full 6 first-tier evolutionaries. The notion that he could single-handedly confront them unarmed was nothing short of a delusion. Unarmed? Alone? As this thought crossed Chu Nan's mind, he paused momentarily, and then his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Who decreed that I must be unarmed? Who said I am alone? The tens of thousands of zombies below are all my allies. He continued to ponder for a while before swiftly devising a plan. Since the method of infection was not viable, he would have to resort to human means to eliminate them. Moreover, time was of the essence. If they intended to storm the building overnight, it was very likely that Chu Nan would be unable to gain entry before dawn. He promptly set his plan into motion. First, he needed to select a few suitable weapons. Lu Qi and his companions had limited resources, which is why, even as first-tier evolutionaries, they could only wield a few baseball bats. However, Chu Nan was in a different position. Right below him was the largest shopping mall in the city, brimming with an array of supplies. Chu Nan returned to the mall, making a beeline for a shooting club. The bows and arrows there were formidable weapons. He quickly arrived at the club, which, like other places, was in disarray. The floor was littered with several corpses of zombies, arrows protruding from their bodies, and bows and arrows scattered everywhere. However, Chu Nan's objective was not these. He sought the true treasures of the shop owner. Upon entering an office, he pushed open the door just in time to spot a beautifully crafted recurve bow hanging on the wall. Chu Nan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached the wall to take it down. Testing its draw, he found that with his current strength, it was effortlessly manageable. Gently caressing the bow's body, a satisfied expression graced Chu Nan's face. Due to the strict regulation of firearms by the government, humanity had limited options for ranged weaponry in the early days of the apocalypse, making bows and crossbows the preferred choice. Silent and portable. These were their greatest advantages. Furthermore, as human genes continued to evolve, the accuracy of arrows could even surpass 100 meters. In his previous life, Chu Nan had practiced archery for nearly 2 years. He also retrieved 2 quivers from beneath the desk, slinging them over his back, totaling nearly 30 arrows. Just as Chu Nan was about to leave the office, his peripheral vision caught a glint of cold light from a nearby sofa. Chapter 9. Someone is shooting at me. Huh? Chu Nan involuntarily halted, scrutinizing the scene. A zombie corpse lay sprawled on the sofa, and the cold light emanated from a dagger embedded in its head. Approaching, Chu Nan pulled the dagger from the unfortunate creature's skull and examined it. The dagger measured approximately 30 centimeters and was clearly sharpened, emanating a chilling aura. He raised the dagger and swiftly struck at the zombie's neck. The head of the corpse was severed in an instant, and remarkably, Chu Nan felt no resistance whatsoever. The sharpness of this dagger was truly astonishing. This must have been a prized possession of the shop owner, and he had unexpectedly come into possession of it. Chu Nan's heart swelled with delight. Had this been in his previous life, such an item would have been beyond his wildest dreams. Yet now, it had come to him with such ease. After picking up a sheath for the dagger from beside the corpse, Chu Nan exited the club. Leaning over a railing, he gazed down at a mass of dark heads thrashing about. Emitting mindless hissing sounds, a sly smile crept across Chu Nan's lips. Inside the Jinjin building, within the surveillance room, Lu Qi was directing the others to clear out the bodies inside. Wan, how's it going? A security guard, hearing his call, hurriedly approached and whispered, Captain, I didn't see any survivors. Is Xiao Wang dead too? Awan nodded, sorrow evident in his eyes. Lu Qi sighed, his expression tinged with helplessness. The camaraderie among his colleagues had always been strong, especially with Xiao Wang. Lu Qi had even considered having him succeed his position, yet he hadn't survived even a day in this apocalypse. Damn this apocalypse! Lu Qi slammed his fist against the wall, producing a loud thud, with dust cascading down. Captain! The others were startled, whispering in fear. Lu Qi snapped back to reality, suddenly aware of their precarious situation. They were not on the upper floors anymore. This area had not been patrolled, and they had no idea where a horde of zombies might be lurking. Their mission was to remain discreet and cooperate with the expansion teams above to seize control of the entire building. Xiao Chong, Manzi, you two go gather some food. Xiao Gao Aying, quickly assist that kid in restoring the surveillance. Yes, Captain. With Lu Qi's orders, the others sprang into action. Just as Xiao Chong and Manzi were about to exit, Lu Qi suddenly called them back. Take this with you. All other communication devices are down, but the radio is still functional. The two guards left the monitoring room and headed towards the mall below. The monitoring room evidently bore signs of a fierce battle. Most of the monitors were damaged, with only the large screen embedded in the wall remaining relatively intact. Some lines had also been destroyed, and restoring everything would still require some time. Lu Qi stood at the doorway, lighting a cigarette, lost in thought. Just then, the walkie-talkie at his waist crackled to life. Haha, Captain. The zombies on the 4th and 3rd floors have actually made their way outside. Manzi's excited voice came through the radio. That's good. First, seal off the entrance and find some food to bring up. Received. Manzi put down the walkie-talkie and continued to make faces at the glass of a security door. Ha ha ha, you brainless idiots, you can't even open a door. No wonder you love brains so much, you foolish things. Behind the security door, a large group of zombies was pushing and shoving, roaring at Manzi and the nearby Xiao Chong. Unfortunately, they truly couldn't open the door. Though it only required a simple pull, they were stuck there, continuously clawing at it. All right, Manzi, they were once human too. Hurry and find some food. Xiao Chong, unable to bear it any longer, advised him. Manzi disdainfully glanced at the zombies behind the door, spat on the ground, and replied to Xiao Chong that was in the past. Turning into a zombie makes them the lowest of the low. Not even worth a fraction of a rat in the gutter. With words on his lips, he nonetheless walked alongside him toward the refrigerator. What they failed to notice was that behind the safety door, a pair of lively eyes were fixated on them, belonging to Chu and An. As for the zombies on the 3rd and 4th floors, they had all been herded here by him, numbering in the hundreds. The objective, naturally, was to lower their guard. Originally, he had intended to gather a horde of zombies and storm directly to the monitoring room. However, upon encountering these two, Chu Nan decided to remain here, as the two moved further away. The pushing from the zombies on this side became less intense. Utilizing his second-tier strength, Chu Nan shoved the nearby zombies aside, grasped the handle of the safety door, and slowly pulled it open. The densely packed horde of corpses suddenly found an outlet and surged eagerly into the building. What sound? The two clearly heard the commotion and hurriedly turned to investigate. Upon seeing the sight, their souls nearly fled in terror. What the hell? How did they get in? The hulking figure exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. At this moment, there was no time to concern themselves with how the zombies had entered. They needed to flee. Xiao Qiang shouted anxiously behind him. The hulking figure gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the makeshift spiked bat, his aura surging as he prepared to charge at the swarm. However, Xiao Qiang seized him, berating, "Damn it! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Run!" Reluctantly, the hulking figure turned and followed Xiao Qiang down another stairwell. The moment the horde caught the scent of the living, they became frenzied, pursuing the two relentlessly. Yet, they were all as sluggish as if they were half paralyzed, unable to keep pace with the already evolved Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan was among them. He would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. He drew his recurved bow, stood atop a stool, nocked an arrow, and aimed in one fluid motion. Just as he released the arrow, a zombie collided with him, causing his aim to dip slightly. Teske, Chu Nan clicked his tongue in irritation at the idiots. Nevertheless, although the arrow's trajectory was altered, it still struck the hulking figure in the thigh, aiming for his back. A cry of agony escaped the hulking figure as he collapsed to the ground. "What the hell are you doing?" Xiao Qiang jumped at the sound of his scream. The zombies were still far away. Why was he wailing so pitifully? As he spoke, he turned back to assess the situation. "Huh. Where are you, hulking figure? I'm under you." Xiao Qiang quickly looked down, only to see the hulking figure sprawled on the ground, the dim light obscuring the arrow embedded in his leg. "What are you lying there for? Hurry up and run. Damn it, someone shot me." The hulking figure clutched his thigh, cold sweat pouring down as blood flowed freely. "What did you say?" Xiao Qiang was momentarily stunned by his frantic words. Chapter 10. The setup and the net. I said someone shot me with a damn bow and arrow. I've been hit in the leg. Are you deaf? The hulking figure roared at him. Xiao Qiang's heart sank. He quickly drew out a tactical flashlight and shone it on the hulking figure. Only then did he see the arrow lodged in his leg and the pool of blood surrounding him. What the hell? What is going on? Xiao Qiang gasped in shock, hastily glancing around. However, aside from the increasingly crazed zombies driven by the scent of blood, there were no signs of other living beings. Suddenly, his eyes caught something, and he swung the flashlight in that direction. Instantly, Chu Nan came into view. It was that eerie zombie. The thought that this zombie could actively flee sent chills down Xiao Qiang's spine. Now, he noticed that the zombie had a bow in hand. Coupled with the arrow in the hulking figure's leg, a chilling realization dawned on him. Quick, we need to get out of here. He hurriedly helped the hulking figure up, sprinting toward the stairwell on the 4th floor. However, the zombies trailing behind them would not let them escape so easily. The hulking figure's arrow wound severely slowed their pace, and soon the zombies were nearly upon them. Faster! Move faster! Xiao Qiang urged, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, the hulking figure grabbed the walkie-talkie, shouting frantically into it, "Captain, we've encountered danger. Requesting backup." Moments later, Lu Qi's voice crackled through the device. What is happening? Where are you? We're at the stairwell on the 3rd floor. I'm injured. Lu Qi's heart raced at the response. Everyone knew that being injured in the apocalypse was a dire situation. Hold on, I'm coming. Lu Qi quickly grabbed the weapon beside him and dashed towards the stairwell with An in tow. Amidst the horde of zombies, Chu Nan also noticed the walkie-talkie, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Quick! Once we pass through this safety door, they won't be able to follow. Meanwhile, the hulking figure, having lost a significant amount of blood, was turning pale. Behind them, the closest zombie was now less than 5 meters away. Xiao Qiang supported the hulking figure with one arm, his other hand reaching for the safety door's handle. Just then, an arrow shot straight into Xiao Qiang's path, causing him to retract his hand in fear. Xiao Qiang's pupils dilated. Without hesitation, he swung his bat behind him. The zombies were closing in. If they waited for them to swarm, opening the door would become impossible. Hulking figure, hurry! Open the door! The hulking figure, now weak from blood loss, managed to raise his hand and pull the door open with great effort. Run! He barely finished his sentence when an arrowhead suddenly protruded from his chest. The hulking figure looked down in disbelief at the arrow stuck in his chest, then glanced at Xiao Qiang. His eyes filled with resignation. Hulking figure! Xiao Qiang erupted in a mix of anger and fear, unleashing a furious barrage that sent several zombies sprawling. Yet, zombies felt no pain or fear. Though some were knocked down, more surged forward, re-engaging him. Damn it! His eyes began to redden, gradually descending into madness. Chu Nan lowered his recurved bow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Then, as if taking a leisurely stroll, he began to walk toward them step by step. Xiao Qiang kept a wary eye on Chu Nan. As he approached, Xiao Qiang's heart sank further. His strikes became more ruthless, smashing through zombies with each swing. Yet, it felt as though the oncoming tide of zombies was endless, relentlessly crashing against them. The hulking figure lay incapacitated, no longer a threat, leaving only Xiao Qiang to face Chu Nan, who could now easily dispatch him. On the staircase, Lu Qi and An were racing down from the 5th floor. They could hear Xiao Qiang's desperate cries, and their hearts raced with concern. Xiao Qiang, hold on! Lu Qi sprinted, his face etched with anxiety. Even with his considerable strides, he felt as if he were moving in slow motion. Below, his 2 comrades were under siege by zombies. If he was even a second late, they might be infected. Finally, Lu Qi rounded a corner and spotted the hulking figure collapsed in the doorway, his eyes turning red with fury. Just as he was about to charge down, he suddenly heard Xiao Qiang scream, "Ah!" Lu Qi's entire body jolted, consumed by rage. Bastard! An roared, leaping into action, diving downward. Chu Nan, gnawing on the heart in his hand, glanced at An rushing through the door and scoffed coldly. He made no effort to linger. Swiftly retreating and allowing the other zombies to devour Xiao Qiang's remains, An entered. He saw his comrade being torn apart, and his blood boiled with rage. Gripping his baseball bat, he swung at the remaining zombies. Get the hell away from me! With several sickening thuds, multiple zombies had their skulls crushed. On gazed at Xiaoqiang's gruesome body, feeling as though he had been struck in the chest. Their bond had been strong. Not me. The black horde surged forth like a torrential flood, rushing towards the distant figure of On. Meanwhile, in another direction, within the stairwell from which Lu Qi and his companions had descended, the zombies that had previously roamed the 6th and 7th floors had also passed through 2 security doors, advancing towards Lu Chong and his team's rear. Lu Qi, clearly hearing the ghastly roars of the undead, lifted his gaze, his expression filled with shock. How could there be sounds of zombies in the stairwell? The soundproofing of the security doors should have been effective, and both doors required pulling to open. He was reluctant to believe that zombies could operate doors. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Chunan. Although he had yet to lure the zombies down, keeping the doors ajar was a simple task. "Captain, the surveillance has been restored," came the voice of Ian through the static of Lu Qi's walkie-talkie. "You must hurry up. The zombies from the 6th and 7th floors have inexplicably passed through the security doors and are descending from above you. Moreover, the zombies that were trapped in the mall have also flooded in." Chapter 11. Dancing with the elder, Lu Qi gritted his teeth and turned to On, who appeared to be in a frenzied state, completely oblivious to the communication. "On, come back." But the cacophony of the zombies drowned out his voice. Nonetheless, On sensed something amiss. The number of zombies before him was increasing, threatening to encircle him. He quickly shouted back towards Lu Qi. "Captain, I'm being held up. Help me." Chunan stood atop a desk, extracting his bow and arrows once more. Lu Qi hesitated. If he rushed to assist On now, they would be hard-pressed to escape once the zombies closed in. "Captain!" Lu Qi's gums ground together as he prepared to dash in to pull On out. Just then, On's anguished scream pierced the art. An arrow had pierced his forearm, rendering him incapable of wielding his baseball bat, which clattered to the ground. Lu Qi abruptly halted his advance and, without a moment's hesitation, turned and sprinted upstairs. Without a weapon, On was quickly overpowered by the zombies, who pounced on him. "No, don't come near. Captain, save me." Yet his captain was already halfway up the staircase, showing no sign of stopping as he charged towards the 5th floor. This was the essence of humanity. On the ground, On struggled desperately. Akin to a girl enduring a brutal assault, Xiao Gao inhaled sharply, realizing that the captain's words were indeed accurate. Someone could truly blend in among the zombies. Clearly, they had all underestimated the situation, as it was unimaginable that there would be archers among the undead, and their aim was remarkably precise. Chunan glanced back at the surveillance camera not far away, his brow furrowing slightly. It was the only thing he could not evade. Though he felt that his brief movement would likely go unnoticed, the exposure to the enemy's surveillance left him feeling distinctly uneasy. Without further contemplation, he stealthily made his way towards the monitoring room. He intended to seize control of the room before Lu Qi's return, allowing him to lie in wait and effortlessly eliminate the opposition. Yet, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. He had not anticipated that even a fleeting moment would lead to his discovery. Xiao Gao slowly emerged from the monitoring room's doorway, eyeing the approaching silhouettes in the darkness, tightening his grip on the baseball bat. Chunan, with sharper senses than his adversary, quickly detected the threat. He could not help but let out a sigh. Clearly, a surprise attack was no longer feasible. Before he could make a move, Xiao Gao charged forward, aware that the presence of a Bao posed a significant disadvantage if he did not close the distance promptly. "For Mengzi and On, I will make you pay with your life." Xiao Gao swung his baseball bat with ferocity, relentlessly striking at Chunan. Like a phantom, Chunan evaded with agility, making no sound whatsoever. Despite the opponent's considerable strength, he felt no pain and was reluctant to expend evolution points on healing. Drawing his dagger, Chunan deftly sidestepped a swing of the bat and lunged towards Xiao Gao's chest. Although the light was dim, the faint glimmer of the dagger and the murderous intent it exuded could not be overlooked by Xiao Gao. He hastily attempted to dodge, but still felt the blade graze his arm. Letting out a muffled grunt, he clutched his wound and retreated, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. The enemy's weaponry was superior, and his skill was remarkable. After all those strikes, he had barely managed to graze Chunan. Unwilling to let such an opportunity slip by, Chunan advanced, but a sudden jolt coursed through him, a crimson light flickering in his gaze. Beneath his skin, dark gray blood vessels re-emerged, and his nails transformed into those of a terrifying zombie. "What is happening?" Chu Nan was engulfed by a mix of shock and anger. Why had his craving for flesh and blood intensified once more? Panting heavily, he struggled to suppress the bloodthirsty urge, yet found it impossible to do so. Was it a side effect of his evolution? Unable to comprehend, he resolved to finish off his opponent first. Unbeknownst to Xiao Gao, Chu Nan was grappling with an internal crisis. Yet he paid it no mind. Instead, he bellowed hoarsely, "Shadow, are you not coming out? Are you waiting for me to collect the corpses?" As his voice echoed, a shadow suddenly darted out from Chu Nan's periphery, brandishing a weapon aimed at his back. Chu Nan had already anticipated this and awaited the moment. In an explosive motion, he pivoted, seizing the assailant by the throat, and thrust his dagger towards the gap in the helmet. Yet at that instant, a petite figure emerged behind the shadow, also wielding a dagger, and lunged towards Chu Nan's heart. The sound of the dagger-piercing flesh rang out. Chu Nan looked down at the dagger embedded near his heart, fury igniting in his gaze. Why is there another one? Though he had become a zombie, he retained his intellect, making it impossible for him to act as a mindless creature. Just moments ago, as the dagger pierced his heart, he had forgotten he was now an undead. He had nearly succumbed to the terror of death. With a swift kick, Chu Nan sent the small figure flying, withdrawing the dagger and discarding it to the ground. The gaping wound in his chest quickly healed, yet such a minor injury had cost him over 50 evolution points, further fueling his rage. He disregarded the shadow, which was on the verge of collapse, and charged towards the smaller figure. "This is impossible," the assailant exclaimed incredulously. He was indeed the seventh individual, having concealed himself behind Lu Qi and others in the elevator, unnoticed by Chu Nan. This ambush had been prearranged with the shadow, who was meant to divert attention while he delivered a fatal blow. However, he was bewildered. How could someone who had been stabbed in the heart still be alive, unless he was a zombie? But how could that be? Zombies were not capable of such combat proficiency. Chu Nan's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before the smaller figure, grasping his collar and pulling him close. Upon witnessing Chu Nan's terrifying visage, the realization dawned on him. A zombie. He is truly a zombie. Chu Nan's eyes glowed crimson as he slowly opened his mouth, intent on sinking his teeth into the other's neck, eager for him to experience the taste of deathly terror. "No, no, let me go!" The smaller figure screamed in terror, yet he was helplessly suspended in the air, thrashing futilely. Chu Nan's bite was deliberate. The slower he went, the more fear gripped his victim. "Help me! Someone save me!" he cried out to Xiao Gao, hoping for rescue. Yet ultimately, Chu Nan's teeth sank down. Ding! Host successfully infected a common human. Reward: 10 evolution points. Chapter 13. Third Stage Zombie? Not far away, Xiao Gao was already in a state of shock. Everything unfolded too rapidly. He was still reeling from the surprise of the shadow's demise when he saw Chu Nan ravenously devouring the smaller figure. A zombie? How is this possible? Xiao Gao trembled uncontrollably, unable to stop retreating. At this moment, dawn was breaking. With the increasing light, he finally discerned Chu Nan's features, which left him even more bewildered. Chu Nan continued to feast, this time without suppressing his desires, exhibiting an exceptionally brutal demeanor. It was only when the system notification sounded that he ceased his actions. Raising his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on Xiao Gao, he began to approach step by step. "No, don't come any closer." Xiao Gao continued to back away, the death of his companion stripping him of all courage, consumed by an overwhelming fear. Panic clouded his judgment as he hurled his baseball bat at Chu Nan. Chu Nan grinned, effortlessly dodging the incoming bat and closing the distance between them. Xiao Gao kept retreating, only to trip over a chair, kicking his legs against the ground. "No, no." Having completely lost his wits, Xiao Gao tore off his helmet and recklessly hurled it at Chu Nan. This time, Chu Nan could not even be bothered to dodge. He accelerated, instantly appearing beside Xiao Gao. Ding! Host successfully infected a first-stage evolver. Reward: 20 evolution points. After dealing with Xiao Gao, he returned to check on the shadow's state, discovering it had long since perished. With a sigh, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, he devoured the body as well. Ding! Host successfully consumed a first-stage evolver. Reward: 60 evolution points. Looking around, Chu Nan noted nothing unusual apart from the chaos. Lu Qi had yet to return, likely surrounded by zombies elsewhere. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he made his way to the monitoring room. Upon entering, his first priority was to ascertain Lu Qi's whereabouts. He held a considerable interest in this longtime acquaintance. However, after searching for a while, he could not locate Lu Qi. The zombies on this floor had also returned to a state of calm. He could not remain hidden like this forever. Chu Nan began to pull up the previous surveillance footage and was astonished to discover that Lu Qi had actually made it to the 13th floor. No wonder he hadn't found him nearby. However, the last recorded sighting showed Lu Qi surrounded by hundreds of zombies, with no escape in sight. He had likely been completely devoured. Next, Chu Nan scrolled through the surveillance footage from the 60th floor upwards. Anticipation building in his heart. Even if there were not 1,000, surely there would be hundreds. Through the monitors, he quickly observed the situation on the upper floors of the building. The 60th floor showed no signs of activity. He continued scrolling up, reaching the 61st, 62nd, and finally the 67th floor, where he finally spotted figures on the screen. Over a dozen fully armed personnel patrolled the 67th floor. What the hell? Chu Nan spat, incredulity washing over him. These people adapted far too swiftly. It was only the second day. Suppressing his bitterness, he continued to look upwards. The 68th floor was packed with people. Chu Nan estimated there were at least 400, making it quite congested, and he could see numerous supplies. This puzzled him. How could this be? Logically, the upper two floors should be a hotel. Was there truly a need for such crowding? With a sense of trepidation, he ascended to the 69th floor. Suddenly, he found himself gasping in astonishment. Over 50 armed personnel stood vigil at the stairway, their demeanor more anxious than that of the inhabitants on the 67th floor. What on earth was happening? However, he soon uncovered the reason: a third-tier zombie. At the very position of the 71st floor, which was the hotel reception, there lurked a formidable third-tier zombie. Its towering silhouette and robust limbs were nearly as thick as Chu Nan's waist. The evolution of zombies is inextricably linked to their innate conditions and their consumption of human flesh. This creature must have been a second tier before its mutation, subsequently devouring several humans, which allowed it to ascend to the third tier in such a short span of time. Chu Nan released the mouse and leaned back in his chair. Although the number of adversaries was not as overwhelming as he had imagined, he felt a sense of satisfaction, having also identified the route to the 60th floor. Yet, the defensive force of the enemy was formidable. Not only had they occupied the stairwell, but every significant position was also manned. It seemed that slipping in unnoticed would be exceedingly difficult. He glanced at his blood-stained clothing. Furrowing his brow slightly, Chu Nan returned to the shopping mall, retrieved a clean outfit, and casually picked up a pair of colored contact lenses from an optical store. After washing up in the restroom, he gazed at his refreshed reflection in the mirror and finally smiled contentedly. He returned to the 5th floor, concealed his bow and dagger, made some arrangements, and then pressed the button for the elevator to ascend. Since stealth was no longer an option, he would enter brazenly. Ding with the sound, the elevator doors opened. Stepping inside, Chu Nan pressed the button for the 67th floor. As the elevator ascended, he continuously adjusted his demeanor to appear as a survivor who had endured much hardship. The elevator quickly reached the 67th floor. However, as the doors cracked open, several makeshift spears thrust in, dangerously close to his head. Startled, Chu Nan's legs trembled as he panically shouted, "Please, don't kill me. I'm alive." Outside the elevator stood a dozen individuals wielding spears, their scrutinizing gazes fixed firmly upon him. "Let him out first," commanded one middle-aged man, seemingly their leader. Upon hearing this, the others slowly drew back, granting Chu Nan some space. Though their weapons remained trained on him, the middle-aged man beckoned him forward, saying, "Step out so we can inspect you." Reluctantly, Chu Nan complied, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "No offense, brother, but we have no other choice," he said, maintaining a facade of alarm. Inwardly, he chanted, "All for the sake of evolution points." After a thorough inspection, the middle-aged man found no injuries and smiled as he introduced himself. "I apologize for the suspicion. My name is Zhang Xiang, but everyone calls me Brother Xiang. I'm currently in charge of this place." "Hello, Brother Xiang," Chu Nan replied with a radiant smile, offering his greeting with utmost courtesy. Zhang Xiang nodded. Secretly acknowledging the young man's compliance, he instructed the others to remain vigilant before leading Chu Nan toward an office. continuing their conversation. You needn't be so formal here. We are all victims and should look out for one another. I assume Lu Qi and the others sent you up? Where are they? It was an obvious probe. Yet, Chu Nan was clearly prepared. He immediately withdrew his smile, allowing a shadow of sorrow to creep onto his face. Captain Lu Qi and the others. Zhang Xiang's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What happened? He asked urgently. Chu Nan sighed, lowering his gaze. Before I came up, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the zombies in the mall surged forth, flooding the entire 3rd to 5th floors. Lu Qi and the others were caught off guard. Apart from Captain Lu Qi, the rest have perished. What? Zhang Xiang exclaimed in shock. How could the zombies have breached the mall? Lu Qi and his team were not known for being careless. Immediately, suspicion colored Zhang Xiang's gaze. It wasn't me. I swear. I came in through the main entrance of the building. By the time I arrived, the zombies were already surging in. Zhang Xiang pondered this. After all, Lu Qi and his team had long surpassed the capabilities of ordinary individuals and would not easily fall victim to a mere young man. This fellow had likely just been fortunate enough to take the elevator while the zombies were distracted by Lu Qi. You just mentioned, apart from Lu Qi, is he still alive? With the lower floors now overrun by zombies, reclaiming the surveillance room would undoubtedly be even more challenging. However, Lu Qi, being an evolved individual, was far more valuable than an ordinary person. Zhang Xiang's furrowed brow began to ease slightly, to his surprise. Chu Nan shook his head again, saying, I don't know. Zhang Xiang's keen gaze bore into him. Captain Lu was separated from the zombies. He only told me that the elevator could come up, but he himself had no idea where he was being herded off to. Zhang Xiang fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Nan glanced at him, unable to discern his reaction as he continued walking with his head down. Yet, a sly smile crept upon his lips. He had no fear of being disbelieved in their eyes. He had no reason to lie. Moreover, he deliberately left Lu Qi's fate ambiguous, ensuring they would not pursue the matter further. Unless they could find evidence to prove his deceit, he would remain beyond suspicion. The two arrived at the stairwell of the 68th floor, where they spoke to a bald man stationed there. Lu Shan? This is Chu Nan, a newcomer. He is under your supervision. After a brief introduction, Zhang Xiang quickly departed, evidently in a foul mood. Everyone calls me Lu Guangtou. Lu Shan grinned at Chu Nan, his appearance less menacing than it seemed. Brother, you just came up from below, right? Tell me what the situation is. Chu Nan shook his head and softly replied. It's dire. As he listened to Chu Nan's account, Lu Shan's expression darkened progressively. Damn it! That little madman wasn't wrong. The apocalypse has truly arrived, little madman? Chu Nan questioned, though he hesitated to inquire further. Lu Shan led Chu Nan to a room and informed him, while we can offer you shelter here, we don't harbor the useless. Everyone must contribute with some form of work. If you don't want to work, you can leave. Lu Shan maintained his smile, yet his tone turned decidedly less friendly. Chu Nan nodded in agreement, remaining silent. The room was cluttered with various items, though they had been pushed aside, and 2 blankets were laid out on the ground, serving as makeshift beds. Aside from that, a frail figure occupied one corner. Your task is to keep an eye on this little madman in the room. You mustn't let him wander off or get into trouble. If anything goes wrong, your next roommate will be those flesh-eating monsters. Chu Nan feigned panic, nodding vigorously, much to Lu Shan's satisfaction. This place had once been a storage room, now temporarily converted into an independent chamber. From Lu Shan's words, it was clear it had become a kind of prison. The frail figure quietly sat in the corner, observing Chu Nan's entrance. Little madman, this person will be your roommate from now on. Lu Shan pointed at Chu Nan as he addressed the figure in the corner. I have a name. Had Chu Nan not heard the voice, he might have mistaken this little fellow for one of his kind. The figure's skin was unnaturally pale, almost sickly, and his clothes were filthy, with unkempt hair falling haphazardly over much of his face. The part of his face not obscured was shielded by his curled-up knees. His hands rested upon his knees, fingers moving in a strangely mechanical manner. To an untrained eye, one might easily mistake this for a zombie's exclusive behavior. Lu Shan, clearly accustomed to this, scoffed. The one called Kong Liang is dead. I say you're a little madman, so you'll be a little madman. Chu Nan's body trembled violently, his head snapping down as shock overwhelmed his expression. Kong Liang? The strategist of the apocalypse, Kong Liang, He was actually here. No wonder these people could respond so swiftly to the cataclysm, transforming within a mere 2 days into a makeshift stronghold. Even among them, there exist numerous evolvers. If the Kong Liang that Lu Shun speaks of is indeed the same individual as the one etched in Chunan's memory, everything begins to make sense. Kong Liang stands as the sole person in this apocalyptic world who is not subject to military control. His base is unlike any other, as it is founded upon a modified municipal city. All other gathering places and bases pale in comparison. Only Kong Liang has completely eradicated the zombies of a city-level unit with the might of his commanded legion, reclaiming it in its entirety. While he may not be the pinnacle of personal combat strength or charisma, Chunan understands that his strategic prowess alone is sufficient to overshadow all the humans he has known in his former life. Yet, why is he being kept under soft detention by the individuals here? Keep a close watch on him. I shall take my leave. Lu Shun seemed oblivious to Chunan's unease and, after imparting this instruction, exited the room. Once Lu Shun departed, Chunan fixated on Kong Liang for an extended period, contemplating whether to revise his previous plans. It was then that Kong Liang's voice pierced the silence. You are a zombie. Chapter 15. All present are rations. Kong Liang's tone was as if stating an established fact, firm and irrefutable. Chunan's expression mirrored that of a person who had just encountered a specter. His gaze locked onto him. Goodness! How terrifying is this? How did he discern it? While Chunan was still engulfed in shock, Kong Liang's voice returned, laced with a hint of surprise. You didn't deny it. It seems you truly are a zombie. Chunan thought. What sort of reasoning is this? Just because I did not refute it means I am a zombie. So be it. A zombie is still a dead being. Whether I perish at the hands of zombies or humans, the distinction is negligible. Kong Liang closed his eyes, dismissively curling his lips. How did you come to this conclusion? Chunan would not entertain the notion that the other was merely testing him. Who would probe everyone they meet to ascertain if they are a zombie? Kong Liang reopened his eyes, surveying him with a teasing glint, and remarked coolly, I was merely jesting. Did you take it to heart? Chunan, infuriated, seethed, do you dare to play me for a fool? Just as he contemplated how to intimidate him, Kong Liang spoke again. Those colored contact lenses do not suit you. You ought to wear sunglasses instead, so that your emotions won't be easily discerned when you become agitated. Chunan's body stiffened momentarily before he succumbed to despondency. Wearing sunglasses at all times could easily raise suspicions, wouldn't it? Indeed, thus in the presence of astute individuals, any disguise proves futile. Chunan felt the urge to curse again. Aren't you afraid I might silence you? Upon hearing Chunan's words, Kong Liang lifted his gaze to meet his expression resembling a still pond devoid of ripples. Why should I fear? As I mentioned, death is inevitable. To me, the manner of dying holds no distinction. A chill ran through Chunan's heart. The other's rationality was unervingly machine-like. Since you are aware of my identity, you should also be able to deduce my intentions, correct? He refrained from asking foolish questions such as why Kong Liang did not report him. Intelligent discourse often cuts straight to the heart of the matter. It was not difficult to surmise, and Kong Liang nodded. Do you wish to survive? Although Chunan understood that Kong Liang would likely escape unscathed, the latter was evidently unaware of this. Observing his predicament, it was apparent that he was at a significant disadvantage. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Kong Liang's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. This did not escape Chunan's keen observation, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. You think you can outwit me? You won't consume humans? I can ensure your survival and prevent you from becoming infected by zombies. Have no doubt in my capabilities. Simply tell me how much assistance you can provide. Kong Liang pondered for a moment. Based on his deductions, Chunan had largely retained human intelligence, yet his essence had presumably mutated into that of a zombie. If the other's rationality could indeed triumph over instinct, then his words were not without merit. All right, I believe you. Kong Liang abruptly raised his head, a renewed glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Chunan's smile widened further. Time swiftly passed, and after 2 days of quietude, during which Chunan heeded Kong Liang's counsel, the opportunity he awaited arrived. On the 3rd day at dawn, the door to their room was violently kicked open by Lu Shun, his bald head peering in as he beckoned to Chunan. Come out, kid. Chunan remained silent, glanced at Kong Liang, and then quietly followed him out of the room. Kong Liang sat on the ground, a fleeting flash of brilliance crossing his eyes before he resumed his contemplative demeanor. 2 days had elapsed, and the zombies below should have dispersed significantly. Meanwhile, their food supplies were dwindling, and the urgency to scavenge resources was becoming increasingly pressing. As they walked, Lu Shen explained to Chunan, "The directive from Xianggu is for you to join the search team, to both scavenge for supplies and assess the situation below. You have no objections, do you?" Chunan certainly had no objections. Yet he feigned a look of concern. "Your objections are irrelevant. Remember what I told you before." Before Chunan could finish his sentence, Lu Shen snorted coldly and addressed him with an icy demeanor. His attitude was a stark contrast to his previous one. Chunan could not help but roll his eyes. If he could not voice objections, why even ask? The two soon arrived at the elevator, where a dozen individuals awaited them. Each was garbed similarly to Lu Qi and the others from before. Upon seeing Chunan and Lu Shen approach, Zhang Xiang tossed a set of clothes towards him. "Put this on." The others, noticing Chunan, began to murmur. One particularly burly young man disdainfully glanced at Chunan's somewhat slender frame and scoffed. This little body probably wouldn't withstand 2 bites from a zombie. The rest cast scornful looks, bewildered as to why Zhang Xiang insisted on bringing such a burden along. "Xiang Ming!" Zhang Xiang frowned and called out sharply, silencing the chatter. Xiang Ming huffed softly and turned away. While Chunan donned the clothing, Zhang Xiang addressed the search team loudly, "Everyone, you are all brave souls. In this world of peril, only those who dare to strive can endure. The world as we knew it has been entirely transformed, presenting us with a reality that is foreign to us. Those mindless zombies have ravaged our homes and usurped our living spaces. To resist is to live. They are the aberration, while we are the true kin. Only by vanquishing these soulless beings can we reclaim our rightful place and rebuild our own sanctuary. Today, we merely seek to reclaim a portion of our sustenance from them. I believe that tomorrow, we shall seize back our world." His voice rose and fell dramatically, stirring the emotions of those present. Only Chunan, inappropriately, scoffed. To him, every individual present was merely sustenance. Zhang Xiang observed the fervent gazes of the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. His voice suddenly soared to a crescendo, seemingly unafraid of attracting the attention of zombies. "Let us depart." Chapter 16. The lambs entrapped in a snare. A dozen individuals split into 3 groups, simultaneously descending to the 10th floor via 3 elevators. Zhang Xiang did not accompany the team. He needed to lead others to continue clearing the building layer by layer, thus entrusting command of the team to Lu Shen. Time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the stronger the teams on the upper floors would become, and the likelihood of encountering evolvers would increase. Chunan found himself squeezed at the very back of the elevator, watching the helmets bobbing in front of him as he forced a few gulps down. Patience, patience, a small sacrifice must not disrupt the grand design. The elevator quickly descended to the 10th floor. As soon as the doors opened, everyone surged out. Fortunately, aside from a few zombies lurking nearby, the entire floor remained relatively clear. Their primary objective was the food located within the floor. Ideally, they would also gain control of the monitoring room. Although the upper-level hotel boasted a substantial food stockpile, it was guarded by 3rd-tier zombies, and they dared not ascend. As for the shopping mall, it was an even more daunting prospect. The 3 teams set out independently, which inadvertently provided Chunan with an advantage. After a brief search, the group encountered numerous zombies, yet not a single morsel of food was in sight. This was hardly surprising, as this was an office space. At most, one might find a few snacks left in the break room. Where would there be a bounty of food? The small team descended, swiftly arriving at the 6th level. 2 other teams were also in motion. One headed directly for the 5th floor while the other scoured upward, alleviating any concerns of encountering duplicates. Xiang Ming and Chunan were assigned to the same group, led by a 1st-tier evolver named Yao Guangjuan. Indeed, there were quite a number of evolvers among these individuals, with each team boasting at least 1 or 2. Coupled with the 6 previous members, the ratio of evolvers had become rather alarming. This did not even account for those stationed above. Chunan swallowed hard, casting several furtive glances at Yao Guangjuan and Xiang Ming, his eyes betraying a glimmer of desire. His subtle movements were fortuitously caught by Xiang Ming, who, already exasperated with him, felt a surge of revulsion and coldly chided. "What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be helping to find food? Do you think this is a vacation?" As he spoke, he roughly shoved Chunan, causing him to stumble. The flash of murderous intent flickered in Chu Nan's eyes, the rage within him, akin to that of a zombie, roiling restlessly. However, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment to strike. The area was expansive, and to eliminate them without a hitch would require careful timing. The nearby zombies were mostly solitary and not easily exploitable. Thus, the murderous glint in Chu Nan's gaze vanished as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by a mask of calm. The others chose to ignore the incident entirely, unwilling to involve themselves in such trivial matters. In this post-apocalyptic world, the principle of might makes right had become widely accepted. Furthermore, the ominous aura that emanated from Chu Nan was hardly endearing. The six-member team rounded a corner, arriving at the grand entrance of a conference room. Yao Guangjuan motioned for everyone to halt and cautiously approached the door, probing for any signs of movement. Finding none, he finally pushed the door open. Chu Nan, who had discreetly lingered at the back of the group, wore a sinister smile as he slowly closed the door behind him. The others, noticing his action, paid it no mind, as they were all captivated by another door within the conference room. The room itself was spacious, adorned with a long table exceeding 10 meters in length, while scattered chairs lay askew, remnants of blood and flesh strewn about. Opposite them was a floor-to-ceiling window, the curtains drawn, casting a dim light over the scene. At the far end of the room lay the purpose of their entry, a break room, presumably stocked with snacks. However, the door to this room was firmly shut, accompanied by a series of thuds, revealing that zombies were undoubtedly trapped inside. Everyone, be cautious. Before Yao Guangjuan could finish his warning, a sudden sound emanated from the conference room's door lock, startling everyone. They turned to see Chu Nan slowly slipping a key into his pocket. "Chu Nan, what are you doing?" Xiangming shouted, the others beginning to express their unease. Chu Nan remained silent, instead walking deliberately to the break room door, glancing back at the group with a subtle smile. Yao Guangjuan and the others were rendered uneasy by his grin. "Chu Nan, clearly, there are zombies behind that door. Don't do anything reckless." Yao Guangjuan, taken aback, could not comprehend his sudden madness and urgently called out to him. The others shared his confusion. Was this man insane? Why was he locking the door? Where had he even acquired the key? Regardless of its origin, did he not hear the zombies stirring beyond the door? The moment it was opened, he would be the first to perish. Xiangming, infuriated by Chu Nan's inexplicable behavior, seethed with rage. This fool was a menace. Not only did he contribute nothing, but he was also a liability. Anger flared in his eyes, and his voice rose as he yelled, "Chu Nan, what the hell is wrong with you? Get over here now." He advanced toward Chu Nan. Seeing Xiangming approach, Chu Nan merely smirked in mockery. He then produced another key from his pocket, expertly inserting it into the lock. A soft click echoed, signaling the door's unlocking. "You dare?" Yao Guangjuan's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The others were equally bewildered, their minds racing to comprehend why Chu Nan possessed the key and sought to unleash the zombies. Did he not realize that the first to be bitten would be him? How could he be so audacious? Xiangming, the closest, surged forward, but it was already too late. Chu Nan gripped the doorknob and forcefully pulled it down. Boom! He did not need to exert much force. The door burst open, unleashing a horde of zombies that had previously been crammed behind it. Fortunately, Chu Nan was prepared, managing to evade the ravenous onslaught of the undead. Alas, Xiangming was not so fortunate. He clearly had not anticipated that Chu Nan would truly open the door and, caught off guard, he collided directly with the throng of zombies. Oh my god. Xiangming nearly wet himself, letting out a scream as he scrambled backward in a panic. However, the ravenous zombies were relentless, their grotesque hands reaching for his ankles. "Chu Nan, I will flay you alive." Chapter 17. The cunning of Chu Nan filled with fear and a burgeoning hatred for Chu Nan. Xiangming could think of nothing else. "Quick, save him," Yao Guangjuan, though his scalp prickled with dread, finally reacted. The break room should not have harbored such a multitude of zombies. Once the zombies had surged out, Chu Nan moved to the back, retrieving his bow and dagger from a cabinet. His eyes now radiating a fierce intent. It was clear that this had all been meticulously planned by Chu Nan. He had anticipated that the office area would yield scant provisions, making the break room a prime target for scavenging. "Brother Jun, there are too many zombies. We must retreat." Xiangming had been dragged from the clutches of the zombies, but panic had already begun to spread among his companions. There were more than 30 zombies hidden in the break room, and their overwhelming tide was indeed intimidating. Yes, Brother Guangjuan, if we don't leave soon, we might suffer casualties. Yao Guangjuan could only shake his head in resigned laughter. Did he not wish to escape? Yet, the conference room door was firmly locked by Chu Nan. With the key in his possession, no one could exit without him. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Xiang Ming's furious outburst. No, I will not leave until I have dealt with that bastard Chu Nan. Xiang Ming's eyes reddened with rage, his muscles bulging as veins pulsed beneath his skin, clearly demonstrating his evolved strength. Get out of my way! Xiang Ming swung his iron rod, toppling several zombies and clearing a path. Just then, Chu Nan emerged from the break room, bow in hand, his expression as impassive as ever. Chu Nan! Xiang Ming's roar reverberated throughout the conference room, threatening to pierce through the very building. He then stomped forward, charging at Chu Nan through the gap he had created. Chu Nan raised his eyes, a look of utter disdain washing over his face. Merely a display of impotent rage. Yet, allowing him to continue his tirade was unwise. Chu Nan swiftly knocked an arrow, his movements fluid and pleasing to the eye. However, this was hardly the sentiment shared by Xiang Ming, who was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of danger. Before he could react, in the blink of an eye, an arrow struck his chest. Xiang Ming collapsed, spitting blood, unable to rise for quite some time. Brother Ming! The others gasped in horror at the sight of Xiang Ming's plight. Cries of alarm erupting around them. They glared furiously at Chu Nan, one even attempting to charge forward like Xiang Ming, only to be seized by Yao Guangjuan. Don't act rashly. We must eliminate these zombies before settling accounts with him. Though the zombies were troublesome, they had no option but to fight to the death. After Chu Nan's assault on Xiang Ming, he kicked away the grasping zombies, folding his arms as he quietly observed the ensuing chaos. Time passed swiftly. Within minutes, the conference room was littered with the corpses of zombies. The only sounds remaining were the ragged breaths of Yao Guangjuan and his companions. Is it done? Then it's my turn. Chu Nan grinned, lowering his bow and drawing his dagger, stepping forward toward Yao Guangjuan and the others. With each step, the features of a zombie became increasingly apparent on his face, signaling that the need for pretense had long since passed. He is a zombie. Boom. Yao Guangjuan felt as if struck by lightning in that instant. Everything clicked into place. He understood why Chu Nan had locked them inside, why he had unleashed the zombies, and why he was immune to their attacks. It was all because he was a zombie. Not only that, but he could masquerade as a human. He was a zombie capable of impersonating a human, and this was the trap set for them. Chu Nan grinned ominously as he strode towards the remaining four, dagger in hand. He felt little concern over the threat they posed, for his abilities had all reached the second tier. Dealing with a first-tier revolver and 3 ordinary individuals was utterly trivial. He had gone to great lengths to lead them here, merely to ensure absolute certainty in his victory. Should a confrontation arise, even if Xiang Ming remained unscathed, their hopes would be virtually non-existent. Let us all attack together. Since he has turned into a zombie, there is no need for discussion. Let us take him down, Yao Guangjuan roared, brandishing his weapon as he charged at Chu Nan. The others exchanged glances, recognizing the shared animosity in their eyes, and followed suit with a collective shout. Kill! Chu Nan smirked coldly, brandishing his dagger and lunging for the vulnerable spot in Yao Guangjuan's protective gear. Ding! Host successfully infected a first-tier revolver, gaining 20 evolution points. Ding! Host successfully devoured a mutilated human, gaining 10 evolution points. Chu Nan's evolution points surged to 420. Alas, upgrading any single ability required 500 points. Otherwise, he would have advanced already. However, it was noteworthy that as a second-tier zombie, his infection rate had significantly increased. The others were left in tatters, yet Xiang Ming remained intact. At that moment, Chu Nan squatted nearby. Watching as Xiang Ming slowly rose from the ground, an expression of anguish on his face. What a loss of evolution points, he thought, lamenting the 60 points that had slipped away due to his miscalculation in timing. Xiang Ming stood up, his eyes vacant, the arrows long removed by Chu Nan, leaving behind merely a small hole. This was the first individual Chu Nan had personally infected and successfully transformed into a zombie. It wasn't to say that previous ones couldn't evolve. Rather, this fellow was too stingy, often tearing his victims apart before ceasing. Thus, Even if they mutated, they would be left as mere heads, gnawing away, failing to pique Chu Nan's interest. However, this time was different. The failure to consume Xiang Ming had granted him the opportunity to mutate into a zombie, stirring Chu Nan's curiosity. What differences would arise from infecting an evolver? It wasn't until Chu Nan attempted to deliver a punch that sent zombie Xiang Ming flying that he finally comprehended. The infected zombie astonishingly retained its former strength, perhaps even exceeding it. It was well known that humans infected by ordinary zombies would lose a tier in strength. Had Xiang Ming been infected by a common zombie, he would likely have withered into a mere first-tier ordinary zombie, devoid of such formidable size. Second-tier zombie? Chu Nan pondered, attempting to issue commands to the wandering Xiang Ming. You, halt. Xiang Ming immediately froze and turned his head, staring blankly at Chu Nan. Yet before Chu Nan could revel in his success, the fellow nonchalantly turned away, resuming his aimless wandering. Hey, how dare he disregard me? Shouldn't he those I infect become my minions? Ding. Host must evolve to third tier to unlock commanding abilities over zombies. Heaven help me. This damned system has finally answered my queries. Chapter 18. The Law of the Apocalypse. Previously, apart from the necessary notifications, no matter how Chu Nan inquired, he received no responses. This had conditioned him to rely solely on his own explorations. However, this time, things were evidently different. What further skills would be unlocked upon reaching the third tier? What is going on? Has it gone mute again? Chu Nan nearly lost his composure. Was this a tease? Either remain mute altogether or completely shatter that hope with silence. Was it trying to drive him mad with obsessive tendencies? Nevertheless, now he had a goal, and Chu Nan felt invigorated. Once he evolved to the third tier, he could cultivate his own minions. The mere thought of an army comprised solely of zombies filled him with exhilaration. Setting aside his fantasies, he resolved to continue with his plan. If he could infect and consume all the survivors on the upper floors, not only would he reach the third tier, but he might even surpass to the fourth tier. However, the first stage must be to dismantle their armed forces. Without wasting much time, Chu Nan exited the conference room and swiftly made his way to the fifth floor. Not for any other reason, but because their group was the closest. After 2 days, the zombies on the fifth floor had significantly dispersed. That moment, another small team was diligently clearing the scattered zombies throughout the fifth floor. By the time Chu Nan arrived, they had nearly finished their task. However, the stairwell remained congested with hordes of zombies. These zombies, drawn to the commotion inside, showed no inclination to ascend further, fixated instead on clawing at the door. They truly learned nothing from experience, Chu Nan mused as he squeezed into the throng of zombies, peering through the glass of the safety door with a playful smile. The individuals inside were still engaged in clearing the zombies, utterly oblivious to the fact that, in their eyes, mindless zombies could not open doors. Thus, the door remained unlocked. Chu Nan's smile broadened. Just as he was about to employ the same trick again, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he pressed his ear against the door to listen intently. However, after a short while, his brow furrowed with growing impatience. He abruptly turned to the howling zombies, bellowing, "Shut up!" Yet, lacking any dominion over the zombies, these mindless creatures could not possibly comprehend his words. They ignored him entirely and continued their cacophony. Damn it! Without hesitation, Chu Nan drew his dagger and brought it down on the heads of the loudest offenders. Instantly, the noise around him diminished significantly. Inside the fifth-floor monitoring room, Gu Yang stared at the screen, now marred by numerous cracks, his head steaming with rage. They had exerted tremendous effort to reclaim the fifth floor, even losing a team member in the process, only to find themselves surrounded by a pile of useless debris. Damn it! What was Lu Qi thinking? How could he let the monitoring room fall into such disarray? The more Gu Yang ruminated, the angrier he became, finally unable to restrain himself from punching the already battered screen. With a crash, the glass shattered completely, leaving the frame's walls adorned with a spiderweb of cracks. Looking at the irreparable screen, Gu Yang rubbed his nose, relieved that no one was around. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Just then, a voice called from behind him, "Captain Gu, we have a discovery." Gu Yang turned around instantly, his eyes widening in surprise. The newcomer flinched at his expression, unable to suppress a shiver. "Spit it out quickly." The team member quickly donned a fawning smile, gesturing towards the door. "Captain Gu, we found 2 women in a ventilation duct. And they're quite the lookers. Heed, though. Gu Yang, previously impatient, suddenly felt intrigued. Soon, two youthful and radiant girls were dragged in by the team member. Both were clad in professional attire, their skirts barely concealing their long legs, which, though a tad soiled, failed to mask their inherent fairness. Their slightly trembling shoulders only added to their pitiful appearance. Jiu Yang couldn't tear his gaze away. After a single glance, he gulped repeatedly. Slowly advancing towards the two girls, "Why, little bro, thought of you first, Captain Gu. You must take good care of him." Gu Yang shot a sidelong glance at him, chuckling as he reprimanded, "You little rascal." The team member chuckled, gradually retreating from the monitoring room. Jiu Yang could no longer contain himself and lunged at the two girls. "What are you doing? Let me go." "No, please don't." The girls were clearly in a state of panic, struggling fiercely, but they were no match for an evolver. "Don't worry, soon you'll be fighting over each other." "Ha." "No, don't come near. Help," the girls cried, tears streaming down their faces. "Law?" Gu Yang scoffed, disdainfully sneering. "Do you think there are still laws now? In this world, power is law, resources are law. Only by surviving can you negotiate laws with others. Otherwise, you merely become someone else's subordinate. It's survival of the fittest." The girls' screams echoed from the monitoring room, heard by the other team members, yet not a single one showed discontent. Some even appeared eager for their turn. Outside the safety door, Chu Nan's eyes glinted coldly. He had long since encountered such scenes countless times. This was precisely the essence of the apocalypse. A sinister smile gradually crept onto his lips. With a sudden surge of second-tier strength, he pushed through the horde of zombies and yanked open the safety door. The outcome was predictable. An unending tide of zombies surged back into the fifth floor, reclaiming the territory they had ravaged time and again. "They're coming. Zombies. The zombies are here." The sudden onslaught of zombies undoubtedly shocked the small team. How did they get in? No one knew what to do as they gazed at the countless zombies, their only option to flee in terror towards the surveillance room. I in the face of life and death. Who could afford to consider whether they were infringing upon Gu Yang's taboos? Gu, Captain Gu, was immediately incensed in the surveillance room. "You wretched pups, do you desire to court death?" "Huh?" The last word seemed to be bellowed forth, sending a chill down the spines of several, who dared not even breathe. It was the same team member who had previously offered assistance who stammered, "See, Captain Gu, the Z-zombies have entered. Damn it, you don't know to push them back out? Were you raised on dung?" Gu Yang was already beside himself with rage, failing to comprehend the meaning behind his words. "No, it's in the corridor. The zombies from the corridor have rushed in. So many. Bang." Before he could finish, a tremendous sound echoed from the door of the surveillance room, evidently the sound of zombies crashing against it. Chapter 19. Meat Shield. Gu Yang was startled, scrambling to his feet. What on earth was happening? Wasn't there a security door? How could zombies possibly enter from the corridor? The others lowered their heads, too afraid to meet his gaze, clearly unsure of the situation. "Useless. All of you are useless." Gu Yang was already exasperated. "If you can't even guard a door, is there nothing but excrement in your heads?" His words instantly sparked discontent among a few. Yet, due to his formidable strength, they dared not speak out, one murmuring softly, "We were all inside clearing zombies while you were enjoying yourself, and you still have the gall to criticize us." Though the voice was faint, Gu Yang's keen hearing caught every word. "What did you say?" Gu Yang's eyes widened, his teeth grinding. The team member under his glare shuddered, no longer daring to speak. However, Gu Yang was unwilling to let it slide, seizing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. He then approached the door of the surveillance room, shouting to the remaining team members, "Prepare to break out." The group jolted to attention, and the stunned team member realized Gu Yang's intent, his face turning pale. "No, Captain Gu, I was wrong." Yang, please don't." Gu Yang ignored him, just as he was about to open the door when two scantily clad girls suddenly ran in front of him, trembling as they pleaded, "Please, don't abandon us. Take us with you. Don't leave us here. If those things get in, we will surely die." The two girls cried out, their tone filled with desperation. However, Gu Yang remained unmoved, raising his foot and mercilessly kicking them aside. "Get lost." His force was unrestrained, sending the two small figures crashing against the wall, unconscious. "Prepare." The team members tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions tense. Although they felt a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate soul in Gu Yang's grasp, it was only fleeting. 3, 2, 1. Charge. As Gu Yang's command fell, he kicked the door of the surveillance room wide open, sending the zombies behind it tumbling out. Yet, the next second, a tide of zombies surged forward once more. Grinding his teeth, Gu Yang used his teammate as a meat shield, charging into the horde of zombies. "Take the elevator," one of the team members yelled. Both stairwells were blocked by zombies, leaving the elevator as their sole escape route. Gu Yang quickly assessed the situation and continued to lead the charge. Instantly, the sounds of zombies howling, the cries of his meat shield, and the shouts of his teammates melded into a cacophony. Chu Nan, hidden within the throng of corpses, watched the few members of the team with a cold gaze. He glanced at the surveillance room. The two girls were already overwhelmed by zombies and were likely being torn apart. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Chu Nan's face as he resolutely followed the team. He did not act immediately, as he had other objectives in mind. Squinting at the fiercely charging Gu Yang, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. A second-tier revolver. Adversity can catalyze growth. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity's forces were at a disadvantage, resulting in greater internal pressure and faster evolution. In less than a week, a second-tier revolver had already emerged. However, Chu Nan felt no fear. If he wished, he could easily eliminate a few of them. With a second-tier revolver leading the way, the team quickly reached the elevator door. Chu Nan crossed his arms, nonchalantly standing amidst the flowing tide of zombies, watching them with keen interest. It seemed a splendid show was about to unfold. "Wang Lei, you all hold this position. I'll go get reinforcements." Gu Yang glanced at the elevator's display light and shouted to a nearby team member. Wang Lei was the one who had previously brought the two girls to Gu Yang. Ji Yang's instruction stemmed from the elevator's sensor mechanism. If zombies kept assaulting, the elevator door would never close. Thus, to use the elevator, someone had to guard outside, preventing the zombies from interrupting the door's closure. Hearing Gu Yang's words, the remaining 4 team members were taken aback. Did he mean to go up alone? That was impossible. If the strongest second-tier revolver left, they would surely be unable to hold out for long. "Yang, let me go up. My son is still up there." One member cried, his face contorted with despair. "Captain Gu, let me go. I'm the weakest. I'll just hold you back by staying here. Let me go. I'll go." Instantly, the team members began to argue over who would take the elevator, nearly allowing the zombies to slip through. "Shut up," Gu Yang panted, glancing at the meat shield in his grasp, who had long since slumped, devoid of breath. While ordinary zombies might struggle to breach their thick defenses, the sheer number of zombies possessed tremendous strength. At that moment, the unfortunate soul had already been rendered lifeless, beyond any hope of survival. Jiu Yang's eyes reddened, his fury escalating. Even as a second-tier revolver, his stamina had been significantly depleted after such a prolonged struggle. If they continued to squabble among themselves, none would escape. "Wang Lei, you go. Have Xiang bring people down quickly." Reluctantly, he made a concession. The others wanted to argue further but were silenced by Gu Yang's fierce glare. Wang Lei, however, was instantly elated and was about to step into the elevator when Gu Yang called out to him. Gu Yang swept aside a throng of zombies with his meat shield. He gave a discreet nod towards the surveillance room and said to Wang Lei, "You know what to say, right?" Wang Lei immediately understood, nodding vigorously before stepping into the eagerly awaited elevator. The elevator doors began to close slowly, and Gu Yang turned to face the oncoming horde of zombies, roaring, "You wretches, today Grandpa Gu will play with you." Just as Gu Yang's declaration echoed, a sudden wave of primal instinct surged through him, causing every pore to tighten, and his hair stood on end. A potent sense of life and death crisis enveloped his heart. Acting purely on instinct, Gu Yang forcefully pushed off with his right foot, darting sideways just in time. An arrow whizzed past, nearly grazing his chest. The arrow missed Gu Yang but struck a teammate behind him in the arm. Chu Nan had made his move. Chapter 20. The changed Chu Nan quietly observed the rising display of the elevator, a smile creeping onto his face. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Once Zhang Xiang brought people down, they would ensure that whoever came would meet their demise. But first, he needed to deal with Gu Yang and his team. Raising his bow, Chu Nan seized the opportunity and suddenly released an arrow. A scream rang out, but Chu Nan frowned. The heightened sensitivity of a second-tier evolver made it evident that easily dispatching them would be impossible. Meanwhile, Gu Yong, still shaken, faced yet another arrow that shot toward him in an instant. This time, he could not evade entirely, receiving a graze that drew blood. Furious, he had no time to ponder why someone amidst the horde would attack. Raising his weapon, he brought it crashing down on the approaching zombie's head. With a sickening crunch, the zombie's skull burst open like a watermelon. Jiu Yang's gaze sharpened, scanning for the enemy's whereabouts. There were few positions around that offered a clear line of sight, yet he could discern no trace of his assailant. Chu Nan had no intention of revealing himself, remaining hidden within the mass of corpses as he continued his ambush. Ah! Another scream echoed, as a team member was struck in the right chest by an arrow, collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of fighting. Jiu Yang's teeth ground together in anger as he roared. Who the hell is it? If I catch you, I'll tear you apart and feed you piece by piece to the zombies. Naturally, Chu Nan paid him no heed, continuing his stealthy assaults. With another agonized cry, the combat effectiveness of Gu Yang's side diminished, and they appear to be on the verge of collapse. Captain Gu, pile up the zombie corpses so he can't see us. Gu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, numerous corpses of zombies lay scattered on the ground. If they could use these bodies to encircle themselves and their companions, not only would the enemy be unable to launch a surprise attack, but it would also greatly ease their struggle against the zombies. All right, I'll hold them off. You all hurry. Gu Yang suddenly displayed his formidable prowess, relentlessly sweeping away the oncoming zombies while the others, despite their injuries, struggled to stack the zombie bodies together. Soon, they had constructed a makeshift barricade about half a person's height. GU team, it's done. The barricade had effectively blocked the entire road, forcing Gu Yang to leap over it. The zombies were left on the other side, and with each strike of Gu Yang's weapon, the barricade only grew taller. Not a bad idea, Chu Nan chuckled, opting not to take further action. These individuals were already at their wits' end and posed little threat to his subsequent plans. Now, he merely needed to wait for Zhang Xiang's people to arrive. He glanced at the elevator display lights. All 4 elevators had begun their descent. It seemed Zhang Xiang was indeed serious, as this would at least bring a significant portion of their defensive strength. However, Chu Nan soon sensed something amiss. The number of zombies continuing to surge from behind was noticeably dwindling. He quickly turned around, only to notice Lu Shun's voice echoing from the corridor behind. Gu Yang, are you dead? If not, respond. Upon hearing this shout, Gu Yang's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily, responding loudly, Ha ha ha, Lu bald head, even if I die, I won't let you die. The 3 others, who had previously lost all hope, were now filled with excitement. The third squad? Chu Nan pondered for a moment before swiftly grasping the situation. Although he was uncertain as to why they had appeared here, it posed no significant issue. He simply needed to drive them back. Just as Chu Nan turned to head towards the stairwell, 2 figures caught his eye, arriving before the third squad. How is this possible? How could they be here? And with the third squad? A flash of crimson flickered in Chu Nan's eyes, and an ominous premonition washed over him. He turned back to glance at the descending display lights, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it! He dared not hesitate any longer and dashed towards the stairwell. Within the stairwell, there were a total of 10 individuals. 8 of them belonged to the search squad, each one robust and formidable. The remaining 2, a man and a woman, were currently assisting the third squad in fending off the zombies. The man was none other than Lu Qi. To his astonishment, he was still alive, and judging by his aura, he had evidently become a second-tier evolver. The woman, however, was Wu Fei, the one who had escaped from the rooftop earlier. She had somehow made her way here and was now allied with Lu Qi. Lu Qi, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid, Xiao Fei. With me here, these zombies can't harm you. With the third squad by his side and being a second-tier evolver, Lu Qi felt that bringing along a burden was a trivial matter. At that moment, he even turned back to Wu Fei, offering her a gentle smile and soft words of comfort. Wu Fei returned the smile, yet inwardly she regretted. Had I known you all were coming to fend off the zombies, I wouldn't have come. She had indeed shown some skill, having captivated Lu Qi in just a day's time. Wu Fei's presence in the Zhongjin building was due to a rumor she had heard from others. A military force was purportedly about to enter the city to retrieve a very important individual from the Zhongjin building. Consequently, the survivors inside would undoubtedly be evacuated. Hence, She had teamed up with a few others to stealthily enter through the sewers. However, at this moment, she was the only one left alive. Had it not been for Lu Qi, Wu Fei would not have survived to this point. Meanwhile, Chu Nan was stealthily closing in among the zombies. His gaze fixed on Wu Fei, filled with murderous intent. She must die. Among all those present, she was the only one who had witnessed his true form as a zombie. Although Chu Nan was uncertain if she would recognize him without a doubt, he clearly did not wish to take that risk. If she were to reunite with Zhang Xiang and the others who were descending, the success rate of his plan would be drastically diminished. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Time was of the essence. In a maximum of 4 minutes, reinforcements led by Zhang Xiang would arrive, and it would then be too late to act. However, she was currently surrounded and protected by others, making a stealthy strike to eliminate her exceedingly difficult. Chu Nan furrowed his brow slightly, drawing forth his bow and arrow, his murderous intent palpable. Then it appeared that he would have to eliminate them all. Chapter 21. Terrifying archery skills. Zombies continued to flood the stairwell, though many were held back outside the safety door by the third squad. Fortunately, they had 2 second-tier revolvers among them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to keep so many zombies at bay. Qi Gu, this won't do. We need to rescue Gu Yang quickly. Clearly, they were unaware that Zhang Xiang's reinforcements were already on their way. In their eyes, it was imperative to hold the only retreat. Lu Qi gripped a large machete over a meter long, continuously cleaving through the heads of zombies. Upon hearing Lu Shan's words, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Competing with zombies in endurance was undoubtedly the most foolish strategy. Just as he was about to select 2 individuals to accompany him into the fray, Gu Yang's voice rang out. What are you all dawdling for? Xiang Ji's reinforcements are about to arrive. Hurry in and help me! The third squad erupted in joy. Why didn't you say so earlier? We've been holding them off out here for so long. With Lu Shan's command, they all surged forward, toppling a wave of zombies, and in an instant, they entered the building, promptly sealing the safety door behind them. Once the door was closed, the zombies were no longer an endless tide. However, just as 2 team members were closing the door, 2 arrows struck their bodies. Watch out! Lu Qi was the first to react, urgently pushing Wu Fei down behind an office desk. Be careful. There's an archer lurking here. We've been ambushed. Gu Yang's voice rang out again, prompting a slew of curses from the group. You damn fool, what a timely warning. Lu Shan cursed as he hid in a corner, stealthily observing his surroundings. Soon, he spotted Chu Nan among the pile of zombies. Bow in hand, it's him. How can he move so freely among the zombies? Lu Qi and Wu Fei followed his gaze, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chu Nan? How did he end up here? Unlike Lu Qi's reaction, Wu Fei felt a shiver run down her spine upon seeing Chu Nan. She recognized him immediately as the demon from the rooftop, the one who had ambushed Li Bo while hiding behind the door. A true monster who devoured people without leaving a trace. Contrary to Chu Nan's assumption, she had not fled down the rooftop. Instead, she had hidden in a corner of the rooftop itself. It was only because she was closest to the rooftop door that Chu Nan had mistakenly believed she had escaped. Wu Fei had witnessed everything as Chu Nan devoured their companions. From that moment on, he became a shadow looming over her heart, and even though she had grown accustomed to the ferocity of the zombies, the mere sight of Chu Nan would instantly rekindle her deepest fears. Zombies. Lu Qi glanced at her in confusion. Xiao Fei, what's wrong? There are zombies everywhere. No, I'm talking about him. He is a zombie. Lu Qi was even more shocked. He looked again at the bow and arrows in Chu Nan's hands, recalling the tragic fates of Manzi and An, and suddenly everything clicked. So it was all him. He let the zombies in, and he was the one who caused our entire team to be wiped out after 2 days of living in fear. He was a zombie but possessed a high level of intelligence, capable of using a bow and arrow to launch ambushes. Lu Qi cursed himself for not taking him down when he had the chance. Even upon realizing that an old acquaintance had turned into a zombie, Lu Qi felt no sorrow or pity. He only lamented how he had allowed him to escape while they were getting off the elevator. Chu Nan paid no heed to their reactions. At this moment, he moved swiftly, waiting for the perfect opportunity to unleash an arrow. Having resolved to eliminate them as quickly as possible, there was no longer a need for stealth. It was only after depleting the arrows in his quiver that Chu Nan finally drew forth his dagger and charged straight at them. Damn, he's actually coming. Lu Shan, cornered by Chu Nan's arrows, was already seething with rage. Seeing Chu Nan daring to approach him, he instantly leaped out. "Brothers, his arrows are spent. Let's take him down." Lu Qi first signaled Wu Fei to stay hidden, then quickly stood up, rushing toward Chu Nan. However, halfway through, he abruptly halted, astonished as he turned back. Lu Qi's eyes widened in horror as he realized that apart from himself and Lu Shan, all the other team members had been struck by Chu Nan's arrows and were now incapacitated. When did Chu Nan become so terrifying with a bow? With a moment's hesitation, Chu Nan collided with Lu Shan. However, the instant they clashed, it was evident that Lu Shan had suffered a disadvantage. Letting out a muffled grunt, Lu Shan glanced down at his injury. A gash marred his forearm. Though shallow, it was already gushing blood. "Chigu, come lend a hand. This dog is still wielding a weapon." He had also noticed his teammates' dire state, but at that moment, if they did not neutralize Chu Nan, none of them would survive. Chu Nan did not rush to attack, for he had caught a glimpse of Lu Qi from the corner of his eye. The man was fixated on him, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. It was likely that the moment he revealed even the slightest vulnerability, Lu Qi would pounce with full force. Raising his hand, Chu Nan licked the blood from his dagger. Dark, serpentine veins began to spread from the corner of his eye, and his gaze turned crimson. His nails elongated into sharp points, unmistakably revealing his zombie traits. 3 minutes remaining. Chu Nan silently kept track of the time. Then without further hesitation, he charged at the injured Lu Shan with his dagger in hand. Lu Qi, a former military instructor with a rumored background in special forces, was evidently a more formidable opponent than Lu Shan. All three were at the second tier, and in a confrontation between humans and zombies of the same tier, assessing their strength was challenging. However, the mere factor of infection placed humanity at a disadvantage. While human evolvers could effectively resist zombie viruses one tier below their own, Chu Nan, being of the same tier and exceptionally unique, believed that his infection would be utterly insufferable for his opponents. As Chu Nan launched himself forward, both Lu Shan and Lu Qi sprang into action simultaneously. One wielded a knife while the other brandished a club, encircling Chu Nan in a coordinated assault. Yet, Chu Nan remained unfazed. Despite wielding merely a short weapon, it danced in his hand like an ethereal sprite, forcing both adversaries into a state of constant defense. "Isn't this guy a zombie? How can he be so strong?" Lu Qi's astonishment grew with each passing moment of battle. Chu Nan's fighting skills were far more terrifying than his own, even in his previous life. Chu Nan might not have been this formidable, right? Time slipped away, and soon a minute had passed. Chu Nan's heart began to race. Perhaps he had become too impatient, after forcing them back with a dagger. He inexplicably disregarded Lu Qi and aimed a thrust at Lu Shan's chest. Lu Qi, seizing the opportunity, would not let such a prime chance slip away. "Humph, after all, he's just a zombie." With a cold sneer, he shifted his knife, aiming directly for the back of Chu Nan's neck. But in the next moment, the smile vanished from his face. Just as his blade was about to slice through Chu Nan's neck, it appeared as though Chu Nan's head had suddenly drooped as if broken, and Lu Qi distinctly heard the sound of bones snapping. In an instant, a hand with razor-sharp nails lunged at his face. "Ah!" Lu Qi could not suppress a scream of agony. His helmet had been lost during the earlier skirmish, leaving him completely unprotected as he fell victim to the attack. He staggered backward, raising his hands to shield his face, only to see blood rapidly darkening his palms. No. Chapter 22. 1 against 3. I will kill you. The knowledge of being infected with the zombie virus was a grim realization for Lu Qi, leading to an inevitable outcome. Flames of rage ignited in his eyes as despair settled in his heart. Even in death, he vowed to take Chu Nan down with him. With that declaration, Lu Qi charged once more at Chu Nan. This time, he held nothing back, adopting a strategy where each attack was a trade of injury for a kill. In stark contrast, Lu Shan grew increasingly cautious, his gaze darting around as he began contemplating an escape route. Suddenly, Lu Shan seemed to discover something. His eyes narrowed, and with reckless abandon, he lunged at Chu Nan, mirroring Lu Qi's aggression. Chu Nan furrowed his brow, sensing that things were about to take a turn for the worse. However, he was currently occupied by the two assailants and had no time to consider alternatives. Just then, Gu Yang's furious roar erupted from behind him. "Die, you bastard!" Feeling the rush of wind from behind, a warning surged in Chu Nan's mind. but it was too late to evade. He could only twist his body with all his might and raise his left arm to shield his head. Bang! Gu Yang's iron rod struck Chunan's arm, propelled by immense force, sending him flying. This guy had actually used his teammate to lure away the few remaining zombies while taking advantage of Chunan's distraction to launch a surprise attack. Following a cacophony of falling furniture, Chunan crashed heavily to the ground. Moments later, he struggled to rise. How is this possible? Gu Yang's pupils constricted in shock. This was his full power. Had it been an ordinary zombie, it would have been reduced to a pulp, along with its head. Chunan glanced at his severely injured left arm, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Not bad for strength." At last, he understood the benefits of second-tier defense. Yet, given the overwhelming force of his opponent, even a second-tier strength talent might not measure up. Ignoring his incapacitated left arm, Chunan swiftly darted towards several incapacitated teammates. Infecting Lu Qi had granted him 40 evolution points as a reward, so now, he merely needed to infect a few more to upgrade one of his talents. Facing 3 equally tiered evolvers, he found himself a bit challenged. This is bad. Lu Qi and his companions were alarmed, believing that Chunan intended to open the safety door and let the zombies in. They rushed toward him in a panic. Ding! Host successfully infected a human, rewarded with 10 evolution points. Ding! Host successfully infected a human, rewarded with 10 evolution points. TSK, 2 ordinary humans in quick succession made Chunan's expression sour. Still 20 points short, but the trio had already recovered, encircling him from 3 sides, wary of him attacking their own teammates again. With a cold sneer, Chunan flipped his dagger in hand, aimed at the chest of a fallen teammate, and plunged it in. He extracted a still-beating heart. Pooh! Without hesitation, Chunan devoured the heart, gnawing on it voraciously. Ding! Host successfully devoured a mutilated human, rewarded with 10 evolution points. Lu Qi and the others stood in stunned silence, realizing something was amiss as Chunan extracted a second heart. Beast! Lu Shen bellowed, his eyes turning crimson. Kill him! The 3 charged once more, but this time, it was evidently too late. System, upgrade strength talent. Ding! Upgrading, upgrade complete. Still gripping his dagger in reverse, Chunan stepped forward and suddenly slashed at the oncoming Lu Shen. Ding! This was not the sound of a system notification, but rather the clash of weaponry. In an instant, Lu Shen's iron rod shattered into 2 pieces. Chunan's dagger, with unrelenting momentum, swiftly sliced through Lu Shen's neck. Lu Shen froze in place, eyes wide, struggling to utter a word but finding himself utterly speechless. Pooh! Blood erupted forth, instantly staining the ground around him crimson, as a significant portion of his neck was severed by Chunan's blade. Lu Shen's demise cast a shadow of dread over the remaining 2. Yet, at that moment, they could think of nothing but vengeance. Even in death, they were determined to take Chunan down with them. 1 minute remaining. Jiu Yang, not only strong but also swift, had surged ahead of Lu Qi, raising his iron rod to bring it crashing down upon Chunan's head. This time, Chunan did not evade. Instead, he slightly tilted his head, allowing the iron rod to strike his shoulder, crack, with the sound of breaking bones. Chunan's shoulder sagged. Then, he released his dagger and seized Gu Yang's arm, yanking him towards himself. An irresistible force surged through, causing Gu Yang to lose his balance and tumble toward Chunan. Without hesitation, Chunan ripped off his helmet and opened his mouth wide. In the next moment, Gu Yang's piercing scream echoed in all directions. Ding! Host successfully infected a second-tier evolver, rewarded with 40 evolution points. 50 seconds. Lu Qi had come to a halt, his body trembling violently, a look of agony etched across his face. His mutation was finally commencing. Chunan cast a glance at Lu Qi, then turned to approach the quaking Wu Fei. No! Don't come near! Don't eat me, please! She recoiled wildly, trembling as she chanted incoherently, her face a mask of unutterable fear. As Chunan drew closer, his injuries began to heal, and in no time, he returned to his original state. Spending 30 points was barely acceptable. Chunan cast a cold glance at the disheveled Wu Fei, unhesitatingly extinguishing her fears. He then seized the opportunity to infect several team members, consuming a few hearts along the way, which restored his evolution points to 100. Subsequently, he meticulously reassessed the entire 5th floor. The individuals near the elevator had long since succumbed to the infection, now transformed into zombies, while Chunan had thoroughly cleansed this area. At this moment, Lu Qi had completely metamorphosed into a zombie, his physique seemingly enlarged, likely rivaling the third-tier zombie encountered on the 70th floor. The third tier, however, was evidently far superior to the second-tier transformation of Xiangming. Chunan merely glanced before redirecting his attention. He had only 10 seconds left before Zhang Xiang and the others would descend. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He swiftly arrived before the safety door. As the final seconds ticked away in his mind, Chunan forcefully pushed the safety door open. Ding dong. Zhang Xiang's reinforcements had arrived. Roar. The sound of zombies howling erupted simultaneously. Chapter 23. The nails are a bit long inside the elevator. Zhang Xiang glanced at Wang Lei beside him, his tone laden with frost. I hope your words ring true, that the surveillance room remains intact. Otherwise, Wang Lei was instantly drenched in sweat, nervously stammering. Brother Xiang, you must be joking. Even if you lent me a shred of courage, I would never dare to jest with you and the brothers, Zhang Xiang snorted coldly, asserting. It better be so. The skepticism in Zhang Xiang's eyes did not wane. He was all too familiar with Gu Yang's temperament, knowing he would spin any lie to bring him down. The surveillance room had left him utterly frazzled. As a crucial strategic location, its importance was undeniable. The challenges on the upper floors were intensifying, with several second-tier zombies appearing even on the first floor. Securing the surveillance room would grant them the geographical advantage to easily dispatch those zombies. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the occupants surged forth. Yet, in the next moment, more than 20 combat personnel found themselves grasping at nothing. Before they could gather their wits, the distant howls of zombies echoed from the stairwell. What on earth is happening? Zhang Xiang's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the chaos near the elevator entrance, his voice tinged with menace. Not only was Gu Yang, who should have been stationed here, missing, but he also saw members of the search team wandering about as zombies. Wang Lei was equally perplexed. Logically, Gu Yang should not have faltered in defending this location for even 10 minutes. Could it be that team leader Gu encountered trouble? Zhang Xiang shot him a fierce glare, causing Wang Lei to instinctively retract his neck. Given the unclear situation before them, they needed to locate Gu Yang before proceeding. Box, you take your team and lock the safety door. The rest, follow me to the surveillance room. Quickly, time was of the essence. Zhang Xiang had already brought down most of their defensive forces. If the zombies overran their stronghold, he would likely be driven to madness. The one called Box was a middle-aged man with a scar across his forehead, who had recently advanced to a second-tier evolver. Upon hearing Zhang Xiang's command, he wasted no time leading his team towards the safety door. Zhang Xiang, accompanied by the remaining personnel, cleared a path through the zombies as they rushed towards the surveillance room. Before long, the area near the elevator was entirely vacated. That moment, Chunan emerged from a corner, swiftly making his way to the elevator door, casting a sinister smile towards the two groups. He then produced a key, deftly inserting it into the lock beneath the elevator buttons. This key had been painstakingly retrieved from a zombified security guard. He was fortunate to have prior work experience here. Otherwise, he would not have known that the elevator could be locked. After pocketing the key, Chunan turned and stealthily followed behind Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang and his team soon entered the surveillance room. He immediately took in the dismal scene, particularly the spiderweb-like cracks adorning the wall beside the large screen, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. Wang Lei! Zhang Xiang bellowed in fury, swiftly turning to glare at Wang Lei. The latter was trembling with fear, hastily exclaiming, Brother Xiang, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. Zhang Xiang slapped Wang Lei hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Throw him out to feed the zombies. A glint of malice flickered in Zhang Xiang's eyes. No, please, Brother Xiang. It was team leader Gu who told me to say this. I swear I'm not deceiving you. Zhang Xiang kicked him over, his furious gaze sweeping across the others as he coldly declared, Did you not hear what I said? The others fell silent, hastily dragging Wang Lei to the entrance of the surveillance room. No, Brother Xiang, I beg you, spare me. Wang Lei, thoroughly terrified, pleaded incessantly while inwardly cursing Gu Yang's ancestors. Zhang Xiang feigned ignorance, his focus fixed on the cracks in the wall, his teeth grinding in agitation. The sound of the door opening abruptly halted Wang Lei's pleas. It was not because he was immediately devoured by zombies, but because a figure stood at the entrance of the surveillance room. Chunan. The others were taken aback, hastily raising their weapons in his direction. Brother Xiang, Chunan, leaning against the doorframe, panted heavily, his eyes brimming with astonishment as he gazed at Zhang Xiang's back. Zhang Xiang, bewildered, turned to scrutinize him, gradually furrowing his brows. Chunan held Lu Qi's long knife, his entire being stained with the filthy blood of zombies. Yet, what puzzled Zhang Xiang was that Chunan should not have been here at this time. Weren't you with Yao Guangjuan and the others? How did you end up here? Chuanan's face bore a perfectly timed expression of fear as he stammered. Brother Jun and the others are on the verge of collapse. What? The group was astonished. Weren't you searching for food above? There shouldn't be a significant horde of zombies, right? Zhang Xiang's reaction was less intense than the others, a glimmer of doubt flickering in his gaze. Chunan hurriedly shook his head, urgently explaining. They are second-tier zombies, several of them. We initially entered a conference room to gather some water, only to be blocked by a few second-tier zombies at the door. Brother Jun barely managed to send me out to call for team leader Gu Yang's assistance, but encountering you is even better. As he spoke, he cautiously edged closer to Zhang Xiang. The skepticism in Zhang Xiang's eyes remained. But he could not pinpoint any flaw in Chunan's story and thus suppressed his doubts for the time being. However, he had no intention of rushing to offer support. The 5th floor had to be secured. After securing it, someone would need to repair the surveillance room. Although it might take considerable time, this was the only path to minimize casualties in the assault on the building. Thank you for your efforts. You need not worry about Yao Guangjuan and the others. I will send someone up shortly. Regarding Chuanan's approach, he displayed little reaction, casting a glance at the trembling Wang Lei at the door before stating, How about this? You and Wang Lei will clear the remaining zombies on the 5th floor. Chunan inwardly cursed the old fox, but clearly had no intention of relinquishing his opportunity easily. Brother Xiang, what do you think of this knife? Chunan extended the long knife towards him. Zhang Xiang had been eyeing the weapon since Chunan entered. Clearly intrigued. What, do you wish to gift it to me? Zhang Xiang laughed heartily, inwardly praising Chuanan's perceptiveness. As he contemplated whether to assign someone else to clear the zombies, a sudden sharp pain pierced his wrist. Zhang Xiang frowned, feeling an unsettling displeasure wash over him. Heh, my apologies. My nails are a bit long. Chapter 24. Come, Daddy loves you. Zhang Xiang paid little mind to it, instead examining the long knife in his hand. A fine blade. The more he scrutinized it, the more satisfied he became. He then patted Chunan on the shoulder, saying warmly, Since you are so considerate, I shall not stand on ceremony. Go ahead. I will ensure you are well treated in the future. Chunan smiled and nodded, yet his body remained still. What? Is there something else? Chunan shook his head, still smiling. I just ran quite a distance. Could you at least allow me to rest for a few minutes? Zhang Xiang pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. There was no way around it. He had just accepted a favor from someone else. However, an unsettling feeling gradually arose within Zhang Xiang, and his head began to spin. Meanwhile, the others were diligently clearing the surveillance room, largely oblivious to his condition. Soon, Zhang Xiang began to exhibit noticeable changes. His body trembled, and he felt as if his spirit was gradually detaching from his body, until he finally succumbed to darkness. What followed was a relentless twisting of his body, as if he were a twisted dough in hot oil. Ultimately, all that escaped his lips were unconscious wheezing sounds. In the assault on the building, accustomed to battling zombies and even discovering opportunities for evolutionary breakthroughs, all credit belonged to Kong Liang's analyses and strategies. Logically, Kong Liang should have been the greatest benefactor for the survivors of this building, the rightful leader. Yet, Zhang Xiang had brazenly usurped his position, all because he was the first evolver to emerge from their group. However, now, the leader of the survivors in the Zhongjin building has been silently infected by Chunan and transformed into a zombie. Xianggu, what's wrong with you? The Oscar-winning actor Chunan has re-entered the fray. He shouted incessantly, drawing everyone's attention. Boss. The crowd gasped in disbelief as they beheld the shocking transformation of Zhang Xiang. Completed in his mutation, Zhang Xiang pounced upon the nearest individual, viciously tearing at their throat. He's turned into a zombie. What? How is this possible? Like Lu Qi, Zhang Xiang has now mutated to the 2nd tier. Quick, his strength is immense. Pull him away. Still in a stupor, the crowd snapped back to reality upon hearing Chunan's voice. Instantly, they rushed towards Zhang Xiang, With a glint in his eye, Chu Nan took advantage of the chaos. Subtly slicing the wrists of each person. Ding. Host successfully infected a first tier evolved. Reward, 20 evolution points. Ding. Host successfully infected a human. Reward, 10 evolution points. Listening to the system's notifications, Chu Nan's smile nearly reached his ears. 4 first tier evolved, 9 ordinary humans, plus Zhang Xiang, the second tier. Just from these infections, he had already accumulated 210 points. Timing was of the essence. He swallowed a few more hearts, boosting his evolution points to 350. Sighing, he gazed at the more than 10 figures wandering before him, his face etched with worry. His infection virus had become increasingly potent, leaving him no time to feast. From now on, unless he infected them one by one, he would not be able to keep up. After all, these were evolution points. Another sigh escaped his lips as he exited the monitoring room. He did not intend to wait there, as it was uncertain when the group outside would secure the safety door. After all, those zombies were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the leader outside, Box, had already lost his composure and started cursing. The reason was the unexpected influx of zombies, which showed no signs of stopping. Most shocking to him was the sight of Lu Qi and Gu Yang among the horde, both transformed into second-tier zombies. They were well protected, and ordinary zombies could only pose a minor inconvenience. But second-tier zombies could lead to casualties. Damn. These guys weren't this ferocious when they were alive, were they? They're like tanks. Watching the rampaging Lu Qi and Gu Yang, Box felt bitterness wash over him. Brother Box, we can't hold on any longer. Should we retreat? Several individuals had already been knocked down, coughing up blood, and it was only thanks to their agility that they had not been captured. By the time Chu Nan arrived, he too was taken aback by the performance of these two. What the hell? So fierce. However, soon enough, as he observed the crowd rushing towards him, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. Foolish humans, surrender your struggle. You are already encircled by me. Box was momentarily stunned. Then his face twisted into a sneer. You fool. He reached out to seize Chu Nan as a human shield. But in the next second, his expression shifted. Chu Nan grasped his outstretched arm, and Box felt an overwhelming force pulling him towards Chu Nan's embrace. Come here, Daddy loves you. Chu Nan opened his arms and enveloped Box, then bit down fiercely. Ah! His scream startled everyone into halting their steps, gazing in disbelief at the scene. You're a zombie? No. Box realized the madness in Chu Nan's bite and immediately reacted. But it was too late. Chu Nan was far stronger. And Box could not break free, forced to endure the gnawing at his neck. Save me. He wanted to call for his teammates, but they were too busy fleeing to care about him. Not long after, Box's head lolled to the side, his body slumping down, evidently lifeless. Ding. Host successfully infected a first-tier evolved. Reward, 20 evolution points. Chu Nan abandoned his feast, as there were still over 10 people waiting for him to infect. Quick, to Xianggu! The crowd had completely lost their fighting spirit, scattering in panic. But soon, they discovered the zombies pouring out of the monitoring room. Xianggu! Xianggu! They've all turned into zombies. What? What do we do? I don't want to die. Some had already begun to despair, crying out as they sprinted in the opposite direction of the safety door. Hurry! Use the elevator! Up! The remaining 10 or so suddenly realized. That's right, the elevator is our only escape. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chu Nan watched their predicament, almost wanting to laugh as they stood foolishly before the halted elevator doors. He could no longer contain himself. With a smile, he raised the key in his hand. Are you looking for this? Chapter 25. The arrival of the army? Did you lock the elevator? Many had already caught on, their anger flaring. Quick, hand over the key. Chu Nan continued to smile, calmly observing the crowd. Foolish humans. Just as he was about to further indulge in his pretense, several figures suddenly lunged past him with a roar. What the hell? Chu Nan panicked. Those figures were unmistakably the second-tier zombies he had infected. Lu Qi, Zhang Xiang, and others. Fury surged within him. Those prey are mine. Before he could take action, the zombies had already each snatched up a person and were feasting. I'm going to chop you all up. Chu Nan's face turned green with rage as he rushed towards the remaining few, joining the fray for the spoils. Instantly, the air was filled with the chilling sounds of screams echoing throughout the 5th floor. You lot! I personally infected you, and you ignore my commands. Not only do you refuse to share my evolution points, but you even dare to steal my prey? Chu Nan bellowed in exasperation, gazing at the severed heads scattered on the ground. Half of the remaining 10 had been snatched away, leaving him with no time to infect anyone. This resulted in his evolution points being stuck at 490, just one more. Just one more, isn't that infuriating? At that moment, the head of Zhang Xiang, now headless, continued to chew on the remnants of flesh in its mouth. Damn, you dare to keep eating? With a swift kick, Zhang Xiang's head became a projectile, flying out of the 5th floor window. After kicking Zhang Xiang away, Chu Nan remained unsatisfied, kicking the other severed heads out as well. However, one head did not fly out but instead smashed against the wall, its skull cracking and dark and white fluids oozing out. Instantly, a subtle yet intriguing aroma wafted forth. Chu Nan paused. Although the scent was faint, he was certain he had sensed it. Not only did he freeze, but the entire floor of zombies also halted. In the next moment, the ordinary zombies seemed to go mad, rushing towards the source of the cracked head as if it were more precious than human flesh and blood. What is going on? Observing the zombies' frenzy, Chu Nan was left dumbfounded. He abandoned his escape plans and decided to stay put and continue observing. The zombies were clamoring over the black and white substance flowing from the cracked head. The alluring aroma was enticing even to Chu Nan. Resisting the urge within him, he closely watched several zombies licking the brain matter. Before long, he noticed significant changes in them. Their movements became less sluggish, growing remarkably agile. Moreover, their bodies gradually filled out, shedding the emaciated appearance. Could the brain matter of a second-tier zombie accelerate the evolution of zombies? Or was it that his infections were inherently different? Regardless of which, this was a significant discovery for him. On the 67th floor of the building, Zhang Liang paced anxiously in front of the elevator, muttering to himself and occasionally glancing up at the elevator. Why isn't it coming up yet? His older brother had taken a large contingent of their defensive forces down for over 2 hours, yet there was no sign of movement. Xiaoliang? Don't be anxious. Xiang Ge and the others will surely be fine, a subordinate beside him continuously reassured him. How can I not be anxious? He wanted to say something, but the words turned into a sigh. This time, Zhang Xiang had taken most of their defensive strength down, leaving only about 5 people on the 67th floor, including himself. Even the terrifying figure on the 70th floor was only being watched by a handful. If it were to break free and descend, the entire refuge would be at risk. Look, the elevator is moving. Zhang Liang's spirits lifted at the news, but his heart sank when he noticed something. Why is only one elevator moving? Boom. Before he could ponder further, everyone present felt the ground shake violently, followed by a tremendous crash. What is that sound? The crowd was astonished, and soon after, some individuals swiftly realized the source of the sound. It was the thunderous roar of artillery. The army. It is the army. As if to corroborate their speculation, the booming noise incessantly resonated from outside, accompanied by the relentless crackle of machine gun fire. How splendid! The army has entered the city. Ha ha! They must be here to rescue us. In an instant, everyone began to cheer, as the arrival of the military instilled within them a profound sense of hope. However, before their elation could linger, a deafening roar erupted from above, followed by a cacophony of chaos. This is bad. The gunfire has roused that monster. Run. The army is right below. If we can just reach them. Salvation awaits. At that moment, the inhabitants of the 67th floor completely abandoned their duties and surged towards the elevator. The army not only brought them hope, but also snatched away their courage to continue fighting the zombies, let alone confront such a monstrous being. Soon, anguished screams and howls began to echo from above. These sounds drove those on the lower floors into a frenzy, fixating on the elevator's indicator light, fervently praying for it to ascend quickly. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, Chu Nan was cursing vehemently. Of all times, the army had to arrive just as he was about to reap the fruits of his labor. After so much planning, he had finally managed to weaken the armed forces of these survivors to their lowest point. Yet, with the army's arrival, those above would surely become restless and start to flee. The elevator, amidst his curses, ascended to the 67th floor. As soon as the doors opened, Zhang Liang and the others rushed in, causing the carefully rehearsed lines in Chu Nan's mind to evaporate. What the hell? Such enthusiasm! He certainly would not be polite. seizing one person after another. Ding! Host successfully infected one human. Reward: 10 evolution points. Damn it, I can finally upgrade. Upon hearing this delightful notification, Chunan's spirits improved slightly. System, speed up the upgrade. Ding! Upgrade complete. At this moment, the other four finally regained their senses. A zombie. He is a zombie. No. Quick, get out. But by now, the elevator doors had already closed. They awaited them to open once more. Zhang Liang, unable to contain himself, stepped out of the elevator. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a hand gripped the nape of his neck, pulling him back. It's over. Zhang Liang stared into the gaping maw before him. A shroud of despair enveloping him completely. Chunan infected all 5 of them, then devoured their hearts. When the doors opened again, the transformation had already begun. Zhang Liang and his companions, mere ordinary humans, underwent a rapid metamorphosis, completing their transformation in under a minute. At that moment, Chunan also heard the screams and roars of zombies from above. A sense of unease gripped him. His hard-earned bounty was being snatched away. Chunan was furious. Chapter 26. Confronting the tyrant in his eyes, these survivors had become his possessions. Yet now, not only were the troops below interfering, but these mindless beings were also attempting to take what was his. Enough is enough. Just as he prepared to take the elevator up, a thunderous crash reverberated, violently shaking the entire elevator. Then, that tremendous roar returned. Chunan's gaze sharpened. That sound he recalled the 3-tiered zombie he had seen on the surveillance footage. Chunan lifted his head, as if he could pierce through layers of obstruction to behold that astonishing figure. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, reminiscent of a frigid winter-esque chill. Whoever dares touch my possessions, what does it matter if you are a 3-tiered zombie? The elevator malfunctioned and was no longer operable. Chunan decided to abandon it altogether and sprinted towards the stairwell. At this moment, the 68th floor resembled a scene from hell, with entrails and shredded flesh strewn about. Various tables and chairs that had once barricaded the stairway were now scattered, and even the sturdy security door leaned precariously to one side. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, was furiously tearing apart a corpse. This was the last guardian of this place. The 3-tiered zombie from the 70th floor. Its bald head was adorned with dark, pulsating veins, and its bulging muscles would put even a bodybuilding champion to shame. At that moment, it tilted its head back, savoring the blood that gushed from the corpse, a look of satisfaction gracing its face. Before it, hundreds of humans were frantically pushing towards the stairwell on the other side of the building. The passage was too narrow to accommodate so many at once, but in their desperation, they paid no heed to such trivialities. Their sole focus was on escaping, fleeing from the monster behind them, completely oblivious to the fact that the stairwell ahead had long been sealed off with debris. They screamed and despaired, and in their madness, trampled dozens of their own comrades underfoot. Just one zombie had managed to trap hundreds of humans in a dead end. Among them were cowards who dared not join the guard team, as well as the frail and helpless elderly and women. Yet now, in this dire situation, they unleashed a strength surpassing that of the Guardians, all in a bid to squeeze a little closer to the throng, hoping to distance themselves further from the monster trailing behind. Get out of the way! No, don't! Let me through! How dare you block my path? Do you wish to die? Help! The din of shouting, pleas for help, and various other sounds melded together, creating an increasingly chaotic scene. The 3-tiered zombie's eyes glinted with brutality as it stretched out its enormous hands, seizing the last 2 stragglers and dragging them to its ravenous maw. Followed by a frenzied gnawing, behind it trailed over 20 ordinary zombies, some having descended with this colossal creature, while others had mutated from those infected on this floor. Yet at this moment, they seemed paralyzed by the presence of the 3-tiered zombie. Despite the delectable humans before them, not one dared to advance even a single step. Chunan gazed at the imposing figure, his brow furrowing slightly. This creature appeared even larger than what he had observed on the surveillance footage. The 3-tiered tyrant. The strength-oriented zombies are often referred to as tyrants. As the tier increases, their size grows ever more formidable. Chunan unslung his recurved bow from his back, deftly knocking an arrow. Having exhausted his previous stock, he had specifically returned to the market to refill his quivers. The arrow flew silently, hurtling towards the back of the 3-tiered zombie's head in an instant. Just as Chu Nan released the arrow, the tyrant's body jolted violently. He swayed slightly, causing the arrow to veer off course, piercing through its right ear and erupting in a spray of foul blood. Howl! It let out an enraged roar, instantly turning to fix its furious gaze upon Chu Nan. TSK, it appears this won't be so easy. Zombies that evolve to the third tier undergo significant changes. Most notably, they are no longer the mindless, shambling corpses of yore. They develop a semblance of awareness. Though Chu Nan believed it was more akin to a collection of instincts, they become acutely aware of danger, no longer recklessly fearless. They learn to protect themselves and become far more difficult to kill. The tyrant's eyes reflected a hint of hesitation. It could not comprehend why this fellow of its kind would attack it. However, as a second-tier zombie, it was clearly not as appetizing as the hundreds of humans behind it. With a roar directed at Chu Nan, it seemed to say it would deal with him later, before turning back. Chu Nan burst into laughter, furious at the audacity of this creature. You dare steal my prey and then ignore me? Do you require me to remind you how many eyes the Horse King has? Without a shred of hesitation, Chu Nan loosed 3 more arrows. This time, he chose angles that effectively blocked off the tyrant's escape routes. Unfortunately, this time, the tyrant reacted even faster than before. Almost as soon as Chu Nan shot his final arrow, it spun around, raising its arm to shield itself. Thwack, thwack, thwack. With 3 soft thuds, the arrows embedded themselves in its arm. It could no longer tolerate this indignity. With a furious roar, it advanced towards Chu Nan. Its brutal gaze indicated that it would not be satisfied until it had torn Chu Nan to shreds. As it moved, it growled lowly, swatting aside the ordinary zombies that obstructed its path with a single swipe. Those unfortunate zombies, sent flying, were left unable to rise again. Look, someone has drawn that monster away. As soon as the tyrant moved, the other humans noticed and began to rejoice. How wonderful! We are saved. Shh, keep your voices down. Are you trying to get us killed? What if it comes back? The one who spoke immediately clamped a hand over their mouth. Terrified, Chu Nan paid no heed to the humans. Instead, he focused intently on the approaching tyrant. Just right, I can use you to test my current strength. After all, I need to deal with you first. Taking the time to eat afterward would undoubtedly be a waste. This creature kills humans just as swiftly as I do, and Chu Nan did not wish to share the spoils. Chu Nan, with determination in his eyes, advanced towards his opponent. Soon after, they both shifted from walking to running, each raising their arms to deliver a punch. Bang! The 2 fists, clearly disproportionate, collided in an instant, producing a thunderous sound. The immense recoil forced both zombies to step back. With Chu Nan's strength talent already at the 3rd tier, he was not at a disadvantage. Had he not feared injuring his arm tendons from the backlash, he would not have needed to retreat. Chapter 27. Chu Nan's apprehension. As Chu Nan gazed at the imposing figure of the tyrant before him, a flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes. In his previous life, he had faced the tyrant alone, but each encounter had been filled with trepidation. How could he now confront this foe with bare hands? Standing before him, he could truly appreciate the tyrant's towering stature. Approaching 3 meters in height, Chu Nan felt like a member of a diminutive race standing in its presence. They stood in a standoff, while the onlookers behind them were drenched in sweat for Chu Nan. Could he truly be this formidable? A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Indeed, he had just exchanged a blow with this monster and did not falter. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare believe that this creature could easily overpower even Zhang Xiang and his companions? Speaking of Zhang Xiang, where had he and the others disappeared to? Surely they had fled. They must have. With the army already in the city, he must have abandoned us to escape on his own. What a scoundrel! How utterly contemptible! We once placed such trust in him, electing him as our leader. After the anger subsided, it was replaced by anxiety. The tyrant was undeniably formidable, and the disparity between the two was stark. It was already astonishing that Chu Nan could hold his ground against it. The notion that he could slay the creature seemed utterly far-fetched. Should we take this opportunity to flee? Someone proposed. Flee? How can we escape? Don't you see the horde of zombies still guarding the area? Although they appeared inactive for now, should they become incensed? Who among us could withstand them? These are zombies. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Their only hope now rested squarely upon Chu Nan. The tyrant, lacking in intellect, though possessing a budding awareness, remained just a zombie. Not long into their standoff, it let out a furious roar. Raising its massive hand to strike Chu Nan, undeterred, Chu Nan launched his own offensive. He raised his left hand, revealing a dagger that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, and aimed a fierce stab at the tyrant's forearm. His intention was to sever its tendons. The tyrant, with immense strength but slower reflexes than Chu Nan, unwittingly thrust its forearm towards the dagger, which swiftly severed the tendons. The tyrant let out a deafening roar. Its fury intensified. Chu Nan attempted to withdraw the dagger but found it lodged too tightly within the tyrant's muscle. The tyrant, driven by Chu Nan's force, leaned forward, opening its mouth wide to bite him. Without hesitation, Chu Nan released the dagger, using the momentum to circle around to the tyrant's back. Drawing a long knife from his waist, he plunged it mercilessly into an unmentionable area. The ultimate technique of body art. The 1,000-year kill. The long knife plunged deep, and with a twist, black zombie blood erupted like a waterfall roar. The tyrant emitted a roar the likes of which had never been heard before, shaking the very glass of the building. Instinctively, it straightened its upper body, clenched its fists tightly, and its eyes became wild with rage. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock, instinctively tightening their own bodies. Damn. Incredible. How brutally ferocious. The crowd was left agape, astonished by the sheer savagery of Chu Nan's attack. As Chu Nan braced against the tyrant's furious retaliation, he nearly spat blood upon hearing the crowd's reactions. You think you can do better? Chu Nan's strike did not seem to inflict significant damage. Yet he had relinquished both weapons in the process. The tyrant, with its tough hide, endured Chu Nan's blows with minimal harm. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Nan's eyes as he circled back to the tyrant's rear. Gripping the hilt of his knife and attempting to pull it free, stuck. Instinctively, Chu Nan twisted the blade, then exerted all his strength, finally managing to extract the long knife. The tyrant's rear was like a faucet turned on, black blood gushing forth uncontrollably, no matter how tightly it clamped down. The crowd once again felt a tightening sensation, as if their own bodies were cramping. Truly ruthless. I can hardly bear to watch. Ignoring the crowd, Chu Nan continued to maneuver around the tyrant, inflicting numerous wounds with the long knife. Its previously sluggish speed was further hampered by the injuries, rendering it unable to keep up with Chu Nan's movements. Roar! Roar! The tyrant could only express its anger through incessant howls, signaling the pain it endured. Gradually, its movements slowed, helpless to watch as Chu Nan circled around it. The tyrant had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and perhaps in the next moment, it would meet its end at Chu Nan's hands. Shock began to spread among the survivors, quickly followed by elation. Kill it! Yes, quickly slay it. The onlookers grew increasingly fervent. Seeing Chu Nan as one of their own, if a human could single-handedly triumph over such a monster, perhaps the apocalypse was not so terrifying after all. Humans are social creatures. They are heavily reliant on their leaders. If someone demonstrates the ability to accomplish what they deem impossible, it undoubtedly instills a profound sense of confidence. Cheers rose higher and higher, culminating in a resounding chant. Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! These voices were laced with anger towards the apocalypse, fear of Chu Nan's power, and self-loathing, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Chu Nan's gaze swept over the crowd, a deep sense of apprehension igniting within him. Humans possess many flaws, yet their strengths are equally evident. A remarkable capacity for learning and adaptation. In the early stages of the apocalypse, many would undoubtedly be eliminated, while those who survived would possess strong adaptability and learning abilities. Due to his very nature, Chu Nan was destined to stand in opposition to humanity, becoming the greatest enemy of this group. Setting aside his distractions, Chu Nan readied his knife once more. He would seize this opportunity. The green long knife sliced through the air, tracing a dazzling arc, as murderous intent radiated from Chu Nan's eyes. With both his third-tier strength and speed talents unleashed, he aimed for the tyrant's neck and struck down. Roar! Though the tyrant attempted to evade, its reactions had diminished to their limits, leaving it helpless to watch as the long knife descended. Its roar abruptly ceased as Chu Nan's blade cleaved through its neck, severing its head from its body. The severed head thudded heavily upon the ground. Chapter 28. Choice. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The sudden stillness left the surrounding crowd at a loss. With the tyrant's death, the remaining zombies, free from its dominance, howled and charged towards the masses. Chu Nan swung the long knife to shake off the blood before sheathing it at his waist. The tyrant was slain, and he stood atop its severed head, unharmed. Bravo! The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices echoing throughout the building. Chu Nan's stance greatly boosted the morale of the masses, igniting their fervor. "Brothers, let us take them down," a voice rang out from the crowd, rallying them to confront the advancing zombies. "Foolish humans," a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Chu Nan's mouth as he shook his head slightly. He began to move slowly towards the crowd. At last, it was time to reap the rewards. Yet just as he was about to reveal his sharp fangs, Kong Liang's voice reached his ears. "Chu Nan?" Chu Nan halted his steps, tilting his head slightly. "What is it?" "I do not recommend you act now." Kong Liang nodded slightly, glancing at the crowd. "What nonsense! The army is nearly at the building S base. If I do not act now, should I wait for them to arrive? Give me a reason, if possible." He did not wish to harm Kong Liang, not only because he was one of the rare humans with a shred of conscience in this apocalypse, but also because Chu Nan had benefited from him in his past life. "Do you not think this is a splendid opportunity for you to infiltrate the human elite?" Kong Liang cast another meaningful glance at the crowd and continued. "Now that you have demonstrated your strength in their moment of despair, having saved their lives, it would not be difficult for you to become their leader. With them as your foundation and your unique abilities, you could undoubtedly establish a remarkable sanctuary. At that time, countless survivors would flock to you." Chu Nan fell into a contemplative silence. He grasped Kong Liang's intentions. It was merely a matter of utilizing these individuals as investments to attract more survivors. However, it soon became apparent to him that Kong Liang harbored a deeper desire to rescue these people. Kong Liang, though outwardly cold, possessed a warm heart. He was somewhat too soft-hearted and, despite his intelligence, still failed to see through the complexities of human nature. In the brief exchange between the two, some individuals had already begun to stealthily make their way toward the stairwell amidst the chaos. "Are there any individuals of great significance to you among them?" Chu Nan inquired, lifting his gaze towards him. Kong Liang hesitated momentarily before shaking his head slowly. "Well then, that's settled," Chu Nan responded, turning without hesitation and plunging into the throng of people. He seized an individual at random. Sinking his teeth into their neck. It was not in Chu Nan's nature to forego immediate evolutionary points in favor of future considerations. Besides, ascending to the upper echelons of humanity was not as daunting as it seemed. Primarily, Chu Nan had no inclination to play the role of a caretaker for others. What are you doing?" The person caught by Chu Nan had yet to comprehend the situation when a gash appeared on their neck. Ding! The host successfully infected a human, earning 10 evolutionary points. Blood splattered across Chu Nan's face, igniting a fierce desire within him, revealing his zombie traits in their entirety. He's a zombie. How can this be? Quick, run! Panic surged through the crowd, plunging it into further disarray. Kong Liang's complexion drained of color, and his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Chu Nan discarded the lifeless body and continued his pursuit of the next target. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to infect and devour them one by one. The ordinary survivors exhibited alarmingly weak resistance to the virus, transforming into zombies in less than a minute, compelling him to hasten his actions. Chu Nan bit into one after another, and soon his claws emerged, leaving a trail of scratches on the survivors. "Stay away!" The cacophony of screams echoed, rendering the entire floor a nightmarish tableau. The wails persisted for nearly 2 hours before gradually morphing into the roars of the undead. Although a handful managed to escape down the stairs, they were ill-equipped to confront the hidden zombies within the building. They could scarcely reach the first floor. Outside, gunfire continued to reverberate, though the intensity had diminished. Kong Liang remained seated, a witness to the hundreds who had succumbed to Chu Nan's infection, feeling himself to be the architect of this calamity. It was his plan that had enabled Chu Nan, and he was the one who informed Zhang Xiang of the value of the surveillance room. Had it not been for him, these individuals might have lived on, enduring until the arrival of the military. Perhaps they could have even survived long enough to witness humanity's triumph over the zombie virus and reclaim their lives. At that moment, a figure approached him. Emitting meaningless growls, it was a zombie. Kong Liang lifted his gaze, his pupils devoid of focus as he beheld the rapidly approaching maw. He could only slowly close his eyes. To die this way may lighten my sins. However, after a prolonged period, the anticipated pain did not materialize. Kong Liang opened his eyes to find Chunan, drenched in blood. I told you. I won't let you die. He grasped Kong Liang's hand, kicking aside the encroaching zombie, swiftly dragging him to the elevator door. Wherever they went, the mindless zombies oddly formed a pathway for them, standing at attention like a ceremonial guard. The zombies ceased their growling, their eyes devoid of insatiable hunger. At that moment, it seemed as though they were honoring their supreme king. Kong Liang's previously lifeless gaze flickered with a renewed intensity. He swiftly turned to observe Chuanan's profile, for the first time filled with a semblance of fear. Chunan disregarded him, opening the elevator door and leading Kong Liang inside. Wait, you can control zombies? Upon entering the elevator, Kong Liang could not help but voice his astonishment. Indeed, Chunan replied nonchalantly, falling silent thereafter. The affirmation left Kong Liang even more astounded. Zombies were typically renowned for their mindlessness, yet now there existed one with a sound mind capable of commanding them. This raised the threat they posed to humanity to unprecedented heights. In that moment, Kong Liang felt not merely the guilt of being responsible for the 300 to 400 lives lost. He believed himself to be a sinner against all of humanity. You have no choice now. From this day forth, you shall stand irrevocably opposed to humanity. Chuanan's voice echoed like a haunting nightmare, resonating in his ears. Chapter 29. Empty Hand's Name. Chunan Species, Zombie Level, Tier 3 Evolution Points, 1350 Talents, Strength Talent, Tier 3, Speed Talent, Tier 3, Defense Talent, Tier 3, Reflex Talent, Tier 3, Skills. Infection, Hunger, Devour, Repair, Mimicry. 02000, Commander, 02000, Evolution, Feedback, Dimensional Space. 02000, Commander. The host can command up to 100 zombies below their own level. Evolution Feedback. Zombies commanded by the host that infect humans will provide the host with 10% of the evolution points. Dimensional Space. Provides the host with a 50 square meter storage space, which cannot contain zombies. This evolution not only granted 3 new skills, but also allowed for the upgrading of Mimicry, Commander, and Dimensional Space. In other words, skills do not automatically improve with tier advancement. They require evolution points for upgrades. After reaching Tier 3, the points needed to enhance a talent surged to 2,000, while evolution points skyrocketed to an astonishing 5,000. The elevator reached the first floor. Yet as the doors opened, Chunan was surprised to find no zombies in sight. The entire lobby, including the street outside, was eerily devoid of any undead. Chunan stood momentarily stunned, prompting Kong Liang to remark, "The zombies here have likely been drawn away by the sound of the explosions." Chunan realized it was a simple ruse, but effective against zombies nonetheless. Indeed, before long, a squad of armed soldiers appeared around a corner across from the Jinjin building. They crept cautiously, moving stealthily, even performing a low crawl. If a zombie were to suddenly leap through the window, it would undoubtedly claim a few lives. Chunan and Kong Liang exchanged perplexed glances. Though dusk was approaching, the light remained ample. The streets were devoid of any shadows. Yet they were on high alert. The assault team soon reached either side of the building's entrance. The leader signaled, ready to charge inside. However, as he looked up, 2 figures silently emerged before him. What the? The soldier, evidently the squad leader, was taken aback, nearly discharging his weapon in shock. Just as he instinctively raised his gun to shoot, a voice interrupted. "What are you doing?" The rest of the team finally noticed the two and gasped in surprise. "Oh hell, Captain, the zombie is talking. You're the real zombie here," Kong Liang retorted, miffed. Though he now stood alongside Chunan, being openly called a zombie irked him. Not to mention, it came from these foolish soldiers. Huh? They're humans. In broad daylight, who are you trying to scare? The squad leader grumbled with irritation. Kong Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation, while Chunan could only chuckle at the absurdity. It was impressive that they could be frightened in broad daylight. Furthermore, they had not moved at all. It was merely the soldiers overacting. "Did you come down from above?" The squad leader eyed Chuanan's blood-stained attire, feeling a twinge of apprehension, though Chunan appeared calm, suggesting he had not been infected. "You need not go up, everyone up there is dead," Kong Liang replied with a nod. "What about Kong Liang?" Upon hearing that everyone above was deceased, the squad leader grew anxious. Kong Liang was taken aback. clearly unaware that the military had exerted such effort solely to retrieve him. "That's me," Chunin gestured subtly. The squad leader was momentarily stunned. "You? What a coincidence." Kong Liang nodded, coming to the realization. "Identification. That thing must have been lost." "Then how do you prove it?" "Without proof, I am who I am." Just then, a soldier behind him tugged at his sleeve. "Captain, time is running out." The captain glanced at his watch, frowning. "Are you certain there is no one left here?" Kong Liang did not respond but shifted his gaze to Chunan. Chuanan's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly remarked, "Absolutely, good." The captain lowered his arms, raising his head as if he had come to trust their words. "I am Zhang Chun, the squad leader of the Huanan Military District Special Task Force, dispatched to retrieve Kong Liang back to base." "Kong Liang, let us go." "What about him?" Kong Liang's eyes swept over Chunan, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhang Chen's gaze flickered, and he ambiguously stated, "Our orders are to take you alone." Chunan remained unfazed. In fact, he found it quite normal, as the military's current operation was evidently more bluster than substance, with the true intention likely revolving around Kong Liang. According to the timeline of his previous life, it would still be a considerable duration before the personnel from the Zhongjin building were escorted by the military. "It's all right, you can go with them, I will seek you out later." Initially relieved, Kong Liang's heart felt as though it were gripped by a vice upon hearing Chunan's final words, causing him considerable discomfort. Zhang Qian nodded expressionlessly. It was not that he could not take Chunan along, but rather that his wariness towards Chunan ran too deep. The palpable bloodthirst emanating from him was unmistakable. Even a fool could tell that he had likely taken more than one life. Just as Zhang Qian was about to lead Kong Liang away, he seemed to trip over something, causing the two to collide abruptly. "Be careful," Chunan quickly reached out to steady him. They exchanged thanks before departing. Only after watching the small team disappear around the corner did a glimmer of coldness flash in Chunan's eyes. It was not that he was disinterested in storming the opposing base, but rather that there were too many variables at play. Without the confidence to withstand bullets and cannon fire, Chunan would not put himself at risk. Moreover, he had already selected his next target. With that thought, the crimson hue in his eyes flickered and vanished. He then lowered his gaze to the black handgun in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. This domestically produced Q-Series semi-automatic pistol, with a 9mm caliber and an effective range of 50 meters, was Zhang Chen's sidearm, yet it now resided in his grasp. The skills acquired during the apocalypse were indeed remarkably reliable. It had been a long time since he had employed his deft hands, yet it appeared he still retained considerable proficiency. Subsequently, he grasped the handgun in reverse, aimed it at his chest, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet discharged, blood splattering, and Chunan's chest was instantly pierced. Chapter 30. Immortal, save me. Chunan's body shuddered slightly, the immense force propelling him back 2 steps. Sighing, he tossed the handgun into the dimensional space. At such close range, even this commonplace standard equipment could penetrate his body. It seemed he had been overly confident in his own defenses. Unbeknownst to Chunan, all of his actions were being observed by a solitary figure. In a residential building approximately 700 or 800 meters from the Zhongjin building, a slender youth named Su Song stood by the window, binoculars in hand, staring intently at Chunan in the distance. Su Song was a prodigious child. He had been exposed to computers since the age of 3, and by 5, he could independently assemble a computer from scratch. By the time he turned 10, he had received admission letters from all the top-tier universities, which he promptly declined, opting instead to remain at home until the apocalypse struck. He stuck out his tongue, wearing an exaggerated expression. "This dude is incredible. He quietly stole that fool's gun. Huh? What is he planning to do? Commit suicide? Yeah. After finally getting a gun, he is going to use it to end his life? Gunfire, gunfire. Wow, this guy is really ruthless toward himself. Is he all right? Where's his gun?" Then, his body began to tremble, not from fear, but from excitement and ecstasy. Because through the lens of his binoculars, a numerical value had clearly fluctuated violently. Holy crap, a mustard seed space? After healing the wound on his chest, Chunan stepped out of the Zhongjin building and set off toward a gathering point from his memories, the temporary refuge he had encountered in his previous life. "Wait for me, immortal. I want to become your disciple." Su Song hurriedly dashed back into his room. His space resembled a miniature factory, filled with various parts and even assembled electronic devices. In this world where most electronic equipment had become obsolete, everything in his room functioned eerily well. Wait for me. I want to be your disciple. I want to learn celestial arts. Su Song rummaged through his belongings, pulling out a tattered backpack and hastily stuffing items inside before slinging it over his shoulder. He approached the door, grabbed a baton-like object, and hurriedly opened it, due to the noise he often made while tinkering in his room. A considerable number of zombies had gathered at his door, clamoring to get in. As soon as he opened the door, a throng of neighbors surrounded him, seemingly ready to argue. Su Song appeared prepared, raising the baton and pressing a button. With a soft crackle of electricity, a dozen figures were sent flying down the hallway as if they had been struck by a powerful truck. Immortal, here I come. Su Song, with his backpack clanging, raced down the stairs. Chunan swiftly exited the densely populated zombie area and was nearing the outskirts. Along the way, he tidied himself up and changed into a new outfit. Shuiyang City was merely a small fourth-tier city. Its overall size was modest. Yet, despite its diminutive nature, the terrifying national population still counted in the millions. Although only a fraction of humanity survived, the overall number was still considerable. As evening fell, Chunan stood not far from a farmer's market, licking his lips. Here lay his destination, if his memory served him right. There had been a gathering of over 100 survivors in his previous life. Although he had arrived a bit early this time, he estimated that there would still be dozens inside. In this apocalypse, where food and water represented life, seizing control of a supermarket or market undoubtedly equated to having the means to survive. Chunan had spent a significant amount of time here in his last life. Although his experiences during that period were far from pleasant, the defensive measures surrounding the market were well constructed. Unless there was a breakthrough, commanding a zombie assault was not a particularly wise choice. Moreover, based on his recollections, they possessed firearms. Not far from this location was a police station, from which their weapons were procured. He needed to devise a plan to infiltrate. The inhabitants were notably cold towards strangers. If he simply approached and knocked on the door, he would likely receive no response at all. Previously, Chunan had been fortuitously brought inside. After waiting for 2 days without the desired opportunity, he could no longer restrain himself and contemplated summoning a zombie assault. Suddenly, from the distant street, he heard the sound of clattering. Su Song was panting as he ran, moving faster than an average person. Though not by much. His face was contorted with rage, and he muttered curses under his breath. What a damn despicable situation. How can there be such a perverse zombie? How are we supposed to live? Behind him, an unusual zombie was relentlessly pursuing him. A second-tier speed-type zombie. Its arms had mutated to be long and slender, allowing it to run on all fours. Its eyes were squinted to slits, rendering them nearly useless. Its long tongue, coated in thick mucus, was utterly repulsive. It was a miracle that Su Song could evade this second-tier speed-type zombie for so long. However, Chunan soon discerned the reason. Each time the zombie was on the verge of catching up, Su Song's black baton emitted an invisible shockwave that propelled the creature far away. High-tech, intriguing. Chunan recognized it as a homemade electronic pulse weapon. Although its power was limited, it was sufficient for use by an ordinary person. He simply stood by the roadside, waiting for Su Song to saunter over. Immortal. Save me, Immortal. Evidently, Su Song had spotted Chunan and was overjoyed, calling out for help. Immortal? What the hell? Chunan was somewhat bewildered by his exclamation, so he chose to manipulate the second-tier zombie, commanding it to halt. Finally, Su Song reached Chunan, grasping his arm and pleading, Immortal, please save me, huh? It was only then that Su Song noticed the second-tier zombie behind them was now sitting quietly nearby, like a well-behaved child. With a wave of Chunan's hand, the zombie turned and departed. Holy crap! Su Song rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then looked at Chunan with astonishment. An immortal is indeed an immortal. You can even control zombies. Chapter 31. Cunning zombie Chunan gazed at the evolution points presented to him, licking his lips. That I am not an immortal. That I know. Su Song earnestly nodded. You're a cultivator, right? Chunan felt several black lines appear on his forehead. Where on earth did this peculiar child come from? Had he read too many novels? Suddenly, Su Song's body began to tremble, twitching uncontrollably. Chunan's gaze sharpened, only to discover the wounds on Su Song's back. TSK, Infected, the speed-type zombies are particularly fond of lurking in the shadows, launching surprise attacks. Although this fellow wields a commendable weapon, his physical constitution is undeniably abysmal. Alas, he is reaching his limit. Su Song's mouth has begun to froth, and an expression of excruciating agony is etched upon his face. Nevertheless, he refuses to succumb to despair. He unfastens his backpack and hastily dumps its contents onto the ground. Soon, a vial of blue reagent captures Chu Nan's attention. It is not the reagent itself that intrigues him, but rather the unique markings on the test tube. He finds them strikingly familiar, yet cannot recall their significance. Su Song swiftly picks up the reagent, removes the stopper, and awkwardly pours its contents into his mouth. Shortly after consuming the reagent, he exhibits a pronounced reaction, clutching his abdomen as it churns relentlessly. I am doomed. The pain threatens to engulf Su Song, and the characteristics of a zombie begin to manifest within him. It's over. This antidote is still in its experimental stages. Many side effects remain untested. How reckless! As Su Song writhes, he mutters incomprehensible phrases that Chu Nan cannot decipher. Sweat has thoroughly soaked Su Song's back, and suppressed sounds escape his lips. After what feels like an eternity, Su Song finally manages to open his eyes. A fleeting glint of wildness flickers before he gradually rises to his feet. Have I succeeded? Ha ha, I have succeeded, Su Song exclaims, exhilarated as he dances before Chu Nan. Chu Nan raises an eyebrow and retorts, succeeded. Succeeded in becoming a zombie. Su Song is momentarily stunned, glancing at his hands before hastily retrieving a mirror from his backpack. With a crash, he slams the mirror to the ground, exclaiming in exasperation, I knew it. However, Chu Nan finds him intriguing. This fellow has transformed into a zombie yet retained his intelligence. What on earth is that reagent? Immortal, what should I do? I've become a zombie. What is the big deal? What is wrong with being a zombie? What is good about being a zombie? Su Song laments, his face a picture of despair, which, when combined with his zombie-like visage, is more grotesque than sorrowful. From this day forward, you have transcended the three realms, no longer confined by the five elements, living in harmony with heaven and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. Doesn't that sound advantageous? Does that mean I can attain immortality? Su Song's eyes gleam brighter, his body trembling once more, though this time from excitement. He has always been a quick learner, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Yet, the vastness of learning is boundless. Each time he masters a new skill, it only ignites a fervent curiosity for other unknown realms. However, human life is fleeting. Despite Su Song's youth, he has become utterly obsessed with the notion of immortality. If he could achieve it, wouldn't he have ample time to satisfy his intellectual cravings? Immortal, I beseech you, take me as your disciple. Su Song bows deeply to Chu Nan. With a crack, his newly transformed knees, now fragile, yield under the pressure, fracturing. I've told you, I am not an immortal. I am a zombie just like you. Chu Nan, finding it bothersome, dispels his disguise. Su Song stands agog, watching as Chu Nan morphs back into human form, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. You are a zombie? Or rather, a zombie capable of becoming human. Master, please allow your disciple to pay respects. Chu Nan suspects that this lad may be unwell. Despite declaring himself a zombie, Su Song still yearns to become his apprentice. I do not take disciples. Then let me be your underling. I will serve you as your loyal subordinate for life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the first intelligent zombie. The loyalty panel is now activated. What is this? Intelligent zombie. This term is new to Chu Nan. He promptly opens the newly appeared loyalty panel, which currently displays only one name. Su Song. Loyalty. 70. Your name is Su Song. Chu Nan inquires. Astonished. How did you know, boss? Su Song replies, equally bewildered. Chu Nan's eyes suddenly sparkle as he reevaluates the diminutive youth before him. In his memories, there was indeed a Su Song. However, in his previous life, Su Song was one of the founders of the Pine Forest Research Institute. Speaking of the Pine Forest Research Institute leads to another name, Su Shu. Su Shu, Su Song's sister, was highly regarded by the state due to her exceptional intelligence and remarkable inventions. After the onset of the apocalypse, Su Shu somehow broke free from the government's grasp and, alongside Su Song, founded the Pine Forest Research Institute. Each of their endeavors became globally significant during the apocalypse, with the most notable being the creation of an immunity serum against the zombie virus. Although this serum has time limitations, it remains an invaluable asset for military operations against zombies. Should I eliminate him? Chu Nin ponders. However, a bold idea soon takes shape in his mind. Can you restore intelligence to zombies? In the apocalypse, zombies exist in a state of brain death, entirely driven by the virus, which enables their movements. Although advanced zombies exhibit greater intelligence than ordinary ones, this is merely due to heightened viral activity in their brains. Fully activating their cerebral functions would likely be an arduous task. Upon hearing Chunan's query, Su Song's eyes light up and he plunges into contemplation. After a moment of silent murmuring, he raises his head and declares, "While it may be exceedingly difficult, it is not beyond the realm of possibility." "Excellent!" Chunan rejoices, adding, "It seems I must procure a helmet for you." Why? Su Song is taken aback by Chunan's unexpected statement. "That brilliant mind of yours cannot afford to be injured." Chunan replies with a smile. Ding! Su Song's loyalty increases by 10 points. The system's voice comes unexpectedly. "Wah, boss, you are too kind. I'll follow you for life. I'm willing to be your servant, even if it means toiling endlessly." With a crack, Su Song's other kneecap snaps in response. Chapter 32. The little brother is decaying within a building at a distant farmer's market. A pair of eyes peeks through the curtains, quietly observing the scene. The owner of these eyes, namely Mulong, is a tall and robust man, his skin tanned and muscles well-defined. At this moment, he holds a walkie-talkie in his left hand and a handgun in his right. Watching the two figures of Chu Nan in the distance. Zzz, a brief sound of static crackles before a male voice emerges. "Boss? Do not rush," Li Mulong replies, setting down the walkie-talkie. He turns to the dozen or so people behind him, saying, "Two individuals have arrived, but it seems one has transformed into a zombie." At that moment, a woman saunters up to Li Mulong, swaying her hips as she smiles. "Dragon brother, although we have plenty of food here, there will always come a time when we run out." This woman, named Zhang Wan, is exceptionally beautiful, surpassing many starlets, particularly with her ample bosom, which could easily be deemed a weapon. Li Mulong gives Zhang Wan a fleeting glance, but ignores her. Continuing, "That person seems to be an ability user, just like me." As soon as Li Mulong's words leave his lips, the atmosphere shifts, and those present erupt in excitement. "What? An ability user? Fantastic, dragon brother. Let him in quickly." With two powerful ability users, how could we possibly struggle to survive in this apocalypse? Li Mulong nods, a smile gracing his lips. "Of course." Chu Nan and Su Song analyze Su Song's current situation further. There is no doubt that he has mutated. Even the system has classified him as an intelligent zombie. However, he does not exhibit the ravenous desire to bite like ordinary zombies. Moreover, the passing zombies regard him as one of their own. Ignoring him entirely, we should find someone to test him, see if he still has his appetite, he muses, directing his gaze towards the distant farmer's market. Just then, a distinctly different set of footsteps interrupts Chu Nan's thoughts. He instinctively grips the hilt of his knife, his gaze piercing towards the source of the sound. In an instant, the figure before him causes his expression to falter. The owner of the footsteps is a charming little girl, likely no older than 12 or 13, clad in a white dress and sporting a ponytail. Her skin is fair, and her attire is immaculate, completely devoid of the grime one would expect in this apocalyptic setting. She waves her hands urgently towards Chu Nan, calling out, "Big brother, hurry over. The person beside you has already turned into a zombie." Chu Nan remains motionless, a girl so small, with no sign of dirt on her. Daring to wander alone in a world teeming with zombies, any fool would sense something amiss. Yet, he does not stir. Su Song, on the other hand, eagerly rushes over. This fellow still harbors no awareness of his zombie state, believing the little girl is addressing him. What a gem! Su Song's face was alight with excitement, his gaze towards the little girl brimming with an unsettling intensity. Even saliva dripped from his mouth. The young girl, clearly frightened, let out a shrill cry and immediately turned to flee towards the entrance of the farmer's market. Su Song was momentarily stunned, watching the girl sprint away, then glanced back at Chu Nan. As if he had finally grasped a disturbing realization, his face turning an ashen hue. I'm a zombie now." He began to panic, and abruptly, he unbuttoned his pants in the street, looking down at his little brother. Boss, Su Song lifted his head, his expression more mournful than tears could convey. Why little brother is ruined. Chu Nan's body stiffened, as if he were reluctant to recall some horrific memory. Yet the next moment, Su Song's voice broke through again. What about yours? Chu Nan turned his head away, unwilling to confront this fact he had long chosen to ignore. The two stood awkwardly for over a minute until a silhouette approached from afar. Regaining his composure, Chu Nan said to Su Song, You should move a bit further away. I will come find you later. Su Song opened his mouth, but said nothing, silently walking in another direction. In his current state, he was no longer fit for any interaction. Hello, my name is Li Mulong. You are from the city, right? How is it there? Are there any survivors? He bombarded Chu Nan with a series of questions. But Chu Nan had no intention of answering. He gazed at the vaguely familiar figure before him, a fleeting glimmer of recognition passing through his eyes. Li Mulong pondered. Why was he looking at him like that? It's too dangerous outside. Let's go in first. He beckoned to Chu Nan and turned towards the farmer's market. Chu Nan nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips as he quietly followed behind Li Mulong. They quickly entered the market, and just as they entered a room, Zhang Wan appeared, holding the little girl from earlier. Approaching the two. This is Zhang Wan. My woman Li Mulong proudly pointed at Zhang Wan, casting a triumphant glance at Chu Nan, yet not seeing the reaction he anticipated, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chu Nan remained expressionless. Upon seeing Zhang Wan, he felt a fleeting urge to kill Li in his previous life. She had literally devoured his own sister. Rest for a while. I'll have Xiao Wan prepare some food for you. Li Mulong led Chu Nan to a rather humble temporary bedroom. After a brief conversation and some arrangements, he departed. Once Li Mulong left, Chu Nan finally felt a semblance of relaxation. It seemed he had underestimated Li Mulong in his past life. He had become an evolved being quite late, remaining here for over a month without realizing that this fellow was already a second-tier ability user. Ability users differed from evolved beings. The former gained specialized or enhanced capabilities during the Great Darkness due to their bodies undergoing modifications. These abilities were varied and mostly beneficial for survivors. For instance, Li Mulong possessed an ability akin to that of Lu Di, allowing him to control his muscles autonomously, enabling him to exert 2 to 3 times his usual strength when necessary. In contrast, most evolved beings unlocked their latent genetic potential through the harrowing trials of life and death after the Great Darkness, pushing beyond their limits. The two categories were not mutually exclusive and could coexist. Before long, a knock on the door interrupted Chu Nan's thoughts. He rose to open it, revealing Zhang Wan, who entered with a tray holding 2 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of white rice. In 10 years, such a meal would be unimaginable. Zhang Wan placed the tray on the table and, as she passed Chu Nan, leaned slightly against him, only for him to subtly evade her touch. Unfazed, she shot him a flirtatious glance before exiting the room. Chu Nan gazed at the food on the table, letting out a sigh. While he could eat these dishes, he could no longer taste anything. No matter how fragrant the meal, it paled in comparison to the allure of fresh blood and flesh. He chose not to act immediately, for the defenses here were exceedingly tight. Although the population was not insignificant, the space was vast, and Chu Nan was unaware if they still lived together as before. If he caused too much commotion, they might flee, and he might also face the peril of bullets. Given his inability to withstand gunfire, he opted for a more stealthy approach. Chapter 34. Ability Plunder. Instinctively, Chu Nan swiftly distanced himself from his original position, retreating frantically. His choice proved wise. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Li Mulong's arms would have closed in, and his head would certainly not withstand such terrifying force. Chu Nan did not linger to fight but dashed towards the stairwell, shrouded in the night. The opposing side wielded firearms, and a careless shot to the head would be dire. Running away? Li Mulong scoffed coldly. Leaping from the second floor, with a thud, he landed heavily, instantly raising his gun to aim at the staircase. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. Dozens of swaying dark figures loomed before him, their low hissing sounds sending an ominous chill down his spine. Zombies? How could there possibly be zombies here? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mulong pulled the trigger. The gunfire erupted, the muzzle flash illuminating his grotesque face, creating an intimidating visage. Yet, facing him, the zombies appeared even more terrifying. Their faces smeared with blood, lacking eyes and noses, resembling demons crawling from the depths of hell. Bullets spewed forth. The The zombies fell one after another, only to rise again. In the darkness, the psychological pressure on a person was immense. Even after Li Mulong emptied his magazine, he failed to kill a single zombie, all of them approaching him as if unscathed. Suddenly, a flash of blue light startled Li Mulong. He screamed, his entire arm severed at the elbow. The sight of blood drove the zombies into a frenzy, overwhelming him. Chunan, hidden among the corpses, unsheathed his claws and struck at him. Ding! Host successfully infected a second-tier ability user. Reward, 40 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully infecting the first ability user. The hidden effect of Hunger Devour is activated. If the host consumes the heart of the ability user within 1 minute, there is a 20 chance of directly acquiring their ability. The higher the ability user's level, the greater the success rate of plunder. What? I can gain abilities. Chunan was overjoyed. In his previous life, he had no abilities, yet he understood the advantages of possessing them. Their power was indisputable. Among the top 10 in the Apocalypse's list of tyrants, 9 were ability users. Though the system imposed a time limit and the odds were low, it undoubtedly presented him with an opportunity to obtain abilities. With this thought, even in the pitch-black night, Chunan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ahead, the immense pain drove Li Mulong into a frenzy. Behind him, the faint flicker of candlelight began to illuminate the 2 nearby buildings. Heads peered out, filled with both fear and curiosity, wishing to discover what was happening. Yet upon seeing the ghastly visages of the zombies, they all retreated in haste. It's over. The zombies have come in. Nonsense, the outside is so tightly guarded. We didn't hear any commotion. How could they have gotten in? Then how did they enter? The sound of debate arose from within the buildings, yet surprisingly, no one seemed inclined to assist. Hey, that zombie looks like Xiao Zhang. It really is. That's Li Wanggu. How could they all have turned into zombies? Li Mulong, wielding a steel pipe he had scavenged, swung wildly at the horde of zombies. If you all don't come down to help, I'll kill you myself. Besides his severed arm, Li Mulong was acutely aware that he had been scratched by the zombies. However, he was not overly concerned, having been wounded before while dispatching zombies without any mutation, leading him to believe he was the chosen one, inherently possessing antibodies to the virus. What to do? Should I go down? You can go. I'm not going. Due to Li Mulong's brutality, few truly respected him. Now that he was in trouble, no one was willing to lend a hand. Moreover, confronting terrifying zombies in the darkness was a daunting task. His true subordinates had all turned into zombies, standing before him. Especially that bald man in police uniform, once his trusted right-hand man. He was the first to have his head blown apart by Li Mulong's pipe. The bleeding from his severed arm had already been staunched by his ability, yet the immense pain had significantly enhanced its power. One by one, he knocked the zombies to the ground, panting heavily. His gaze filled with malice. Once I recover, I'll chop you all into pieces and feed you to the zombies. His figure swayed slightly, a harbinger of the impending outbreak of the zombie virus. At that moment, Chunan sprang into action. He had no intention of using a firearm. This was his inaugural battle against a superhuman, and in such a favorable situation, he had no reason to forego this rare opportunity for combat experience. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, nearly a minute had passed, and he finally found the opening he had been waiting for. Li Mulong's eyes widened in fury, for the initial shadow that had appeared was now dangerously close. Having stealthily approached him, the azure silhouette flashed once more, piercing through his outstretched hand. Almost immediately, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Chunan, clutching a dagger, swiftly carved open Li Mulong's heart, then tackled him to the ground. Savagely gnawing at his heart, the events unfolded so swiftly that Li Mulong's agonized scream barely escaped his lips before Chunan silenced him with 2 decisive bites. Ding! The host has successfully consumed the heart of a superhuman. Ability plundering successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability of muscle manipulation. Please refer to the ability description for more details. Chunan finally broke into a joyful smile, but his elation was short-lived as gunfire erupted once more. Bang! The sudden sound of gunfire startled Chunan. Following the direction of the shots, he was astounded to discover that the shooter was none other than the little girl. Zhang Wan clutched her abdomen. Her face contorted in agony. Yu. Zhang Wan gasped for breath, struggling to articulate her words. Bang! The little girl fired again, this time the bullet striking directly at her head. Zhang Wan collapsed into a pool of blood, her expression one of resentment and bitterness, never imagining that she would meet her demise at the hands of the seemingly harmless little girl. At this moment, the little girl finally lowered her gun. Her face pale yet devoid of fear, replaced instead by the exhilaration and thrill of vengeance. The little girl's true name was Li Qianqian. She was not Zhang Wan's sister but had been abducted by Zhang Wan to extort a substantial sum of money from her father, who was also Zhang Wan's lover. However, when the apocalypse suddenly descended, the clever girl chose not to flee but instead cooperated with Zhang Wan, remaining close to Li Mulong. Yet, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Wan. Had it not been for her, she would not have been separated from her parents and thrust into such a hellish place. Zhang Wan, believing her to be an innocent child, had not imposed strict rules, which allowed Li Qianqian to seize her opportunity amidst the chaos, snatching away her firearm and sealing her fate. Chu Nan's eyes gleamed with determination. Without hesitation, he charged towards the building, accompanied by the remaining zombies. There was no longer a need for pretense. He had resolved to launch a full assault. Chapter 35. Precise superpower on the ground, Li Mulong staggered to his feet, emitting incoherent groans as he had completely transformed into a zombie. Chu Nan turned back, attempting to exert control over him. To his astonishment, he discovered that this creature retained some of its former abilities. Although diminished, it was nonetheless a unique existence, a zombie with superpowers. Such a phenomenon could only be witnessed in high-tier zombies, and Li Mulong's case was likely a direct result of Chu Nan's own infection. Without further delay, Chu Nan urged him forward as they made their way to the building. By this time, the onlookers had long since dispersed in a frenzy. Some took refuge in nearby rooms, but the wooden doors offered little protection. Others fled towards the market, seemingly oblivious to the greater hordes of zombies lurking outside. To prevent any from escaping, he commanded a few zombies to guard the entrance. Fearing that some among the fleeing crowd might be armed, Chu Nan remained cautious, camouflaged within the throng of zombies. He had Li Mulong lead the charge while he trailed behind with several zombie companions. If survival was an option, he would not act recklessly. He had already become a zombie. Who was he trying to impress? Boom! The sound resonated like thunder as Li Mulong's foot shattered the wooden door. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from within. "Stay away, you monster!" One individual, unbeknownst to Chu Nan, had raised a handgun, firing wildly at Li Mulong. Roar! Li Mulong seemed aware of the gun's threat, shielding his head and face with his arms as he charged forward. They were merely ordinary people, incapable of withstanding Li Mulong's tremendous force. Instantly, they were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths. Chu Nan quickly followed suit, swiftly dispatching several individuals. Soon, he led an even larger horde of zombies, systematically clearing room after room. Before long, they arrived at the second floor. At that moment, the staircase bore only Zhang Wan's lifeless body. The others had vanished without a trace. Even the little girl was nowhere to be found. Chu Nan returned to the doorway of Li Mulong's room. The shattered door still ajar, he glanced inside, finding nothing amiss apart from the disarray and scattered furniture. Just as he was about to proceed to the next room, a small corner of fabric suddenly retreated from a crack in a wardrobe. Chu Nan's eyes narrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he commanded a zombie to lurch towards the wardrobe. Had it been merely these mindless zombies, perhaps the little girl might have evaded them. However, such a feeble trick was laughable in his eyes. With a sudden jerk, the wardrobe door swung open, revealing the pale-faced little girl locked in a gaze with the approaching zombie. Immediately, bang! A gunshot rang out, leaving a gaping hole in the zombie's forehead, causing it to topple backward. Chu Nan's eyes widened. In the dim light, he could see that the little girl exhibited little fear, instead displaying remarkable composure. Furthermore, her marksmanship was astonishingly precise. Could she be another superhuman? He commanded several zombies to advance, eager to gauge her reactions. The zombies approached the wardrobe step by step, yet the gunfire did not immediately follow. It was only when the foremost zombie was within 2 steps of the wardrobe that the little girl pulled the trigger once more. Bang! This time, the bullet did not strike the forehead but rather penetrated through the chin and exited the back of the skull, simultaneously hitting another zombie behind it. Superpower, and it was intricately linked to precision shooting. Chu Nan felt a jolt of astonishment. Such an ability in the apocalypse was nothing short of miraculous. Individuals possessing such skills were exceedingly rare, perhaps countable on one hand. The reason it was deemed miraculous was that in future rankings of powerhouses, the sixth-ranked figure, Xunsong, wielded a similar ability. Those endowed with such powers were coveted by various military factions and strongholds. If equipped with a powerful weapon, they would undoubtedly dominate the apocalypse, and this little girl possessed such innate talent. Coupled with her enigmatic demeanor, once she matured, it was likely she would rival Xunsong. Li Qianqian seemed to have calculated her remaining ammunition, systematically eliminating the ordinary zombies surrounding Chu Nan until she had exhausted an entire magazine. Only then did Chu Nan realize her grasp of the battlefield was incredibly precise. The vast majority of her bullets had obliterated at least 2 zombies' heads, with a remarkable record of even piercing through 3. It became evident that this little girl was the most significant threat within the agricultural market. Fortunately, she had run out of bullets. Even Chu Nan could not help but feel a sense of relief within his heart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his eyes widened in disbelief. This little creature had somehow produced another fully loaded magazine from somewhere. And in the moment of Chu Nan's astonishment, she swiftly reloaded. Hiss! Chu Nan stood dumbfounded, staring at the gun barrel aimed at him. His steps faltered, yet the smirk on his face only deepened. Although the little girl wielding the gun instilled a profound sense of danger, Chu Nan remained unperturbed, instead intrigued by her extraordinary ability. Stealthily, he glanced towards his last remaining subordinate, Li Mulong, as he began to calculate his next move. Don't move. I know you're the leader. If any of you dares to act recklessly, I will put you down first. Li Qianqian's voice lost its previous playful charm. Though tinged with a hint of anxiety, it remained relatively composed. Such perceptiveness was hardly characteristic of an underage girl. Could she, like him, be a reincarnator? No, that couldn't be. Didn't she die shortly afterward in her previous life? Was it a case of transmigration? Such is the world, where there exists a certain breed of individuals who, from the moment of their birth, possess a distinctly different mode of thinking and habits of life compared to the average person. Among them, a select few delve deeply into a particular field, achieving an extraordinary level of expertise, yet they often harbor personality traits that are incomprehensible to the common mind. Some may label these individuals as mad, while others regard them as geniuses. Su Song is a quintessential example of this phenomenon. Li Qianqian, from a young age, harbored a fervent fascination with firearms. However, due to her father's strictness, she was only permitted to possess toy guns. Yet, upon dismantling and reassembling those childhood toys into a real and lethal replica, her father vehemently suppressed her burgeoning interest. This repression only served to distort her character further, leading to a dual personality that resembled a form of schizophrenia. The author remarks. Chapter 36, Do you find me repugnant? Time trickled by, and 2 individuals stood in a stark standoff, one person facing 2 corpses. That moment, Chu Nan remained at gunpoint, quietly observing his adversary without any extraneous movements. Li Qianqian, too, showed no signs of slackening. She understood that any lapse on her part would surely provoke a fierce counterattack. I asked, Can you truly keep that gun trained on me indefinitely? Chu Nan's eyes gleamed with mockery, his interest piqued. Do not move! A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Qianqian's gaze, but she quickly tightened her grip on the weapon once more. It was not that she wished to refrain from firing. Rather, she lacked absolute confidence. A distance still lay between them, and should Chu Nan evade her first shot, securing another opportunity to aim would not be so simple. Perhaps I should allow Li Mulong to exit first? Chu Nan smiled, attempting to negotiate. Absolutely not. Panic flickered in Li Qianqian's eyes. I know you can control the zombies. Do not entertain thoughts of sending them to infect others before turning your attention to me. I am not that foolish, you foolish. If you were, then everyone in this market would be a fool as well. Chu Nan found himself on the verge of laughter, unfazed by the fact that she had discerned his abilities. They had only encountered one another twice in this lifetime, and it was likely the young girl had seen through his ruse from the very beginning. Then what do you propose? I want you to teach me how to control zombies. Control zombies? Chu Nan's lips curled into a smirk, incredulous at her request. You have overstepped. If you do not teach me, I will kill you. With that, Li Qianqian thrust the gun forward once more. Chu Nan fell silent. Although he did not believe her powers could truly harm him, he was unwilling to take that risk. Perhaps weary from holding the weapon, Li Qianqian slowly sank down against the wardrobe, resting her arms upon her bent knees. Teaching you to control zombies is utterly impossible. However, if you put down the gun and come with me, I can guarantee your safety. Chunin shrugged, attempting to deceive her. I trust you. Not at all. I will shoot you. Li Qianqian rolled her eyes, utterly disbelieving his words. Yet, this time, Chunin remained unconcerned, instead wearing an enigmatic expression as he declared, In that case, let me share a secret with you. I assure you, once you hear it, you will not fire your weapon. The little girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What secret? Pray tell that at this moment, dawn was breaking, the time having slipped away into the morning. Chu Nan revealed a mysterious smile, his legs within the pant legs slightly bent, striving to conceal any signs. Suddenly, he adopted an expression as if a burden had been lifted, spreading his hands with a smile. It seems I have noticed that your gun is still on safety. Li Qianqian froze, instinctively glancing at her handgun. In an instant, she realized she had been duped. Roar. Her gaze was suddenly drawn by a roar, but when she lifted her head, she found Li Mulong standing in Chu Nan's previous position. Bellowing, meanwhile, Chu Nan had vanished from her sight. This is bad. She remained an immature child, and when it came to guile, how could she outwit someone like Chu Nan, who had navigated the apocalypse for 10 years? As they had remained locked in this stalemate, their focus had been razor-sharp. Even though Li Qianqian was an ability user, her mental acuity, while superior to the average person, could still be dulled by her physical form. With Chu Nan's continuous mental suggestions, errors were bound to occur. A hand emerged from an unknown location, suddenly grasping the gun's body. Li Qianqian gasped, attempting to recoil, but no amount of force was effective. She could not even pull the trigger. Hand it over. With a swift motion, Chu Nan seized the handgun. You despicable fool! You are cruel! You are bullying me! Li Qianqian exclaimed in frustration, tears welling in her eyes. Her lips protruding in a pout. Chu Nan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Did he truly have to stand idly by to be shot? I am a zombie, not a mindless beast. He casually stored the handgun in a dimensional space and regarded the little girl before him with a cold smirk. Show me your bravado now. Li Qianqian's face flushed with anger, and she reached out to grab Chu Nan's face, only for him to evade her effortlessly. You are a wicked person, Wu Wu. Unable to contain herself any longer, Li Qianqian buried her face in her hands. Sobbing uncontrollably, the little girl cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, appearing pitifully forlorn. Fortunately, Su Song was not present, or Chu Nan might have faced a humanitarian tribunal. Enough. Stop crying. Chu Nan had no immediate plans to infect her. The little girl was merely a level 1 ability user, and the likelihood of successfully infecting her was too low. The precision of his abilities was simply too potent. Li Mulong's muscle control was nothing but trivial in the face of such power. Had Chu Nan possessed this ability, he could have easily triumphed in battles against foes of higher levels without any uncertainty. While Li Qianqian continued to sob, she lifted her head to look at Chu Nan, seemingly puzzled as to why he had yet to make a move. You truly will not harm me. Her hands were clasped before her chest, her entire form shrinking into the corner of the wardrobe. I will, and I will turn you into a zombie, Wu Wu. The moment Chu Nan's words fell, the little girl erupted into another bout of wailing. I do not wish to become a zombie. Those creatures are so ugly and repulsive. I refuse to become that hideous. Silence. Seemingly startled by his tone, Li Qianqian promptly ceased her crying, gazing at him in terror. Chu Nan snorted, speaking coldly. Rest assured, I will not turn you into a zombie immediately. And zombies are not as filthy as you imagine. To maintain his precision abilities, Chu Nan found it necessary to utter some insincere words. Truly, I am a zombie. Do I appear repugnant to you? Chu Nan stepped back slightly, allowing ample light to illuminate his face. Li Qianqian peered out, studying him intently before nodding affirmatively. A bit? Chu Nan. Very well, but you must allow me to mentally prepare myself. So you must inform me in advance before the infection occurs. Chu Nan frowned. This little girl was quite troublesome. She was too perceptive to be easily deceived, and it was likely she was merely humoring him. If she found an opportunity, she would undoubtedly flee without a trace. Come, let us first clear this place. With that, he gestured for the little girl to follow, while Li Mulong brought up the rear, sandwiching her in between. You sly old fox. Li Qianqian glanced back at Li Mulong, muttering under her breath. Chu Nan, walking ahead, twitched his lips. This peculiar little girl was indeed a rare specimen. The author comments. Chapter 37, Zombie Serum. Although the agricultural market was not particularly small, it offered few places to hide. While the zombies may have struggled to locate them, with Chu Nan present, none would escape. Ding! The host successfully devoured a mutilated human, earning 10 evolution points. Surveying the already chaotic market, Chu Nan wiped his mouth and mused. This should be the last one, including this one. He had infected over 70 people, the majority being ordinary humans, with only one being a level 1 evolver. The total number of evolution points he had amassed exceeded 1,500, and combined with his previous points, he now possessed exactly 2,700 IT. Is worth noting that abilities also require evolution points for upgrades. By devouring and plundering skills, they initially only reached level 1. For instance, a level 1 muscle control ability could merely enhance physical strength by a factor of 1.5. To achieve a stronger effect, one must continuously upgrade. Fortunately, upgrading a level 1 ability required only 500 points, and Chu Nan decisively leveled up, simultaneously enhancing his speed talent to level 4. First, he needed to elevate his rank. As for the skills, they could wait. Observing his dwindling evolution points, Chu Nan sighed heavily. This damned evolution point? Evolution points, what are those? Not far behind Chu Nan, the little girl Li Qianqian inquired with curiosity. Chu Nan promptly sealed his lips and strode towards the entrance. Do you think she would ignore me? Li Qianqian, infuriated, stamped her foot. Her complexion was notably pale, a reflection of the terror induced by Chu Nan's ravenous demeanor. However, this was merely a fleeting reaction. Despite the frightful appearance of Chu Nan, she quickly acclimated to it. After all, one must acknowledge the peculiar thought process of a genius. Chu Nan, accompanied by Li Qianqian and Li Mulong, swiftly approached the grand entrance. As for the ordinary zombies, they could remain behind. With the formidable male zombies lurking outside, these frail creatures were better off left to fend for themselves. The door was made of iron, several centimeters thick. Chu Nan glanced back at the petite girl, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. In a sudden motion, he raised his right arm and struck the market's entrance with tremendous force. As his fist descended, his entire arm swelled with power. Bang! The iron door reverberated with a thunderous sound before crashing down with a cacophonous screech. Although the door was sturdy, it could not withstand the full might of Chu Nan's strike. Li Qianqian, startled by the resounding noise, felt a flicker of fear upon witnessing the fallen door. Such strength was undoubtedly far superior to that of Li Mulong. With an impassive expression, Chu Nan stepped through the shattered entrance. Moving towards the outside, Li Qianqian, now pale-faced and speechless, found herself in a state of shock. However, in the next moment, the zombies outside were alerted by the commotion, and upon spotting the fragrant living girl, they all lunged towards her. Chu Nan, wait for me. The little girl finally snapped back to reality, hastily rushing to Chu Nan's side. She realized that the zombies not under Chu Nan's control were still quite terrifying. Chu Nan cast a sidelong glance at Li Qianqian, a hint of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. As long as she wished to survive, she would have to refrain from wandering off. He had accurately gauged the girl's thoughts. It was likely that until she was devoured by Chu Nan, she would consider him her lifeline boss. Shortly after leaving the market, Su Song scurried over from a nearby building. His demeanor exuberant, he had evidently taken time to dress up, sporting new attire and significantly downplaying his zombie characteristics. Now, he resembled a patient suffering from leukemia. You've arrived just in time. I have a few questions for you. Chu Nan pulled Su Song aside and inquired softly, do you still have that potion you drank before? Su Song shook his head. That stuff is exceedingly difficult to concoct. It took me quite a while and a multitude of materials to produce it. Chu Nan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, if I provide you with materials, you can make it. Can you guarantee the effectiveness? Su Song nodded affirmatively. No problem. That's good to hear. At that moment, the little girl chimed in, pointing at Su Song. You aren't the one who... She intended to ask if Su Song had already turned into a zombie, but upon seeing his current appearance, she began to doubt her memory. Moreover, zombies could indeed speak. Chu Nan had not deceived her. Li Qianqian gazed at Chu Nan's back, her expression becoming somewhat complicated. If one could retain their intellect and even disguise their appearance, then transforming into a zombie might not be so unacceptable after all. In this precarious apocalyptic world, humanity could be torn apart by hordes of zombies at any moment. If such a group truly existed, capable of masquerading as humans and avoiding the onslaught of zombies, then undoubtedly they would thrive amidst the chaos. Hello, my name is Li Qianqian. The little girl extended her hand towards Su Song with a smile. Given that he retained his intellect and was clearly one of Chu Nan's subordinates, he should pose no threat to her. Su Song, upon noticing Li Qianqian, was instantly captivated, his eyes sparkling with desire as he struggled to contain his drool. I am Su Song, he stammered, eagerly grasping the little girl's hand and reluctant to release it. The smile on Li Qianqian's face abruptly froze, her doubts about her judgment creeping in. Su Song's behavior grew more brazen as he attempted to bring the little girl's hand to his mouth. Pervert! Li Qianqian yelped, swiftly retracting her hand and retreating to Chu Nan's side. At that moment, Chu Nan was preoccupied with scanning their surroundings and had no time to address their antics. Curiosity piqued. Li Qianqian looked up and asked, Chu Nan, what are you searching for? A vehicle? The little girl, still a human, naturally could not match the stamina of Chu Nan and Su Song, who were both zombies. Thus, they required a mode of transportation. A car? I have one. To her surprise, Li Qianqian pulled a set of keys from a small bag and handed them to Chu Nan. Chu Nan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he gazed at the Mercedes-Benz emblem on the keychain. Was this little one originally planning to escape on her own? Where's the car? Li Qianqian pointed to the roadside, where a large G-Class was parked, gesturing towards it there. Chu Nan nodded. Then let's get in the car. Li Qianqian cast a glance back at Li Mulong, who was still trailing behind, her expression growing reluctant. Must we really take him with us? Yes. Chu Nan's words were few, yet his tone was resolute. Although Li Mulong was merely a second-tier zombie at the moment, his abilities combined with his unique powers made him an ideal enforcer. Li Qianqian wanted to protest further, but Chu Nan had already taken his seat in the driver's position. Little Qianqian, how about we sit in the back? Su Song suggested, his demeanor rather lewd. No. The little girl replied defiantly, promptly opening the driver's door and climbing over Chu Nan. Chu Nan frowned and gave her a firm swat on the backside, earning an indignant glare from the little girl. Ignoring her, he waited for Su Song and Li Mulong to enter the vehicle before starting the engine and speeding towards the outskirts of the city. Author's note, Chapter 38, The Research Institute. Although Shuiyang City is relatively large, it is not easy to gather the materials Su Song requires. However, Chu Nan knows precisely where to find what he needs, including an abundance of chemical equipment. Moreover, he has a personal desire to visit this place, as his mother worked there before the apocalypse. In his previous life, Chu Nan lived in constant trepidation, aware that a moment's lapse could cost him his life. It took him over a year to become an evolved being. Thus, he never dared to search for his parents. Both of Chu Nan's parents were government workers, albeit in different locations. Therefore, during the early days of the apocalypse, he was not overly concerned about their safety, unless they had mutated into zombies right from the start. Yet, once he gained the ability to protect himself, he could no longer find any information regarding their whereabouts. In this life, although he no longer feels that same sense of crisis, he is now a zombie and is uncertain how to face them. Nonetheless, he yearns to see them, having had only a minute upon his rebirth. Not even enough time to make a phone call, even if it is merely to see them one last time. Yanluo City, a large city located 700 kilometers from Shuiyang City, has a permanent population of around 6 to 7 million. However, the vast majority have since transformed into zombies, aimlessly wandering the city, forming terrifying hordes. Near the outskirts of Yanluo City, adjacent to a hospital, lies a large research base. To the untrained eye, it appears to be a typical factory. Yet those on the inside know it is merely a facade, with the true facilities hidden underground. Under normal circumstances, the security here is exceedingly tight. Not even a mosquito could infiltrate. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, no matter how clandestine the location, it is now overrun with zombies drifting in from the city. The research facility comprises 5 levels, extending underground, with the more critical departments located deeper down. At this moment, the interior of the research facility was awash in blood and scattered corpses, indicating that some individuals had indeed transformed into zombies. Fortunately, the facility's power supply remained functional, keeping the research rooms well lit. In the lowest level of the research institute, a gathering of over a dozen staff members was present. two of whom were engaged in a heated argument. Director Zhao, I believe you've been watching too many foreign movies. This is clearly an acute rabies virus, merely mutated into something horrific. How can you call it a zombie virus? A somewhat haggard-looking woman was vociferously confronting Director Zhao. Director Zhao, with his bulging belly, pressed his hands down in a futile attempt to calm her, his greasy face a mask of helplessness. Li Feng, I was merely making an observation. Is it really necessary to get so worked up? An observation? This concerns the survival of all humanity. How can you joke about something so serious? Spare us your ignorant comments. Seeing her grow increasingly agitated, the others hastily intervened to mediate the situation. All right, let's cease this discussion. We have made no progress in our research results. Arguing about this here is futile. Xiao Feng, please tone it down. The speaker is a beautiful middle-aged woman. Although the corners of her eyes bear the marks of time, they cannot obscure her exquisite features. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a resemblance between her and Chunan. Her position here is not particularly high-ranking, yet others seem to hold her in considerable esteem. When the researcher named Li Feng hears her voice, he immediately falls silent. Director Zhao, you may not be aware, but our colleagues are quite serious when it comes to scientific matters. Please do not take it to heart. Liang Wanjun states politely, leaving Director Zhao at a loss for words. It's quite all right, Director Zhao replies, his gaze piercing as he looks at Liang Wanjun, revealing an unsettling undercurrent. The most crucial matter at hand is to establish contact with the outside world and subsequently depart with the research materials. Clearing his throat, Director Zhao proclaims loudly, now, the critical issue is to connect with the outside and leave this place. Upon hearing this, everyone lowers their heads in unison. They too desire to escape, yet the outside is teeming with zombies, forcing them to retreat to the lowest levels, making it exceedingly difficult to ascend again. How can we leave? We are severely short on food and water and are practically starving. Where do we find the strength to escape? Li Feng regards Director Zhao with disdain, particularly as he sizes up Sister Wanjun, resembling a gluttonous beast. All thanks to someone who pilfered all the food. Li Feng shoots a venomous glance at Director Zhao, her tone dripping with sarcasm. That was food I found. Why shouldn't I eat it? Is that so? I recall Sister Wanjun discovering it first. You merely took advantage of her distraction to seize it, and you consumed it all, leaving nothing behind. Were you afraid we would snatch it from you? Director Zhao's face flushes crimson, his eyes filled with resentment as he glares at Li Feng. The food supply in the research institute was already scarce, and after several days, they had consumed everything available. The current state of the group is one of hunger. Enough. Liang Wanjun's gaze turned icy, clearly incensed. Li Feng shuddered involuntarily, instinctively retracting her neck. She knew all too well how fearsome Sister Wanjun could be when angered. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the office, startling everyone. They quickly turned to see the once-locked iron door now protruding ominously outward, clearly disturbed by the volume of their quarrel, attracting unwanted attention. After a long pause following the impact on the door, the creature outside remained silent. The group collectively sighed in relief, exchanging anxious glances. Yet, Liang Wanjun's expression did not relax. Instead, her worry deepened. With zombies now roaming their level, their hopes of surviving and escaping had dwindled even further. Director Zhao also released his hand from his mouth, murmuring, "It's all right. It seems to have left." This individual showed no inclination to lower his voice. The group turned in unison, glaring at him. Bang! Another loud thud echoed, and the iron door warped further. Everyone hurriedly covered their mouths, their faces etched with terror, even their breaths becoming labored. Li Feng glared at Director Zhao, her thoughts dark with murderous intent. If that creature were to enter, she would be the first to offer him up as a sacrifice. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 39. A giant dog outside Shuiyang City. The roads leading out of the city were nearly impassable, filled with wrecked vehicles. Signs of explosions had left some vehicles charred beyond recognition. Scattered across the ground were zombies, crushed by tires, still writhing in place. However, even more were wandering aimlessly about. Chunan stood atop a car, surveying the traffic conditions with a furrowed brow. It was one thing for the highways to be blocked. He had not anticipated the national roads would be in such disarray as well. However, before him lay a rather peculiar sight amid this apocalypse. Hundreds of zombies were working together, attempting to clear the cars obstructing the road. Some had even taken to the driver's seat. pressing the clutch while coordinating with their fellow zombies outside to push the vehicles, occasionally turning the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Li Mulong was furiously yelling at a zombie driver seated in a bus. Why should I, a mere first-tier zombie, have to do all the heavy lifting just because you're sitting there? Why? His frustration could only be expressed through a roar. The zombie at the wheel remained unfazed, staring straight ahead, utterly indifferent to him. Roar! Li Mulong's anger surged, and he pounded the bus, causing it to sway precariously, eliciting a headshake from the zombie within. If only it were accompanied by music, the mockery would reach astronomical levels. Li Mulong. At that moment, the G-Class vehicle was slowly moving forward, with Chu Nan atop the roof, orchestrating the entire scene. He approached this intricate control with a sense of experimentation, and to his surprise, it proved successful. Managing hundreds of zombies did not burden him significantly. He finally understood another advantage of his neural reflex talent. Li Mulong glanced back at Chu Nan, suddenly silenced, obediently pushing the vehicle. Noticing the severed arm of the zombie, Chu Nan felt a twinge of regret. If only its arm could be restored, it might truly rival the last tyrant. Restoration? Chu Nan paused, inquiring within his mind. Ding! The host can restore other zombies, consuming evolution points at double the rate compared to self-restoration. The system did not disappoint this time, providing a definite answer. Chu Nan felt a surge of joy and quickly called Li Mulong back. Moments later, Li Mulong returned, howling and waving his restored arm, rejoining the effort to push the vehicle. Li Qianqian, seated beside Chu Nan, watched the zombies pushing the car with great interest. Initially, she was startled to see Chu Nan control so many zombies. However, when she witnessed him restore Li Mulong's arm from nothing, she was utterly astonished. In her eyes, Chu Nan's figure became shrouded in mystery. She cast a deep glance at him before continuing to observe the frenzied zombies. Being astute, she refrained from probing further, aware that their stances were fundamentally different despite the amiable demeanor shown. At this rate, how long will it take to leave the city? Yet, as she watched, boredom began to creep in, prompting her to complain to Chu Nan beside her. This stretch to exit the city is the most severely blocked. Once we get past here, it should improve considerably. Chu Nan peered ahead, then tapped the car roof, saying, Su Song, switch out. The road ahead had been mostly cleared. After summoning Li Mulong back, Chu Nan returned to the driver's seat. As they passed the hundreds of zombies, he snapped his fingers. Those under his control reverted to aimless wanderers. Once they hit the national road, the number of vehicles diminished significantly. Although abandoned cars still littered the roadside, they no longer impeded their passage. Just as Chu Nan was driving, he suddenly frowned, noticing the fuel gauge indicating a low tank. He needed to find a gas station. Not long after, he spotted a gas station. However, the sight there caused his eyes to narrow. He saw a cluster of over a dozen zombies gathered around the convenience store beside the gas station, incessantly trying to push their way inside. Clearly, there were people hiding within. Not only that, but Chu Nan also faintly heard the sounds of barking. The barking heightened Chu Nan's caution. In this post-apocalyptic world, animals, like humans, had undergone mutations. Some animals had transformed into virus-carrying zombie beasts, while others had retained their instincts but had undergone drastic changes in their attributes, becoming significantly more resistant to the virus than humans. The occupants of the convenience store were evidently of the latter variety. Chu Nan could even catch glimpses of a massive mutated dog through the gaps between the zombies. If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared to be a Siberian husky. However, this particular husky was as large as a small elephant, occupying half of the convenience store's area. Its teeth were exceptionally sharp, and even the claws on its paws resembled scythes. Wow! What a big dog! Seated in the passenger seat, Li Qianqian could not help but lean her head out of the window, exclaiming in astonishment at the sight of the large husky. It was astonishing that such a canine could grow to such a size, clearly disrupting its bodily balance and internal structure, yet it had not collapsed. Its voice bore a hint of the demeanor of a dominant carnivore, suggesting that its genetic sequence had been inexplicably altered. Even Su Song in the back seat was momentarily captivated by the sight of the husky, his eyes sparkling as he muttered something under his breath. In a fit of excitement, he even pulled out a small notebook to take notes. Chu Nan promptly parked the car next to the gas pump. Their vehicle was quite loud, and with the little girl failing to suppress her voice, it immediately attracted the attention of several nearby zombies. Just as they were about to lunge towards the little girl, they were met with a fierce glare from Chu Nan. They were instantly subdued, turning away as if they had seen nothing. Chu Nan, can we save that big dog? Li Qianqian, having traveled some distance with him, still found him enigmatic, but was beginning to feel somewhat familiar. Not a chance, Chu Nan replied, his focus on fueling the car. Not lifting his gaze, you? The young girl pouted in frustration, her face a picture of displeasure. Su Song in the back seat opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Chu Nan shot him a fierce glare, causing him to retract his neck in fear. Chu Nan worked swiftly, soon finishing the refueling and returning to the vehicle. It was only upon starting the car that the weight on his mind began to lift. What the hell? To encounter such a creature? Chu Nan pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, speeding away from the gas station. Chapter 40. Strange Beasts Bang. Just as Chu Nan accelerated, a tremendous crash erupted from the convenience store, followed by the sound of shattering glass and a panicked female voice. You fool! Come back! At that moment, the convenience store was half collapsed, with the enormous husky using its paw, resembling a fan, to smash the heads of the zombies at the entrance to smithereens. Its owner stood in stunned silence, realizing only then that her fool of a dog had transformed not just in size, but had also become immensely powerful. Within moments, dozens of zombies lay crushed beneath its paws. Next, its keen eyes scanned Chu Nan's vehicle, pausing momentarily on the faces of Chu Nan and the little girl. Flashing a look of human-like fury, It then lifted its head to the sky and emitted a howl akin to a wolf's wail. Goodness, has it reverted to its ancestral form? Su Song in the vehicle, upon hearing the sound, was immediately intrigued, mimicking the little girl by peering out at the husky. Oh no. Chu Nan realized the implications and quickly pulled Li Qianqian back. Meanwhile, Li Mulong's large hand also yanked Su Song inside. Bang! Su Song, caught off guard, hit the back of his head against the car roof, producing a dull thud. Damn it! Though Su Song felt no pain, he couldn't help but express his irritation. Shut it! Chu Nan was in a foul mood, flooring the gas pedal, eager to escape the area. Su Song and Li Qianqian finally sensed that something was amiss with Chu Nan. Boss, what's wrong? It's just a larger husky, right? Su Song could not contain his curiosity and asked, exactly, what's so frightening about a big dog? The little girl chimed in, adopting a tone of disdain. Ha, is our esteemed Chu Nan afraid of dogs? Ha ha ha, TSK. Chu Nan remained silent, his brow furrowed, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. Afraid of dogs? Yes, he was indeed terrified, to an extreme degree in his previous life. Most dogs recognized the scent of humans and would not actively engage them as foes. However, this world was different. He was now a zombie, an enemy of humanity. Dogs, being the closest companions to humans, would likely retain that bond even after the cataclysm, perhaps even intensifying it. They had become smarter and fiercer, their ferocity heightened in the face of zombies. Ah, that dog is catching up. Wow, it's so fast. Chu Nan glanced again at the rearview mirror, his expression growing grave. At this point, his suspicions were fully confirmed. In the dark abyss of the apocalypse, certain canines underwent an unknown evolution, leading them to favor pack living. Chu Nan began to explain, his focus unwavering, hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. These creatures, now viewing humans as part of their pack, will instinctively launch rescue missions if a human is threatened by zombies. It has become their inherent instinct, one they cannot control. Upon hearing this, Su Song and Li Qianqian immediately grasped the situation. So you mean, it's chasing us because it wants to save me? Li Qianqian pointed at herself, incredulity written all over her face. Chu Nan cast her a sidelong glance, offering no reply, though the truth was self-evident. Li Qianqian's expression turned complex as she gazed back at the vigorously running husky, a glimmer of emotion sparkling in her eyes. But boss, Su Song interjected curiously, although that husky is larger and faster, it shouldn't he be a match for you, right? Couldn't you and Li Mulong handle it together? His words sparked immediate discontent in Li Qianqian, who glared at Su Song. How could you even think of harming such a kind and loyal dog? Su Song, a typical straightforward man, was oblivious to why the little girl was upset, and his confusion only deepened as she glared at him. Chu Nan rolled his eyes at Su Song's ignorance, thinking how unfortunate it was for someone with such high intelligence to be so foolish. However, Just then, his gaze sharpened, no longer merely focused on the rearview mirror. He noticed that shadows of black and gray had gathered in the trees on either side of the road, rapidly closing in on them. What is a pack? Chu Nan thought as a vicious wolf suddenly sprang from the thicket. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he shouted, "Hold on tight." And so it began. Bang! The wolf was sent flying by their vehicle. Yet at such high speed, the car still swayed violently. Chu Nan struggled to stabilize the steering wheel, managing to regain control of the vehicle, but the car's speed inevitably decreased, bringing them closer to the pursuing pack. "Boss, they're about to catch up," Su Song, now thoroughly terrified, exclaimed as he watched the relentless wolves closing in. Chu Nan clenched his teeth, finally managing to accelerate the car again. However, as he rounded a bend, a significant roadblock appeared ahead. A small town loomed before them. Chu Nan slammed on the brakes, and the vehicle skidded to a halt just short of the blockage. "Get out," he ordered decisively, yanking the little girl beside him. Kicking open the car door and leaping out. Without a moment's pause, Chu Nan sprinted towards the town, with Su Song being pulled along by Li Mulong, who followed closely behind. Chu Nan led Li Qianqian, leaping over the rooftops, swiftly approaching the town. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves behind them showed no signs of slowing, relentlessly pursuing them. These wolves were even more agile than Chu Nan and his group, howling and drooling as they chased after them. Without looking back, Chu Nan quickly manipulated several scattered zombies nearby, hoping to create even a slight hindrance. Yet, like the wolves, the zombies were jumping atop the vehicles, unable to reach the ground, let alone obstruct the pack. Before long, the most determined wolf had lunged right behind Li Mulong, and Su Song. It opened its foul mouth, aiming to bite down on Su Song's neck. "Ah!" Su Song screamed, but though he held a stun baton, he was unable to react in time, merely thrashing helplessly on Li Mulong's back. Li Mulong, affected by him, was also unable to mount an effective defense or evade the attack. Clang! At that critical moment, a blade sliced through the air, cleaving the wolf's head in two. It was Chu Nan, who had somehow appeared beside them, brandishing a long knife. "Don't stop. Keep running." Chapter 41. The power of reflexive talent. Having slain a wolf, Chu Nan felt no relaxation. They were being pursued by a pack of 20 or 30 such beasts, especially the large husky, which likely possessed the strength of a third-tier beast. "Boss, run." Su Song hesitated for a moment, but the Li Mulong beneath him would only heed Chu Nan's commands. As Chu Nan's voice fell, Li Mulong immediately sprang into action, and Su Song found himself unable to resist the momentum. Chu Nan, unwilling to linger, swiftly dispatched another ferocious wolf before dashing towards the small town again. The little girl in his embrace appeared somewhat pale, clearly frightened by the vicious appearance of the wolf pack. These wolves, evidently, were not as friendly as the large husky. Though the reason behind their relentless pursuit of Chu Nan and his companions remained unclear, it was evident that even if she were rescued from Chu Nan by these wolves, her fate would likely be no better, perhaps even worse. Chu Nan moved at an astonishing speed, each stride covering the distance of 2 or 3 parked cars side by side, yet the pack behind him continued to close in rapidly. Moreover, Li Mulong's ability was muscle enhancement, making him less adept at speed. Gradually, both of them began to lag behind Chu Nan. The small town was now tantalizingly close, and Chu Nan clenched his teeth in determination. He quickly handed Li Qianqian over to Li Mulong and, drawing his blade, turned to confront the wolf pack alone. "Boss, what are you doing?" Su Song, being carried on Li Mulong's shoulder, exclaimed in alarm, his voice echoing. Even Li Qianqian, observing Chu Nan's retreating figure, wore a complex expression. While they were still in awe, Li Mulong, unwavering, continued to sprint forward without hesitation. Chu Nan cast a glance back, but chose to disregard it. It was not that he could not run ahead alone or abandon Li Qianqian. Doing so would easily alleviate the current crisis. However, the allure of precise abilities was too great to resist. And Su Song's potion expertise was even more crucial than that. The loyalty panel only proved effective against intelligent zombies, which highlighted many issues. Those advanced zombies that exhibited intelligence were essentially the intelligent kind. Chu Nan's Dominion skill could not control intelligent zombies, so if Su Song's potions could preserve one's consciousness and turn them into intelligent zombies, they could also revert intelligent zombies back to mindless ordinary forms. At that point, if any disobedient high-level zombie emerged, he could simply revert it to a fool. Thus, neither he nor Li Qianqian wanted to lose each other. He stowed his long knife into the dimensional space and replaced it with 2 handguns. Aiming to shoot, Chu Nan's gaze sharpened, as if a taut string resonated in his mind. Instantly, everything around him seemed to freeze, not in stillness, but moving at an exceedingly slow pace. Dynamic vision, and it could slow down to such an extent. Elated, Chu Nan nearly lost himself in this marvelous sensation. He quickly steadied his mind, slightly adjusted his aim, and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. His immense strength allowed him to manage the recoil with ease. With this third-tier neural reflex talent, his gunfire was unceasing. The 2 handguns created a sensation akin to a machine gun. The wails of the ferocious wolves echoed continuously at such a rapid pace. The damage they sustained increased exponentially. Astonishingly, Chu Nan managed to empty 2 entire magazines without a single bullet missing its target, each shot striking the wolves. Several were even hit directly in critical areas like the eyes or brain. Instantly killed. Impressive. Li Qianqian and Su Song, being carried by Li Mulong, witnessed the entire spectacle, their mouths agape in astonishment. Ha ha ha, the boss truly is the boss. That's utterly powerful. Gazing at this remarkable achievement, even Chu Nan himself found it hard to believe. He never anticipated that his least favored talent would prove to be so formidable. With a bitter smile, he observed the struggling wolves on the ground, an intense gleam flashing in his eyes. Revealing his sharp claws, Chu Nan licked his lips and extended his hands toward the wolf pack. Ding. Host has successfully infected a first-tier beast. Reward, 30 evolution points. Ding. Host has successfully devoured a first-tier beast. Reward, 60 evolution points. Chu Nan chuckled, for as he had anticipated, anything that sparked his appetite could be consumed. From nearly 20 ferocious wolves, aside from those killed instantly and a few he couldn't consume in time, he accumulated a staggering 800 evolution points. Now, he possessed 2,300 evolution points, sufficient to upgrade yet another talent. Just as he pondered which talent to enhance, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly engulfed him. A black and white blur descended from the sky, pouncing fiercely toward him. In a split second, Chu Nan turned, his green blade in hand, raised defensively before him. Alas, the large husky's size and strength surpassed Chu Nan's, and leveraging its momentum, it swiftly brought him crashing to the ground. Boss! Su Song, now a distant figure, gasped in horror upon witnessing this scene, shouting repeatedly. The little girl, too, was filled with worry. It's over. It's over. If the boss is gone, what will I do? Su Song's face fell, overwhelmed with despair. He's not dead yet. Misfortune has a way of sparing him, Li Qianqian remarked, her expression devoid of emotion as she turned her gaze toward the direction of the town. We should first assess the situation in the town to avoid falling into another trap right after escaping the wolves. Su Song, hearing this, was immediately incensed. How can you be so heartless? The boss risked his life to cover our retreat, and you're still only thinking about yourself? Besides, how do you know the boss is unharmed? It seems you wouldn't mind if he perished, just so you could continue being a proud human. As Su Song's words grew increasingly harsh, Li Qianqian's expression darkened. He continued to rant, and finally, she could no longer contain herself, turning to Su Song and shouting in anger, "You fool! If Chu Nan dies, then Li Mulong, under his control, will immediately lose it. And his first action will be to tear me apart. Even if we stay here, we would merely be a burden. It would be better to scout ahead and help him. Please think before you speak. Or perhaps you're no different from those mindless, repugnant creatures." Su Song was momentarily stunned by her words, then suddenly enlightened, a jubilant smile breaking across his face. "The boss is fine. Ha ha ha, I knew he wouldn't be so easily defeated." Li Qianqian rolled her eyes, exasperated by his lack of emotional intelligence. Yet, despite her calm demeanor, the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 42. The disappearance of the crystal core. Though Chu Nan was not dead, he was far from unscathed. The hulking husky, disregarding the sharpness of his blade, sank its teeth into Chu Nan's shoulder. As it relentlessly tore at him, Chu Nan lost control of his right arm. Activating his abilities, just as he was on the verge of being ripped in two, Chu Nan finally reacted. With a mighty roar, his muscle control erupted. His entire body surged with muscle tissue, swelling rapidly, even forcing the husky's teeth out of his flesh. Chu Nan attempted to grasp the hilt of his knife, but the husky's violent movements made it impossible. In a flash of restorative light, he took advantage of the motion and delivered a powerful kick to the husky's neck. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the husky finally released its grip and staggered back a few steps. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it fixed its gaze on Chu Nan, growling threateningly, baring its menacing fangs. Clearly, it understood that it could not approach Li Qianqian without dealing with Chu Nan first. Chu Nan steadied himself, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, he extended his left hand in a grasping motion aimed at the husky while positioning his right hand at the elbow of the left arm. The husky, sensing no immediate danger and bewildered by his actions, lowered itself slightly, remaining on high alert. A flash of bloodlust glimmered in Chu Nan's eyes. In the next instant, a recurve bow materialized unexpectedly in his left hand, without any premonition. Meanwhile, 2 arrows appeared in his right hand, resting perfectly on the bowstring. The husky's eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping out of its sockets, as if it were a living emoji. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly exclaim in shock, "What the heck? Is this magic?" A surge of primal fear coursed through the husky's heart. It wanted to evade, but just as Chu Nan caught it off guard, it had barely lifted a foot before 2 arrows were already aimed at its face. The arrows flew simultaneously, thud, thud. 2 arrows embedded themselves in the husky's back. Originally aimed for its eyes, the husky's quick reflexes allowed it to dodge the critical hits, resulting in mere flesh wounds. Without hesitation, Chu Nan drew another arrow in the same breath, his speed multiplying as arrows materialized directly from the dimensional space into his hand. Though the 2 arrows struck the creature, it remained largely unaffected in terms of speed. The projectiles launched by Chu Nan were mostly evaded by the agile beast, despite the relentless barrage of over a dozen arrows that forced the creature to keep its distance. Chu Nan was unable to gain the upper hand. Frowning, he realized that this creature's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He could scarcely discern its landing points. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as the brilliance of an upgrade flickered momentarily. 4th-tier neural reflex talent. The upgrade was complete. He then drew his bow once more. This time, 3 arrows were knocked onto the string in an instant, completely sealing off the creature's retreat. Thud. Finally, the creature could no longer evade. Struck by 2 arrows, its body staggered abruptly, and in that moment, despair flickered in its eyes. For Chu Nan's dagger had already pierced its throat. Without a sound, the blade plunged deep into the creature's windpipe. With a swift twist, a torrent of blood gushed forth, soaking the ground. The creature struggled briefly before falling still. Ding. Host successfully infected a 3rd-tier aberrant beast. Reward: 120 evolution points. Retracting his hand, Chu Nan gazed at the creature lying lifeless on the ground, a ravenous desire swelling within him. Casting a glance around, he noticed that several mutated wolves had transformed into zombie wolves, now entangled with the remaining pack of over 10 feral wolves. Fortunately, the mutation process had occurred swiftly, preventing the feral wolves from seizing the opportunity to pursue Su Song and the others. Without hesitation, Chu Nan used his dagger to slice open the creature's abdomen, his eyes gleaming with crimson light as he voraciously began to consume. Ding! Host successfully devoured a 3rd-tier aberrant beast. Reward: 200 evolution points. As the notification sounded, Chu Nan finally raised his blood-red gaze. Yet the desire within him showed no sign of abating. He looked towards the pack of wolves still attempting to break through the blockade, emanating a powerful aura of bloodlust. The wolves immediately became agitated, growling menacingly in his direction. Before long, seemingly overcome by fear, the pack began to retreat. Chu Nan wished to pursue, but he was alone, and the speed of the zombie wolves, having mutated, had increased significantly, making them impossible to catch. With no choice, he abandoned the idea. Lowering his gaze, he scrutinized the creature's head, then lifted his dagger and thrust it forcefully into its forehead. Breaking through the skull, he reached inside and, to his delight, extracted a crystal-clear gem. This was not merely a gem, but a crystal core produced by the aberrant beast. Beasts of Tier 3 and above, as well as zombies, had a high probability of generating such cores within their brains. These cores held immense value for humans, particularly for those who had awakened evolution or special abilities. Their function was singular yet formidable. they could significantly accelerate the tier advancement of an evolutionary or superhuman. The crystal core from the Tyrant in the Golden Building still lay within Chunan's dimensional space. He had inquired about it from the system, only to be informed that the core was currently ineffective for him, which was why he had stored it away. Holding the crystal core from the creature, he examined it closely, and just as he prepared to place it alongside the Tyrant's core, his expression darkened. System, where is my core? The Tyrant's core, which should have been in the dimensional space, is missing. Answer me. At this moment, Chunan was teetering on the edge of fury, causing the few zombie wolves surrounding him to instinctively back away. System requires energy. I need your mother. Did you ask me before tampering with my possessions? Huh? Chunan stood there, raging uncontrollably, and in his fury, he delivered a powerful punch to the hood of a nearby car, crushing it and even blowing out a tire. The greatest taboo of Chunan's life was betrayal. Had he not been betrayed in his past life, his character in this life would not have been so extreme. Even the transformation into a zombie was something he had accepted and adapted to without hesitation. The system seemed to recognize its fault, remaining silent as Chunan unleashed his wrath. After venting for some time, perhaps fatigued, he finally calmed slightly, his cold voice emerging. You owe me an explanation. Chapter 43. Fragment Bearer host privileges insufficient for response. The system finally broke its silence, yet the answer it provided nearly drove Chunan to madness. Before he could erupt again, the system hurriedly offered another hint. If the host can locate the Fragment Bearer and devour them, it will allow for an upgrade of the system and enhance the host's tier privileges. Chunan was taken aback. Fragment Bearer? What fragments? Could it be system fragments? Was the system not yet complete? A barrage of questions flooded his mind. The nature of the system, a matter he had long overlooked, seemed to finally present a glimmer of understanding. You say the crystal core is useless to me now because I haven't upgraded yet, right? So, after the upgrade, you won't steal my cores anymore? Chunan spoke through gritted teeth, emphasizing the word steal. The system remained silent for a while before finally confirming, yes. Supporting his chin in contemplation, Chunan inquired, how do I identify these individuals? They may not necessarily be human. They could also be aberrant beasts. The system can detect within a 1-kilometer radius whether a fragment bearer exists, and the host will be able to recognize them at a glance. Find them? Or rather, it sounds as if they'll be easily identifiable. It appeared that the bearer should be quite discernible. Chunan's mood began to stabilize at this point. In truth, he had merely been venting his frustration. He had no means to retaliate against the system. Since that was the case, he would have to find a fragment bearer first and assess the situation. Chunan changed into a fresh outfit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a towel as he set off towards the small town. Setting aside the system's issues, he tucked the crystal core into his pocket and reviewed his attributes. His 4 talents, speed and neural reflexes, had both advanced to Tier 4. Although he had upgraded his neural reflex talent and healed some of his injuries, he still possessed around 400 evolution points, which was sufficient to handle unexpected situations. Chunan walked steadily towards the small town, followed by a dozen zombie wolves. These first-tier aberrant beasts proved to be quite useful, not only due to their swift speed and sharp teeth, but also their keen sense of smell. Adept at tracking. This was particularly advantageous as he prepared to enter the town. By this point, he could no longer see Li Mulong's silhouette. They must have already entered the town, though it was uncertain where they were hiding. Discarding the bloody towel, Chunan finally stepped into the town's vicinity. Ding! A fragment bearer has appeared within 1 kilometer of the host. Please proceed to devour them promptly. Huh? Chunan halted in his tracks. He had just set aside thoughts of the bearer, and now it was back on his doorstep. 1 kilometer? That must mean they are right in the small town before him. Raising his head, he scrutinized the town closely. The small town, known as Anran Town, bore no resemblance to its former self. The streets were littered with debris, and there were easily hundreds of zombies scattered throughout, most of them aimlessly wandering, stopping occasionally to sniff or lick the remnants of corpses along the roadside. At the end of the street stood a sturdy wall, likely the last bastion of safety in the town. Chunan even spotted individuals on the rooftops beyond the wall, watching him through binoculars. On the distant high-rise, 4 figures stood. 3 appeared relatively young while the 4th seemed more mature, likely in their 30s. Though their expressions remained composed, their suits were tattered and torn. The 4 were currently observing Chunan's movements from the rooftop. Lu Su, watching the silent trio before him, felt a surge of anxiety. Handsome and an elite member of high society, he had become a prominent executive at a well-known foreign enterprise before the age of 30, only to be trapped here due to a business trip amidst the engulfing darkness. Despite his exceptional talents, the arrival of the apocalypse had rendered all his efforts moot. Now, even securing a meal was a struggle, let alone facing the constant threat of death. Lu Su concealed his turmoil and, employing his usual deceitful rhetoric, reassured the others, "Don't let him deceive you. This is clearly a scheme he has orchestrated to gain your admiration, leading you step by step into his trap." "Surely not?" one of the younger men replied. "You could argue that he controls the zombies, but those zombie wolves couldn't possibly comprehend human speech, could they? How could they cooperate with him in this charade?" A flicker of urgency flashed in Lu Su's eyes as he smiled patiently. "You know I have connections with the military. If super soldiers capable of controlling zombies truly existed, how could I remain unaware? Moreover, do you expect us to escort me to the military district?" The three young men pondered for a moment, recalling that they indeed had heard news regarding the military district on a broadcast yesterday, and were aware that it was seeking many individuals, with Lu Su prominently featured on the list. "Rest assured, as long as you safely escort me to the military base, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my promise and provide you with unexpected benefits. At that time, power, food, women, whatever you desire shall be yours." In conclusion, he cast a resolute glance at the trio. "I assure you." Perhaps influenced by his fervor, the three young men found their eyes lighting up with increasing excitement. Clearly moved, "Brother Su, do not worry. I will ensure your safe arrival at the military district," one of them hurriedly volunteered, patting his chest in assurance. The other two, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Indeed, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow any harm to befall you. Brother Su, once you reach the military district, do not forget about us brothers." Lu Su smiled, radiating warmth, yet internally he harbored disdain, thinking to himself that were it not for his fortuitous survival, he might have already succumbed to their treachery. Upon reaching the military district, he would ensure they understood why the flowers are so red. Lu Su turned his attention back to observing Chunan, his heart brimming with intrigue regarding him. Should the latter indeed possess the ability to control zombies, he must devise a way to lure him to the military district. If he could successfully discover a method to manipulate the undead, he would ascend to the stature of a savior of humanity. Chapter 44. A missed opportunity, however. When he raised the binoculars once more, he could no longer find Chunan's figure. Where did he go? Lu Su continued to search with the binoculars, scanning the entire town, yet he failed to uncover any hiding spot where Chunan might be concealed. Even the zombie wolves had vanished without a trace. The inability to locate Chunan left Lu Su with an inexplicable sense of unease, as if some peril were drawing near. "We cannot linger any longer. We must depart while the commotion created by those few individuals is still fresh." The three young men, still contemplating engaging with Chunan, could only acquiesce to Lu Su's firm tone. Lu Su finally resolved to take the lead, cautiously guiding the other three as they descended the stairs and prepared to exit the town from a different route. Within a large warehouse in the town, Li Qianqian and Su Song had painstakingly managed to seal off several entrances, but now they were growing increasingly concerned for Chunan's safety. "Hey, Big Oaf, we no longer need you here. Hurry and assist the boss," Su Song shouted at Li Mulong, who stood before him, unmoving. Regardless of what was said, the towering Li Mulong remained steadfast, impervious to any persuasion. Useless, only Chunan's commands could direct him. In contrast, the little girl appeared composed, gathering a pile of dry grass to lay on the ground. Although she was uncertain how Chunan controlled the zombies, as long as Li Mulong remained docile, she believed Chunan was safe. This agricultural warehouse was filled with various farming tools and heaps of dried grass, a tea present. Li Qianqian utilized a layer of straw as a makeshift bed. Feigning sleep, not out of fatigue, but to conserve unnecessary energy, gurgle. After the harrowing escape, Li Qianqian felt hunger creeping in. She was still human and required sustenance. Casting a glance at Li Mulong, who stood blankly, she couldn't help but let out a wry smile, realizing that in his eyes, she must appear as a sumptuous meal. Suddenly, a thought struck her, jolting her into alertness. This place harbored more than just Li Mulong. Her body instinctively tensed once more. She squinted, searching for another figure within the warehouse. Although Su Song could communicate and seemed indistinguishable from a human, he had admitted himself that he had completely transformed into a zombie. Su Song was not under Chu Nan's mental control, and should his zombie instincts flare up, it would spell disaster for her. Unbeknownst to Su Song, who was preoccupied with concern for Chu Nan, he occasionally peered through the cracks in the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chu Nan. "Do you think the boss can find us here?" Su Song turned to ask Li Qianqian, only to be taken aback by her vigilant expression. Noticing a piece of metal in her hand, acquired from who knows where, Su Song's expression turned peculiar. He may have had low emotional intelligence, but he was no fool. His demeanor darkened as he snorted softly, turning to stride out of the warehouse. "You stay here. I'm going to find the boss." With that, he exited without a backward glance. Li Qianqian opened her mouth, wishing to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Observing the disheveled warehouse and the imposing Li Mulong, her eyes welled with unbidden tears. "Daddy, I miss you so much." At that moment, Chu Nan was stealthily advancing toward the small building at the end of the street, taking advantage of the cover provided by the houses. From a distance, that building had originally been approximately a kilometer away from Chu Nan. If this town truly housed a fragment bearer, they would undoubtedly be concealed within that very building. Perhaps one of the four standing on the rooftop. As for Su Song and Li Qianqian, Chu Nan harbored little concern. The town's population was not substantial, and the likelihood of high-level zombies emerging remained quite low. With Li Mulong accompanying them, they should be sufficiently protected, provided they did not act recklessly. His pace was brisk, accompanied by over a dozen wolf zombies, resembling a pack of hunting hounds, frequently glancing back to survey their surroundings. Were it not for the need to avoid detection, Chu Nan would have traversed the alleyway in a straight line. Yet, he was unaware of the fragment bearer's unique abilities. If they could discern his difference at first glance, then all his disguises would be rendered futile, should they detect him prematurely and make their escape by vehicle. It would not align with Chu Nan's intentions. Before long, Chu Nan arrived near the small building. This area appeared to belong to the town's governmental unit, surrounded by walls, with a large iron gate at its center. Outside, a few zombies wandered aimlessly, while the interior remained eerily quiet. Presumably, the zombies within had been cleared away. Bang! The iron gate was sturdy, yet the side door yielded easily to Chu Nan's forceful kick. It seemed the occupants had been too terrified to secure it properly, as the door swung open. The pack of wolf zombies and the surrounding wanderers surged through the small entrance. The wolves led the charge, howling as they rushed into the building, while Chu Nan instructed the two-legged zombies to encircle the entire structure, preventing anyone inside from escaping through other exits. Gradually, however, he began to sense futility in his efforts. His brow furrowed as he realized that with the wolves flooding into the building, no shouts or screams from humans followed, leaving an unsettling silence. Apart from the howls of the wolves and the sounds of scattered debris falling, there was nothing else. Had they fled so quickly? Chu Nan found it hard to believe. They should not have detected his approach. Without further hesitation, he stepped into the building to conduct a thorough search. Yet, even upon reaching the rooftop, he could not find any trace of the four individuals. Ding! The fragment bearers are rapidly escaping the detection range. Please pursue immediately, host. It seemed they truly had fled. The urgency displayed by the system suggested that this fragment bearer was indeed formidable. Chu Nan did not rush after them, ignoring the system's incessant prompts, as he began to survey the entire town and fell into deep contemplation. The roads were blocked by vehicles, making direct escape impossible. Yet despite the town's modest size, the roads were interconnected, complicating the task of discerning their direction. Even if they could sense his identity, abandoning the defensible geographical advantage of the small building to opt for flight indicated either their foolishness or that they possessed a safer refuge. A gleam of insight flashed in Chu Nan's eyes as he lifted his gaze toward the direction from which they had come. There lay the military base, the closest location to this spot. Just then, a wolf zombie trotted over, dropping a small piece of pant leg at Chu Nan's feet. Observing the fabric on the ground and then the wolf, a playful smile crept across Chu Nan's lips. A general indeed. Chapter 45. Footsteps. Brother Su, move quickly. I suspect those wolf zombies have keen noses and might catch up at any moment. One young man urged Lu Su, hastening his steps to distance themselves from the zombies on the street. Xiao Lai, I owe you one. Once we reach the military base, I shall express my gratitude. You remember well? The other two are tirelessly clearing the suddenly emerging zombies from the narrow path beside them. The group of four hastens towards the outskirts of the small town without pause, as the last survivors of the entire town. Apart from Lu Su, who has been consistently protected, the other three have already ascended into the ranks of Evolvers. Among them, the young man nicknamed Xiaolai has even reached the second tier of Evolver status. Even without Lu Su's care, it is unlikely that the military would easily overlook such a talent. I can't go on anymore. Unlike the other three, Lu Su remains an ordinary person. Years of indulgence have left his body drained. It wasn't long before exhaustion overwhelmed him, leaving him gasping for breath while clutching his waist. Brother Su, now is not the time to rest. The zombies are still chasing us, Xiaolai exclaimed anxiously, eager to continue pulling him along. Lu Su shook off his hand, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. You've all become Evolvers, so of course, it's easy for you to talk, he lamented. How infuriating. I am so exceptional, yet I have not awakened any extraordinary talent. He glanced at the three who were brimming with confidence. The resentment within him boiling over. We need to find a vehicle. I simply cannot continue, Lu Su suggested between labored breaths. The expressions of the other three immediately shifted to impatience. Can't you see there are zombies everywhere? There's no time to look for a vehicle. Xiaolai was about to speak when suddenly, a chill ran through him, and his face turned pale with fear. Run! He grasped Lu Su's hand and sprinted forward, his speed nearly dragging Lu Su along the ground. The other two, as if they had seen a ghost, bolted in a panic as well. Damn it! You're hurting me! Let go! Lu Su cried out, his body being pulled uncontrollably, colliding with everything in his path, grimacing in pain. Xiaolai's expression soured further. He remained silent, resolutely continuing to lead the charge. Were it not for his promise, they might have abandoned him long ago. Hey, I'm talking to you. Let go of me. Just then, a massive wolf lunged from the side path, aiming to bite Lu Su. Oh my god. Lu Su was drenched in cold sweat, but fortunately, Xiaolai reacted swiftly, yanking him back just in time. Otherwise, Lu Su would have been in the wolf's jaws. Xiaolai. No, Brother Lai, hurry. That beast is about to catch up. At this point, he could no longer afford to dwell on his pain. If enduring more agony would distance him from the zombie wolf, he would embrace it without hesitation. The four continued to run, but the number of pursuing wolf zombies only increased. The wolf zombies were relentless, and the fleeing quartet grew increasingly frantic. Eventually, in their panic, they stumbled into a dead end. It's over. Their faces turned ashen. Lu Su's expression morphed into one of despair as he cursed loudly, "You fools. Can't you watch where you're going? Did you intend to lead me to my doom?" His voice was laced with hysteria as he berated the three. Xiaolai shot him a disdainful glance. Choosing to ignore him, he and the other two turned, on high alert. The wolves halted at the far end of the alley, completely blocking their escape. Yet, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they merely stood guard, as if waiting for someone. Lu Su continued his tirade, but Xiaolai's patience had reached its limit. Just as he contemplated delivering a slap, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the alley's end. Tap, tap, tap. The sound grew nearer, resonating with an unsettling rhythm. The quartet felt as though each footfall synchronized with their own heartbeat, invoking a sense of indescribable discomfort. Even Lu Su, in his madness, instinctively fell silent. The surroundings felt eerily quiet, as if the growls of other zombies had vanished. The wolf zombies sat still, akin to hunting dogs awaiting orders. Gulp. The four exchanged glances, unable to suppress the urge to swallow hard. The atmosphere was so bizarre it nearly drove them to madness. Tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer, and soon, a figure emerged at the alley's end. The upper half of his body was shrouded in the building's shadow, rendering only a vague outline visible. At him? Lu Su felt uncertain, yet upon noticing the well-behaved wolves at the figure's feet, he quickly deduced who it was, the man who could traverse freely among the zombies. He never expected that the one the system was so apprehensive about was merely an ordinary person. Chu Nan wore a smile, his eyes crimson as blood, fixated intently on Lu Su while completely disregarding the other three. He understood why the system claimed he would immediately recognize the bearer upon sight, because of desire, the insatiable hunger for consumption. From the moment he laid eyes on Lu Su, Chu Nan had been bombarded by this desire. Had it not been for his ever-increasing ability to suppress it, he might have transformed into a true zombie, lunging at Lu Su without hesitation. Who are you? How can you control the zombies? Lu Su stammered, swallowing hard as he feigned calmness. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is who you are, Lu Su faltered, glancing at Xiao Lai and the others. Gradually, he began to understand. A realization dawning upon him that eased his tension. It seemed the other party was curious as to why an ordinary person like himself had 3 evolvers protecting him. They must believe his identity to be special. Hence their pursuit, hoping to gain something from it. Consider yourself fortunate. Lu Su's smile transformed into one of cunning. I am Lu Su, the head of the Hylasai group in Longwood. My worth far exceeds your imagination. Even in this apocalypse, I am a priority rescue target for the military. I see you possess considerable skills. How about this? If you can safely escort me to the military base and take care of my sustenance and hygiene, I shall reward you handsomely. What do you say? Chapter 46. System Upgrade. Lu Su's smile was bright, yet his eyes sparkled with mockery. Humph. Even if you have all become evolvers and possess extraordinary abilities, what of it? Before absolute power, you are but dogs beneath the feet of the wealthy. As he spoke, he took deliberate steps towards Chu Nan, completely dismissing the vicious wolf zombies surrounding him, as if he had already ensnared Chu Nan in his grasp. Behind him, Xiao Lai and the others were on the verge of losing patience. They wished to warn Lu Su that the aura emanating from the other was far too sinister, indistinguishable from that of the ravenous zombies. Moreover, those blood-red eyes bore no resemblance to those of a normal human. Yet, to speak now would undoubtedly draw Chu Nan's attention to them, and by then, escape would likely be impossible. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, stealthily making their way towards a nearby wall. Did I give you permission to leave? Chu Nan did not even lift his eyelids, and the moment Xiao Lai and the others attempted to scale the wall, they froze in shock. Forgetting their stealth, they leaped in unison to vault over the wall. But at that moment, several wolves, as if they had been lying in wait, pounced as soon as they climbed up, dragging them to the ground and tearing at them mercilessly. Get off me! Brother Su, help! Cries of anguish erupted, and though the injuries were minimal, several wolves clustered around each of them, incessantly pulling them toward Chu Nan. The wolves that had previously sat calmly now joined the fray, growling as they tore and dragged. Lu Su observed the wolves weaving around his feet and glanced back at the trio being mauled. Feeling his heart plummet once more, just 3 useless fools. Since they are of no value, they might as well serve as food for your esteemed pet. Ignoring the trio's pleas for help, Lu Su chose to disregard them entirely. You bastard! May you die! A Xiao Lai roared frantically on the ground, but alas, he had been rendered powerless by several vicious wolves that had severed his limbs, leaving him to wallow in despair upon the earth. No, this cannot be real. This cannot be real. Lu Su's face grew increasingly pale as he kicked the ground in a frenzy, fear having completely engulfed him. Chu Nan continued to feast with great delight. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Lu Su, unwavering from the start. It was only when the prompt indicating the system's completion of its consumption echoed that Chu Nan abandoned the corpse in his grasp and turned to seize another. You devil! You are truly a devil! Chu Nan had the audacity to devour Xiao Lai and the others right before Lu Su's eyes. Now it is your turn, he declared, shaking the blood from his hands as he approached Lu Su. The crimson glint in his eyes deepening. Having consumed 3 individuals, his inner desires were not quelled but rather intensified. It seemed Lu Su was indeed special, yet he appeared entirely oblivious to the matters concerning the fragments. Thus, he resolved to consume Lu Su and then observe what changes would ensue. At this moment, Lu Su was utterly paralyzed by terror. The ground was already soaked with his urine, drool dripped from his mouth, and his body trembled incessantly, his gaze devoid of focus. Chu Nan reached out, hoisting him before himself, scrutinizing him intently for a moment before sinking his teeth. Screams escaped Lu Su's lips. The instant Chu Nan's saliva mingled with his blood, an invisible battle erupted within Lu Su. The unique virus representing Chu Nan invaded Lu Su's body relentlessly, swiftly disseminating throughout. Within Lu Su, it appeared as though a will lay concealed. Yet it was now wholly consumed by rage. How dare you? The virus showed no regard for such defiance, continuing its rampant invasion until it swiftly spread throughout Lu Su's entire being. "You insignificant flaw, how dare you attempt to consume me? The enforcers failed to eradicate you. It seems you have grown too bold." A surge of energy erupted deep within Lu Su, violently countering even Chu Nan's zombie virus. At this rate, it would not be long before the virus within Lu Su was entirely purged. "Ding. Please, host, promptly consume the fragment bearer." The system's prompt, though still devoid of emotion, had noticeably quickened in pace. Chu Nan felt no trepidation regarding the system's intentions and believed that allowing matters to continue unchecked would likely yield dire consequences. No longer hesitating, he fully surrendered to his desires and began to consume voraciously. For the first time in a long while, Chu Nan lost his lucidity during his feast, overwhelmed by his cravings. When he finally regained consciousness, he had lost all sense of time. The ground was strewn with remnants. The area around him littered with the flesh of Lu Su. Chu Nan stood momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by the extent of his own madness, not even a shred of bone remaining. He attempted to call upon the system, yet received no response. Reflecting on the events of his consumption, although the memory was somewhat hazy, Chu Nan was certain that the system had not provided the prompts indicating a successful infection or completion of consumption. Could it be that, in the system's eyes, fragment bearers were not considered human? Ding. System upgrade complete. At last, a semblance of relief washed over him. "System, where is my reward?" What do you mean? No reward? Why did I go to such lengths for nothing?" Chu Nan nearly erupted in anger, but thankfully the system's voice rang out in time. "System upgrade effect. The host may exchange crystal cores for evolution points, with the exchange rate equal to the crystal cores level." "What? You level up and suddenly speak as if you're out of breath. Is that all?" Chu Nan was dissatisfied. This function had been anticipated. However, he had yet to settle the score for the system's previous theft of his crystal cores. And now it expected to placate him with a mere new feature. Did it think he had forgotten? A glint of malice flickered in Chu Nan's eyes. That thought I just heard was crystal clear. "If I'm not mistaken, you must have a formidable enemy, and it seems you are at a disadvantage." Ding, a reminder to the host. This system is bound to the host, thus existing as a unified front. If one suffers, all suffer. The system's response only served to heighten Chu Nan's amusement, of course. "I know that, although I remain unclear about what precisely the fragment bearers are, it is evident that the will I sensed earlier is still in slumber, not yet awakened. Since they are fragments, it implies that there are more than one such existence. However, if they come knocking before I have sufficiently developed, what awaits us is something you should understand better than I." Chapter 47. The injured Su Song. The will within Lu Su, though concise in its utterances, conveyed an immense amount of information. In the eyes of that entity, the system was akin to a flaw, one that should have been eradicated by the enforcers. If the system and that will were akin to two closely related existences, then the latter was undoubtedly superior to Chu Nan's system. The emotions conveyed through its tone were telling. Were it not for the fact that the will remained dormant, Chu Nan firmly believed his system would stand no chance, let alone consume the other. Chu Nan now sought to exploit this point to leverage the system. After a long silence, the system finally provided a response. "Ding. Host has successfully consumed the fragment bearer, rewarding 2,000 evolution points." Now that's more like it. Chu Nan beamed with delight before inquiring further. "What exactly do you mean by fragments? And what is the nature of that will?" The system fell silent once more, seemingly contemplating how to explain to Chu Nan. Just as he was on the verge of impatience, the system's voice finally emerged. "The fragments are, in fact, the will itself. They exist as a singular entity, merely divided into several portions. The host may regard them as a common enemy to both humanity and zombies, for the apocalypse is born of their hand." At this moment, Chu Nan was rendered speechless by shock. Although he had harbored a vague suspicion, receiving the system's confirmation still struck him profoundly. From the moment the host bound with the system, "You have become their primary target for elimination, so please locate the fragment bearers promptly and consume them all." Furthermore, following the system's upgrade, the detection range for fragments has increased to 5 kilometers. Chu Nan sighed, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. However, given the circumstances, lamenting was futile, for the system was utterly devoid of sentiment. Yet suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, "How many fragments are there in total?" "Don't tell me there are hundreds or thousands." Ding, Consumption progress. 110. There are a total of 10. Neither too many nor too few. Although he could not foresee what would transpire once those fragments awakened, it was clear that it was not the outcome he desired. After a final glance at his surroundings, Chu Nan led his pack of wolf zombies out of the alley, not far away. In the warehouse where Li Qianqian was hiding, the little girl who had cried was now fast asleep. Nearby, Li Mulong stood still like a statue. A faint knocking at the door stirred Li Qianqian from her slumber, and she sat up, tension etched across her face. "Who is it?" "It's me." Su Song's voice came from outside, albeit sounding somewhat weak. The little girl exhaled in relief and got up to open the iron door. The moment she swung it open, Su Song's figure lunged towards her. What are you doing?" "Oh no, he finally intends to devour me." The little girl's heart sank, her face a mask of despair. She was knocked to the ground by Su Song and closed her eyes, awaiting death. But after a long pause, Su Song made no further move. Li Qianqian gradually sensed something was amiss when her hand encountered a cold liquid. "You re-hurt?" The little girl gasped, hastily flipping Su Song over. His left hand and foot were already a bloody mess, and he bore several puncture wounds. Moreover, the most crucial part, his head, had caved in significantly. Whether human or zombie, the head is paramount, and Su Song's condition clearly indicated he had suffered a blunt force trauma. The fact that he managed to return to the warehouse was already commendable. Su Song remained conscious, and upon meeting Li Qianqian's gaze, he forced a smile, extending a tightly clenched white plastic bag towards her. "Here, food." Li Qianqian accepted the bag and opened it, revealing an assortment of snacks. "Bread, and even milk. Where'n't you supposed to find Chu Nan? How did it end up like this?" Su Song shook his head with difficulty, offering a wry smile. "The boss ran off too quickly. Although I saw him, he seemed to have urgent matters, so I didn't call out to him. I happened to pass by a convenience store and grabbed some food for you." The little girl was immediately moved to tears. His casual act had come at a tremendous cost. In a world where zombies roamed the streets, Su Song could not afford to encounter danger. Only in a convenience store, a place where humans were likely to be hiding. Would Su Song face peril? Humans, at times, could be far more terrifying than zombies. "Guofei, are you certain that guy ran in here?" At that moment, voices emerged from outside the warehouse. The little girl was startled and immediately perked up her ears. Su Song, lying on the ground, also sensed something amiss and offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, it seems I've been followed." "Sure, don't speak at this moment." Li Qianqian looked at Su Song, her eyes devoid of any reproach. She understood that if those who intended to harm Su Song had no ulterior motive, they would never allow an injured Su Song to flee so far. "Keep your voices down," Guofei instructed his three companions in a hushed tone. "I saw him enter, and it appeared a little girl opened the door for him, but I have no idea how many people might be inside." This was a survivor team of 4, and they had recently heard through the radio that a military district was establishing a refuge, prompting them to band together for the journey. While passing through a small town, they sought to replenish their food supplies and chanced upon Su Song effortlessly navigating through a horde of zombies, easily acquiring food, which left them both shocked and envious. They initially intended to capture him alive, but to their surprise, the electric baton he wielded was extraordinarily powerful, even pushing one of their companions directly into the jaws of a zombie. Guofei contemplated the electric baton in his hand for a moment before raising his voice. "Zhang Wei, He-Jin, you two guard the passage and prevent any zombies from coming through. Xiao Shi, you go watch the back door of the warehouse. Ensure no one escapes from another route." The others nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Guofei scanned the surroundings, placed the baton in his left hand, and then drew a silenced pistol. They were only 4, but their audacity stemmed from the fact that they were armed. Inside the warehouse, the little girl had managed to drag Su Song into a more concealed position. She glanced back at Li Mulong, her expression one of helplessness. "Come out. I know there aren't many of you. If you don't show yourselves, I will start shooting." Guofei's voice resonated from outside the warehouse. Li Qianqian felt a surge of anxiety but dared not utter a sound. They found themselves in a predicament. If she spoke, it would imply that there was no third person in the warehouse, leaving them with no reservations. Yet remaining silent would only prolong their plight. Where on earth is Chu Nan? Chapter 48. The perverse Guofei. Li Qianqian bit her lip, her face flushed with urgency. Just then, The iron door of the warehouse emitted a soft sound before being violently kicked open. Guofei's figure slowly stepped inside, a brazen smile adorning his face. "Since you're not coming out, I suppose I must come in." He was entirely unconcerned about how many people might be concealed within. As long as he had a gun, he felt invincible. Upon entering, Guofei's eyes instantly fell upon the upright figure of Li Mulong. And he was taken aback. "A zombie? How could there be a zombie in here?" He immediately raised his gun to fire, but in the next moment, Guofei froze. Why wasn't this zombie attacking the living? Intrigued, he cautiously approached Li Mulong. When he reached Li Mulong's side, Guofei was astonished. He turned to the little girl and Su Song, exclaiming, "You can actually control zombies?" Initially, Guofei had assumed they could merely navigate through the horde with ease. Never anticipating they had the ability to command the undead. "If I could master this skill, wouldn't I be the one calling the shots in this apocalypse? What resources couldn't I obtain? What women couldn't I attract? In fact, the entire world would be under my dominion." The more Guofei contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. His body trembling slightly, he turned to Su Song, a grin spreading across his face. "If you teach me how to control zombies, I promise not to harm you, and I can escort you to the refuge established by the military district. What do you say?" Su Song remained silent, his gaze seething with fury towards the man who had nearly crushed his skull. Li Qianqian also glared at him, wishing fervently for Li Mulong to suddenly unleash his wrath and bite him to death. "I truly dislike the looks you give me." Guofei's expression gradually turned cold, his eyes scanning Li Qianqian before adopting a sinister glint. "Not speaking? That's fine. I have ways to make you talk." He holstered his gun and gripped the electric baton once more, seizing the little girl by her side and glaring at Su Song with a chilling tone. "I'll ask you one final time. Will you speak?" The little girl, being roughly tugged, winced in pain but remained silent, glaring fiercely at him. "Zzzt." The sound of electricity crackled, and Li Qianqian's frail body was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. She let out a muffled groan, pain threatening to render her unconscious, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to scream. Guofei, initially reveling in the anticipation of her cries, was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. "This little brat is quite defiant." Guofei stepped closer, lifting her up once more. "Let's see how long you can endure." Zzzt. Li Qianqian was sent flying like a ragdoll once again. "Stop it." Su Song, consumed by rage, struggled to prop himself up, painstakingly rising to his feet, and began to approach Guofei step by step. "What do you think in your pitiful state you can play the hero?" Guofei mocked, eager to witness what Su Song could possibly do. "I can tell you how to control zombies. Just stop hurting her." Su Song wore a resigned expression, seemingly on the verge of capitulating. "Come a bit closer. I will only speak for your ears alone." He glanced toward the door, as if warning Guofei not to let his companions eavesdrop. Guofei paused, a smirk forming on his lips. "You really think I'm that foolish?" He swung the baton violently, knocking Su Song to the ground, then pointed at Li Mulong with a cold sneer. "If you truly possess the means to control zombies, how can you let it just stand there watching?" Guofei approached Li Qianqian once more, who was now too weak to stand, trembling on the floor. "I have a particular fondness for hearing the screams of the weak, especially when it comes to little girls. Their cries sound like a beautiful melody, utterly intoxicating." As he spoke, he raised his foot, preparing to stomp down on the girl's fingers. "Stop it." Su Song's teeth were nearly ground to dust, his hatred for Guofei reaching unprecedented heights. His eyes began to redden, heavy breaths escaping him, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. His consciousness was fading, a surge of madness erupting within him. "Fei Gu, why are you taking so long?" At that moment, a voice interrupted Guofei's impending cruelty. It was Xiao Shi, who had just entered from outside. "Are you still at it?" Guofei turned to him, smiling. "Didn't I tell you to guard the back?" Xiao Shi's footsteps faltered, and he shivered, hastily apologizing. "I'm so sorry. You carry on, please." With that, he swiftly turned and fled the warehouse. "All right, let's continue." Guofei looked down at the nearly unconscious Li Qianqian, his smile widening. "You are my greatest source of amusement. You can't just drift off to sleep." As he spoke, he pressed his foot down on the little girl's fingers, grinding them against the ground. The intense pain jolted the little girl awake, yet she still refrained from crying out. Su Song could no longer hold back. P.S. A chilling scream emanated from the warehouse, reaching the ears of the not-so-distant Xiaoxi, causing him to shiver involuntarily. That perverse taste is becoming increasingly intense. Perhaps I should keep my distance, he remarked, making his way towards the positions of his two companions. Chapter 49. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Outside the warehouse, Zhang Wei and He Jin stood guard at the sole passage leading into it. They had erected a makeshift barricade, effectively preventing the zombies outside from advancing, leaving them to howl in frustration. The two men gazed at the clawing zombies, engaging in idle conversation. What are you discussing? Xiaoxi inquired curiously as he approached from behind. Why are you out here? Zhang Wei glanced over his shoulder. Slightly puzzled, don't even mention it. That guy is playing around and seems quite engrossed. You won't believe it unless you listen, Xiaoxi replied. The three leaned in, straining to hear the unmistakable sound of screams echoing in the background. That scream doesn't sound quite right. Could something have gone awry? He Jin asked, frowning with concern. That's impossible. Aside from that cripple, there's only a little girl and a zombie specimen left inside. Xiaoxi retorted, rolling his eyes. If this could turn the tide, then Guofei might as well find a block of tofu to throw himself against. A zombie specimen? Xiaoxi nodded and elaborated. I don't know who possesses such a twisted sense of humor to turn a remarkably robust zombie into a specimen that resembles a living creature. It startled me when I first entered. Clearly, he had mistakenly Mulong for a deceased zombie. By the way, what were you just discussing? Upon hearing his question, Zhang Wei and He Jin temporarily set aside their curiosity and smiled. We just discovered that these zombies can be quite fascinating. Oh? Xiaoxi's curiosity was piqued instantaneously. Among these zombies, if one of them has its head smashed open, the others will frantically scramble for the brain matter that spills out. What? Xiaoxi was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Watch this, He Jin said, picking up a shovel from nearby and bringing it down forcefully onto one zombie's head. Blood and gore sprayed as the creature's skull split in two. His action undoubtedly stirred the hornet's nest. The zombies that had been clawing at the barricades suddenly went berserk, rushing towards the viscous, dark substance that had oozed out. These zombies varied in strength. The stronger ones easily pushed through the crowd, seizing more of the brain matter, while the weaker ones could only howl from the periphery, unable to penetrate the mob. Haha, look at that one. Zhang Wei pointed at a zombie stuck on the outer edge, helplessly glaring at the chaos surrounding it, bursting into laughter. I don't find it amusing, Xiaoxi replied, his expression grave, his eyes betraying a hint of shock. What's wrong? Isn't it good to see the zombies turning on each other? He Jin observed Xiaoxi's unease and asked, his brow furrowing in concern. That's not what I mean. Xiaoxi shook his head, his demeanor growing more serious. We've already witnessed zombies that can evolve. At the time, we thought it was merely an anomaly among the undead and paid it little mind. But now, the fact that these zombies are so crazily fighting over their own kind indicates something far more troubling. At this point, he met the eyes of his companions, his voice chillingly cold. What do you mean? Zhang Wei swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. What if all these zombies possess the potential to evolve? Xiaoxi's lips parted, revealing a horrifying truth. The two men exchanged incredulous glances, initially inclined to dismiss the notion, but upon reflection, the possibility seemed all too plausible. Congratulations, you answered correctly. At that moment, a fourth voice echoed, startling the trio into immediate alertness. They were taken aback to discover that the voice originated from behind the zombies. Who is it? The three raised their weapons, realizing only Guofei was armed with a firearm, while the others wielded melee weapons. These zombies, Xiaoxi exclaimed, causing the other two to turn their gaze. What they beheld nearly made their souls flee their bodies. The zombies, previously fixated on the brain matter, suddenly froze in unison, then methodically parted to clear a path. Chunin stepped forward from the passageway. He can control zombies. The three were struck with awe. Who are you? In response to their queries, Chunan chose not to answer. Instead, he focused on the interior of the warehouse, his brow furrowing. His connection to Li Mulong had informed him that Su Song and the others were likely hiding inside. While he was unaware of the events that had transpired, the atmosphere did not bode well. Li Qianqian seemed fine, and Su Song appeared human enough, capable of communication. However, Li Mulong resembled a quintessential zombie. If they could coexist peacefully, then Chu Nan's previous life had been in vain. Moreover, the eerie silence allowed him to hear the unmistakable sounds of the undead feeding. As the other three were about to inquire further, an even more shocking event unfolded. The zombies that had once been the subject of their ridicule suddenly appeared to regain human-like intelligence. They effortlessly lifted the barricade aside and pushed it away. Xiaoxi and the others were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this even possible? Run! Zhang Wei shouted, turning to flee. But as he turned, he discovered that Xiaoxi and He Jin had already dashed ahead of him. You guys! Zhang Wei was infuriated, but survival took precedence. Chu Nan was not about to let these points of evolution escape his grasp. In a flash, he positioned himself in front of Zhang Wei. With no opportunity for resistance, Zhang Wei was swiftly infected by Chu Nan. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Nan seized Zhang Wei's heart, pursuing the other two. As he chased, he stuffed the heart into his mouth. My God, run! He is a zombie. Xiaoxi and He Jin finally grasped the gravity of the situation and hurried towards the warehouse. Xiaoxi surged ahead, disregarding any reservations about Guofei, and forcefully kicked the warehouse door open before darting inside. Fij, the zombies are coming. Guofei, stop playing around. That guy outside is too bizarre. Only your gun can deal with him. He Jin followed closely, voicing his warning just as he entered. However, upon stepping in, he collided with the motionless Xiaoxi. He was about to chide him when he noticed something was amiss. Hastily looking up, the sight before him, even with the threat of zombies pursuing them, rendered him momentarily speechless. A significant portion of the warehouse was drenched in blood. And Li Qianqian, the petite girl, lay nearby, eyes shut and face ashen, seemingly lifeless. At that moment, Guofei had been reduced to nothing but a head, gnawed on by Su Song. Now, even that head was being smashed open. As Su Song held it aloft, pouring Guofei's brain matter into his mouth with an expression of utter delight. Chapter 50. Still want to eat? Gulp. Xiaoxi and He Jin could not help but swallow hard. But almost immediately, the overwhelming stench of blood, coupled with the shocking scene, sent them into a violent bout of vomiting. Su Song, in the midst of his frenzied consumption, turned his head at the sound. Upon seeing the two, a radiant smile spread across his blood-soaked face. In that moment, Su Song resembled a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. Paired with such a smile, anyone with a fragile constitution might just suffer a heart attack on the spot. Xiaoxi felt a chill run down his spine. He desperately wished to look away, but fear had seized his body, rendering even the simplest of movements impossible. He Jin fared slightly better. After a single glimpse, he dared not look again. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a handgun not far away. It was Guofei's gun. He Jin's eyes lit up, and he took a couple of steps forward to retrieve it. Li Mulong. Just then, Chu Nan's voice echoed from outside the warehouse. Li Mulong, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly let out a roar and lunged at Xiaoxi and He Jin. The two had never anticipated that this fellow could still move. In an instant, they found themselves ensnared in Li Mulong's embrace, unable to budge an inch. This is bad. Didn't you say he was a specimen? He Jin was furious, his lungs nearly bursting. He had been so close to obtaining the gun, only to be ambushed by Li Mulong. Xiaoxi raised his head to face the gripping Li Mulong, his heart sinking. He finally understood. This guy was also under the control of that zombie outside. At this moment, the figure of Chu Nan stepped into the warehouse. He gazed upon the chaotic scene before him, and even he found himself momentarily stunned. Gradually, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Not bad at all. Treading upon the thick pool of blood on the ground, Chu Nan approached Su Song, lowering his head to observe him. At this moment, the crimson glow in Su Song's eyes remained intense. Yet there was no trace of madness. His expression did not betray a loss of self. Boss, Chu Nan smiled at him, inquiring, still want to eat? Su Song immediately nodded, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Very well. No sooner had he spoken than Li Mulong brought two individuals before Su Song. They are yours. The red light in Su Song's eyes suddenly brightened, and he eagerly lunged towards the two individuals in Li Mulong's embrace. Wait! At that moment, Chu Nan's voice rang out, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was about to retract his words. Su Song's movements halted abruptly as he turned back, puzzled. Chu Nan's gaze flickered. And then he spoke, never mind, go ahead and eat. Without further hesitation, Su Song, like a ravenous fiend, began to feast upon them. The sounds of screams and pleas for mercy instantly filled the air, yet Su Song remained oblivious, wholly immersed in his lavish repast. After observing for a while, Chu Nan chose to divert his attention. He assessed Li Qianqian's condition. She was alive and her injuries were not severe. She had merely suffered a significant impact, causing some internal displacement, but a little rest would suffice for her recovery. As for the few green, red, purple, and blue fingers, Chu Nan paid them no mind. If they were broken, so be it. It would prevent the little girl from harboring any mischievous thoughts. The warehouse was enveloped in silence, save for the incessant sounds of Su Song's chewing. Chu Nan was unable to mend human injuries, so he allowed Li Qianqian to recuperate naturally. Time passed, and gradually, darkness enveloped the sky. Su Song finally finished his meal, savoring the last drop of brain matter. Contentedly smacking his lips, he turned to Chu Nan and chuckled. Hee hee, boss. Sorry I didn't leave any for you. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. Even zombies required sustenance. Otherwise, they would occasionally lapse into slumber. Their consumption of humans served the purpose of absorbing the energy from the blood for evolution. Prolonged periods without devouring humans would render their bodies sluggish, as the virus within lacked an energy supply. How do you feel? At this moment, Su Song, brimming with vigor, swung a fist and exclaimed, I could take on 10. Chu Nan nodded, refraining from dampening his spirits. Having consumed 3 individuals, Su Song had indeed undergone some changes. The most notable was that his previous wounds had healed. The depression on his head had returned to normal. Externally, there were not many changes, but he appeared significantly more robust than before. Su Song had always been frail, and any slight enhancement would be particularly conspicuous. It wasn't for nothing that he had feasted. At this point, Su Song's capabilities should have reached a normal level for a first tier. Boss, how is she? Su Song inquired, noticing Li Qianqian lying amidst the grass. The excitement on his face instantly dimmed. No major issues. She has awakened once, eaten a bit, and then dozed off again, Chu Nan replied. Settling down on a patch of grass himself. It's too late now. It's dark and unsafe to travel. We shall wait until dawn. Without bothering with Su Song's reaction, Chu Nan closed his eyes and began to examine his own attributes. Name, Chu Nan race, zombie level, tier 3 evolution points, 3120 talent, strength, tier 3, speed, tier 4, defense, tier 3, reflexes, tier 4, skills, infection, hunger devouring, repair, mimicry, 02000, command, 02000, evolution feedback, dimensional space, 02000, at present. Chu Nan's strength likely surpassed that of the vast majority of humans. It was probable that even among zombies, few could match the rapid pace of his evolution. Nonetheless, Chu Nan still intended to prioritize upgrading his talents. This did not imply that the skills were unimportant. Rather, for the moment, they were simply sufficient. He allocated his evolution points directly to enhance his strength talent. Having been disappointed by defense numerous times, he had yet to achieve the desired effect, so he decided to place it at the bottom of his priorities. As the light of enhancement flared, Chu Nan felt a surge of immense energy coursing through his limbs. Accompanied by a surge in strength, his physique became slightly more robust, yet he did not transform into a muscle-bound behemoth like Tyrant. Instead, he maintained an exceptionally well-proportioned figure. Beneath every contour lay explosive power. Not bad, at least it's worth the investment. Chapter 51, Black Dragon Team. By Lin. As the dawn broke, Chu Nan roused Li Qianqian from her slumber. She had awoken from a restless sleep. The stench of blood in the warehouse overwhelming. She had intended to request Chu Nan to find a different place to rest, but her plea had been denied, leaving her quite irate, with panda-like eyes. She pouted in discontent, attempting to prop herself up, only to be reminded of her injuries by a sharp pain in her fingers. At that moment, a tube of ointment was presented before her. Li Qianqian looked up to find Su Song's beaming face. Apply a bit on your fingers. It will aid your wounds greatly. He had stealthily procured it from a pharmacy the night prior, but fearing to wake her, he could only wait until now to offer it. Thank you. Li Qianqian returned a smile, which sent Su Song into a fit of excited hopping. Observing Su Song's jubilant demeanor, she chuckled softly. However, the next moment, she felt Chu Nan's gaze upon her, prompting her to turn her head away, leaving him with a grand eye roll and a soft huff. Chu Nan regarded them with mild surprise. When had their relationship grown so amicable? Let us go. The trio of zombies, accompanied by the little lowly Li Qianqian, embarked once more on their journey toward Yanluo City. 2 days later, a domestic vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Yanluo City. This main thoroughfare leading to the city center was choked with zombies. The trees lining the road stood robust, yet they too appeared desolate, bearing the marks of the apocalypse. Chunin stood atop the vehicle, surveying the endless sea of zombies before him, his expression unusually solemn. With a population of nearly 10 million, the transformation into zombies constituted an astronomical figure. Tio reached the research facility where his mother was located. They would need to traverse the entirety of Yanluo City. Walking would undoubtedly consume several days. Commanding the zombies to clear a path was also futile. There were simply too many of them. And even the slightest movement would force Chunan and his companions off course. He began to regret not using his evolution points to upgrade his commanding skill sooner. How much longer could his mother possibly endure? If, by chance, she were to be devoured by zombies midway or mutated into one, only to be killed by humans, Chunan feared he might lose his sanity on the spot. He meticulously recalled memories from his mind. Seeking anything useful, Chunan had only visited Yanluo City twice, both times as a child, accompanying his mother to handle urgent matters. Due to his mother's stringent confidentiality agreements, she had never discussed her work with him since he became aware. Were it not for his early maturity, he would likely still be unaware of the location of his mother's research facility. Boss, how do we get through? Su Song's head poked out from the driver's seat. A troubled expression etched on his face. Just drive for now, Chunan replied, furrowing his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. The vehicle advanced slowly, and the zombies ahead gradually parted to create a narrow path. Chunan's brow furrowed deeper. He needed to devise a means to create some commotion. His gaze swept around, landing on the towering skyscrapers. His attention fixated on several large speakers atop a building. That was the broadcasting station of Yanluo City, and the loudspeakers on the roof were meant for air raid sirens. Chunan's eyes lit up, and an idea sparked. He smacked the top of the vehicle and exclaimed excitedly, "Change drivers." At the base of the Yanluo City television station, Bai Lin, clad in combat gear, stood on the deserted street, shouldering a large sniper rifle while twirling a dagger in his right hand. If Chunan were present, he would undoubtedly berate him for being foolish. In a world overrun by zombies, lightweight, fully automatic rifles were the preferred choice. Yet this man had opted to carry a sniper rifle, utterly oblivious to the meaning of danger. However, he personally held a strong preference for this weapon capable of killing from a kilometer away. As for the zombies, he had plenty of ways to deal with them, just like this entire street. Indeed, there was no one here. Not even a zombie. Only the bodies strewn across the ground. Damn it. Bai Lin glared at the towering building, its 30-plus stories, and the faint silhouettes of zombies within, cursing under his breath. The captain really knows how to play tricks, sending me alone into the city center for a B-tier mission as performance. How stingy can one be? This is simply outrageous. Though he grumbled, Bai Lin nonetheless proceeded steadily towards the towering edifice. However, midway through his journey, he abruptly recalled something and turned back, shouting towards a shadowy corner. "Hey, I'm saying, it's about time you showed yourself, isn't it? If you don't come out now, I might just barge in. Wait." Suddenly, a bespectacled man dashed out from the corner, urgently calling out to Bai Lin. "What will I do if you leave?" This man, clad in casual attire and clutching a toolbox, seemed to have a purpose unknown to Bai Lin. "I couldn't care less." Bai Lin rolled his eyes, his expression replete with impatience. "Damn it. As if traversing the city center wasn't enough trouble, now I have to babysit this tag-along." The captain must have lost his mind, in response to Bai Lin's derision. The bespectacled man appeared unfazed. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, adjusted his glasses, and softly remarked, "Mr. Bai, I must remind you that I am the most vital component of this operation. Enough of that. Don't try to intimidate me with your nonsense. I am not falling for it. Just hurry along with that." Bai Lin shoved the bespectacled man and continued toward the building, seemingly unperturbed by the zombies lurking in the corridor. The demeanor of both individuals suggested they were far from ordinary. Even the bespectacled man, who did not seem to possess combat prowess, revealed a flicker of anxiety in his eyes, yet he exhibited no signs of panic or fear. As for Bai Lin, he was a member of a top-secret elite combat unit cultivated by the state. Known as the Black Dragon Team, elite, not special, A mere letters difference but a chasm in significance. As the nation's most esteemed combat team, the investment in them was undoubtedly substantial, closely tied to their exceptional talents. The Black Dragon team was small, comprising only 7 members, yet each one was an unparalleled agent of world-class caliber before the apocalypse. Even in these dire times, they ranked among the military's strongest forces. If they collaborated, there were few tasks they could not accomplish. Upon entering the building, Bai Lin and the bespectacled man found the streets once again teeming with the undead. It was not long before a vehicle, dubbed the Hongguang Shanxie, rounded the corner. Chapter 52. Mutual Curses. Chu Nan surveyed the ground littered with zombie corpses and the scattered remains of a few still active zombies, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Has someone been here? Su Song and Li Qianqian also sensed the oddity. Chu Nan killed the engine and leapt from the vehicle, followed closely by Li Mulong. After the incident at the warehouse, Li Mulong had realized that the zombies he controlled would lapse into a dormant state if they were out of his sight for a while, rendering his presence alongside them unnecessary. You two should stay behind and find a way to drive the vehicle further away. A zombie tide will likely erupt here shortly. As Chu Nan spoke, he controlled one ordinary zombie to board the vehicle, needing a beacon to locate them later. Since Li Mulong was following him, he would simply control another zombie as well. Having completed this task, Chu Nan prepared to head toward the broadcasting building. Boss? Su Song suddenly called out, hesitating slightly, and awkwardly chuckled. Hey, could you lend me a gun? Chu Nan was taken aback by the request and turned to Li Qianqian. The young girl, though trying to appear unfazed, had her tense posture betray her. After giving Su Song a deep look, Chu Nan reluctantly handed over a silenced handgun, murmuring, Exercise caution. I will. Hee. Su Song replied, and with a nod from Chu Nan, he resumed his march towards the building alongside Li Mulong. As they walked, Chu Nan kept an eye on the corpses strewn about. Each zombie had met its end with a fatal blow to the head. It seems we're dealing with a skilled marksman. He mused, pondering the intentions of this unknown adversary. As he drew closer to the building, the scattered zombies around ceased their wandering and silently began to follow Chu Nan. A quick glance back revealed his dissatisfaction. These creatures were increasingly resembling mere cannon fodder. Upon entering the building, Chu Nan's expectations were confirmed. The zombies he might encounter had mostly been dealt with, judging by the flow of blood on the ground. It appeared that the previous occupants had not ventured far. Reaching the stairwell, Chu Nan continued upward with a horde of zombies in tow, his objective clear: to activate the air raid alarm and draw the street's zombies to him, allowing for the swiftest route to the research facility. Should he encounter the individuals who had come before him, he would naturally handle them with ease. Fortunately, the electrical system here remained functional, sparing Chu Nan the worry of outages. His only task now was to enter the control room, locate the air raid alarm control panel, and sound the alarm. Before long, following the floor plan, Chu Nan found the control room's location. However, upon reaching the door, his eyes narrowed slightly. Remarkably, the control room had already been occupied. The doors stood tightly shut, surrounded by a scattering of zombie corpses. With his acute hearing, Chu Nan could detect impatience emanating from within. Yet, as soon as he stepped onto the floor housing the control room, the voices inside abruptly ceased. Chu Nan raised an eyebrow, halting his steps, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Had he been discovered? This revelation piqued his curiosity about the occupants within. Their vigilance was astonishing. He was still several meters away from the door, yet they had sensed his presence. Nevertheless, Chu Nan did not dwell on it for long. He discerned that there were likely only 2 individuals moving inside, and no matter how formidable they were, he could easily dispose of them using the horde of zombies behind him. But when a gun barrel unexpectedly protruded from the crack of the door, Chu Nan's composure vanished. What the hell? His expression shifted drastically as he saw the dark muzzle aimed directly at him, prompting him to drop to the ground instinctively. Bang! A deafening roar erupted as a 12mm bullet whizzed past the top of his head with tremendous force, striking a zombie behind him. Its skull exploded spectacularly, scattering fragments like a shattered watermelon. Damn it! Chu Nan cursed, alarmed as the door of the control room lay in tatters, having been ruthlessly battered by Bai Lin. The low-tier zombies surged forward, ultimately toppling the door under the strain of their relentless push. A horde of zombies immediately flooded into the control room. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Nan ordered a few of the zombies to drag the severely injured Li Mulong to his side. However, It wasn't long before the sounds of the zombies' roars from within grew weaker, eventually falling silent. As Bai Lin had dealt with them all, Chu Nan remained crouched in the corridor, stealthily observing the commotion inside. Bai Lin, too, was on high alert. He had distinctly heard a human voice earlier, and the zombies exhibited a surprising degree of coordination, far from the behavior of ordinary undead. Although it was hard to believe, Bai Lin deduced that these zombies were being controlled by someone outside. Chapter 53. Air raid alarm. At that moment, the bespectacled man was engrossed in fiddling with a device in the control room. Just as Bai Lin was about to turn and unleash a torrent of curses, the bespectacled man finally looked up. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke softly to Bai Lin. "I'm done." Bai Lin's heart surged with joy, a broad smile breaking across his face. "Finally! It took you long enough. I've had faster flights." The bespectacled man grimaced, silently vowing to lodge a complaint with his superiors upon returning to base. After his outburst, Bai Lin scanned the surroundings, clearly searching for an alternate escape route. The individual controlling the zombies outside had evaded his shots twice, indicating a formidable opponent. Since the task was completed, he had no desire to engage in a futile struggle. On Chu Nan's side, wary of the opponent's heavy weaponry, he too dared not advance, choosing instead to remain in his position. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Alarmed, Chu Nan commanded one of the zombies to charge inside. Moments later, the zombie staggered back out. Chu Nan's expression darkened instantly. He had miscalculated. He hadn't anticipated that the enemy would simply flee, regardless of their intentions. Being ambushed and then allowing the adversary to escape left him deeply dissatisfied. Damn it! He had squandered over 100 evolution points in vain. Li Mulong's injuries were too severe, and the evolution points required to restore a zombie doubled, only adding to Chu Nan's frustration. Cautiously, he stepped into the control room and peered cautiously out of the window. It was not particularly high, merely 3 stories tall, and a cable extended from the window, evidently used as a means of descent. Chu Nan immediately spotted Bai Lin, who was carrying the bespectacled man and running away. If sensing Chu Nan's gaze, Bai Lin halted and turned around. His face twisted in mockery as he raised a middle finger in Chu Nan's direction. Chu Nan's eyes darkened, as if they could drip water. With a cold smirk, he turned and hastened to the control panel. "Trying to run? Did you ask me first?" He smashed open the control panel, and a sinister smile flickered across his face as he surveyed the switches. "Let's see how you escape." He then raised his hand and pressed down forcefully. Wailing, the deafening air raid alarm echoed through the skies. Since the alarm in the broadcasting building operated on a single-line control, it did not affect other areas. Thus, in the entire Yanluo city, only this location blared the air raid alarm. Chu Nan moved to the window once more, looking down with a challenging gaze. The piercing alarm reached Bai Lin's ears, nearly causing him to stumble as he struggled to regain his balance. "Damn it! How could you be so petty? Did your mother not give birth to you properly?" Bai Lin fumed, hopping up and down in frustration, cursing incessantly. It was the first time he felt such disgust towards someone. Meanwhile, Chu Nan stood by the window, continuously sneering, his eyes filled with provocation. "Come on, hit me! Come bite my ass!" He then raised both hands, defiantly displaying a middle finger. "Damn it!" Bai Lin was livid. He glared at Chu Nan, grinding his teeth in anger as he bounced in place. "Don't hold me back. I want to take him down." As he bounced, Bai Lin continued to roar. The bespectacled man he was carrying looked at him with disdain and taunted. "I am not holding you back. I merely wanted to remind you that if you don't leave soon, you might really not be able to." The bespectacled man crouched a short distance away, fiddling with his suitcase. The case lay open, revealing a precision instrument resembling a computer. In this apocalyptic world where all sophisticated electronic devices were rendered useless, the contents of the man's suitcase seemed unaffected. "How about it? Did you receive it?" Bai Lin cast aside his gloomy mood and inquired. The bespectacled man nodded, stating, "Confirmed, the specific identity of the extraterrestrial." He flipped the suitcase over and activated a projector. Instantly, a detailed personal profile materialized before Bai Lin's eyes. Name: Zhao Guogang. Age: 46. Nationality: Longhua. Position: Head of the National Research Institute, Biochemical Research Institute of Yanluo City. Bai Lin cast a glance at the rotund figure displayed on the screen. Somewhat astonished, The prominent member of the extraterrestrial organization appeared in such an unassuming guise. The extraterrestrial organization was indeed one of the most enigmatic entities globally, even before the end of the world. Their influence was pervasive, spanning various domains. Yet, few were privy to their existence, save for a handful of national leaders and select individuals from organizations such as the Black Dragon. Are we really bringing him back to headquarters? Bai Lin was taken aback by the remark and turned to him with a hint of confusion. What? Your tone suggests fear of him? Have you met him? The bespectacled man shook his head, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, yet ultimately he spoke. You may not understand. Although I am considered a peripheral member of the extraterrestrials, the more I learn about them, the more I sense their unfathomable depth. As if what? Bai Lin raised an eyebrow, adopting a rare seriousness. The individual before him was not prone to exaggeration. Yes, if they do not belong to the realm of humanity. Bai Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, not human? Ha ha ha, then what are they? Zombies. The bespectacled man gave him a deep look, aware that it was not disbelief that motivated Bai Lin, but rather an unwillingness to disclose his thoughts. He closed the suitcase and continued. Regardless, the decision does not rest with us, but with the higher-ups at headquarters. Let us first relay the information to the others. I suspect Long Feng and the others will be arriving soon. Outside the suburbs, the bread van that had been speeding along suddenly slammed to a halt. The screeching sound of tires, accompanied by a violent centrifugal force, caused Su Song and the others inside to topple about. Whoa! The little girl, who had been drinking water, nearly ended up shoving the bottle into her mouth. Chu Nan, are you trying to kill us? Chu Nan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes gradually turning ferocious upon receiving the system's alert. Are you saying that another fragment bearer has been detected, and their approximate location aligns with our route? After receiving confirmation from the system, Chu Nan's brow furrowed tightly. The system could detect within a 5-kilometer range, and their destination was roughly the same distance away. It seemed that this second fragment bearer was likely at the research institute. Boss, why aren't we moving? Su Song's puzzled voice broke through Chu Nan's thoughts. It's nothing, Chu Nan replied, regaining his composure and restarting the vehicle. Li Qianqian huddled in her seat, nervously gazing out the window. In the brief time they had stopped, zombies had already begun to swarm around them. Chu Nan executed a sharp turn, sending the zombies flying without even the need to control them. Chapter 55. The guiding mercenaries. Since receiving news of the fragment bearer, Chu Nan's speed had increased significantly. After navigating around some blocked streets, they arrived at the location of the research institute in just over 10 minutes. Although this area was already on the outskirts, numerous zombies still roamed about. It appeared to be an industrial complex, with zombies wandering outside and wrecked vehicles strewn about. Inside the complex, however, the number of zombies was minimal due to a surrounding wall. The main entrance was tightly shut. But fortunately, the wall was not particularly high, preventing zombies from entering but not obstructing Chu Nan and his companions. Standing atop the wall, Chu Nan surveyed the rows of factory buildings, his brow furrowing slightly. He felt somewhat at a loss. The last time he had been here seemed like ages ago, and now, finding the entrance to the research institute would likely require a thorough search of all the buildings. With no other choice, Chu Nan resolved to search each one systematically. However, before he could begin, a group clearly dressed as mercenaries entered their line of sight. Chu Nan paused, signaling Su Song and the others to halt, and positioned the controlled zombies in front of them. Boss, Su Song whispered, but Chu Nan shot him a glare, urging him to be silent as he observed the unknown mercenaries. These individuals had also arrived by vehicle, pulling up in 3 Hummers at the entrance of the complex. A dozen heavily armed men disembarked, each wielding automatic rifles and dressed in full tactical gear. Their arrival naturally attracted some zombies, but they effortlessly dispatched them without even firing a shot. It appeared this group possessed considerable skill. As for the foreign language they spoke, Chu Nan understood nothing, though Su Song comprehended it perfectly. Boss, they seem to be here to pick someone up, Su Song whispered in Chu Nan's ear. Chu Nan's brow furrowed deeper. It seemed their objectives aligned. In this desolate place, the only potential target for retrieval could be the underground research institute. After observing for a moment, Chu Nan decided to follow behind them, having noticed that the leader among them was meticulously comparing a rough map, clearly prepared for the task at hand. The group left 2 members behind to guard the vehicles while the rest followed the leader into the complex. Chu Nan was not in a hurry. Once the group had moved further away, he pointed at the two guards left at the entrance and quietly instructed Li Qianqian, "Eliminate those two," without looking back. He trailed after the mercenaries. Chu Nan said only this one line, neither instructing her on how to carry out the task nor doubting her capabilities. The little girl was momentarily taken aback by his words, then promptly pouted in dissatisfaction. However, upon seeing Chu Nan unwaveringly pursue the group, Li Qianqian realized he was serious. She knew that if she failed to accomplish this, he would unhesitatingly turn her into a zombie. She was acutely aware of her position. Once she ceased to be of use to Chu Nan, she would likely be the first to be abandoned. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Nan had kept her around all this time to harness her extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, she would not have survived to this day. Biu biu. Following two faint sounds, the two mercenaries fell to the ground. Li Qianqian blew on the muzzle of her gun, then quickly followed after Chu Nan. Moving stealthily, the mercenaries moved swiftly, and Chu Nan soon trailed them to a factory building where they stopped. The entrance was secured with a keypad lock, but the lock was long since inoperable. The door swung open with a simple pull. Within moments, the group surged inside. A cold glint flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. He did not hesitate, commanding the zombies following him to charge in as well. Instantly, the people inside were taken aback, clearly unprepared for the sudden appearance of zombies. Amid the chaos, shouts and gunfire erupted simultaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Nan followed Li Mulong into the fray. These individuals were skilled fighters, and it seemed that relying solely on the low-tier zombies would only serve to deplete their ammunition. If he wished to achieve anything substantial, he would need to take matters into his own hands. The battle inside unfolded with remarkable swiftness, and by the time Chu Nan entered, the majority of the zombies had already been dealt with. The first thing he noticed upon entering was an elevator slowly descending at the far end of the factory, and only 7 people remained inside. Originally, 16 had entered the complex. Now only 7 remained, meaning 9 had gone down. This thought flickered fleetingly in Chu Nan's mind before he drew 2 guns and tossed one to Li Mulong while gripping the other himself. Then began firing wildly. The remaining mercenaries, seeing Chu Nan and his group enter, initially assumed more zombies had arrived and began to shout in panic, raising their weapons to shoot. However, upon seeing the black muzzles aimed at them, they fled in terror. Chu Nan had no intention of using bullets to resolve this. Every shot wasted was a disgraceful loss of evolution points. Once their ammunition was spent, 2 figures swiftly darted forward, lunging at the remaining mercenaries, especially Chu Nan, who moved with such speed that he appeared as a blur to their eyes. With a swift slash of his nails, he opened a gash across one man's throat. Blood sprang forth. Ding! Host successfully infected 1 human. Reward: 10 evolution points. Ignoring the system's prompt, Chu Nan continued to pounce towards the next human. Meanwhile, Li Mulong seized 2 individuals, colliding them together and sending them crashing before Zhou Gong. These individuals were not evolved beings. Although their attributes surpassed those of ordinary people, they remained firmly within the realm of normality. Even with firearms at their disposal, they posed no threat under the vigilant watch of the 2 men. In a mere half-minute, as if performing a grand manipulation of the cosmos, all these individuals succumbed to infection and collapsed to the ground. After another minute, they all rose once more, brandishing firearms and silently positioning themselves behind Chu Nan. The little girl at the entrance observed the entire scene, finding it extraordinarily bizarre regardless of how many times she witnessed it. Su Song, however, was rather carefree, scampering over to Chu Nan and pressing the elevator button for him. The sycophant Li Qianqian muttered under her breath and followed suit. Chu Nan glanced at him, said nothing, and quietly entered the elevator, pressing the button for the basement floor. Chapter 56. Cold wind as Chu Nan accompanied by his entourage rode the elevator. Another group of visitors arrived outside the factory gates. This group was small, comprising 3 men and 1 woman. In stark contrast to the previous batch of mercenaries, these individuals were all citizens of Longhua, and they were lightly equipped. Yet, they too exhibited an apparent indifference towards the surrounding ordinary zombies, as if they were merely harmless pets without any danger. At this moment, they stood before the factory gates, gazing at the 2 corpses of mercenaries being devoured by the zombies, engaged in discussion. By the looks of it, they couldn't have been dead for long. One of the shirtless men crossed his arms, casually observing the entire feeding spectacle, licking his lips as if tempted to join in. Beside him, The lone woman adjusted her impressive figure, casting him a disdainful glance, and remarked, "No kidding. The blood is still red. It definitely hasn't been more than half an hour. I wager it won't exceed 5 minutes." At this juncture, a young boy, holding a lollipop, leaped onto the wall, grinning playfully at the pair. He bore a long sword on his back, exuding the aura of a young hero from a martial arts novel. "Xiao Di, how do you know that?" The woman inquired with curiosity, toying with her dagger while smiling. "Don't ask how I know. Just tell me, are you betting or not? What's the wager? If I win, Sister Wanlian, you must give me a set of your worn underwear, and Brother Honglei will teach me the Thunder Fist." "You?" Wanlian blushed in embarrassment, glaring at him in anger. The shirtless man named Honglei pointed to himself, saying, "Why drag me into this?" Xiao Di chuckled mischievously, "Simply watching the two, don't bet with him. You'll definitely lose." Just then, the last member of their group approached from a distance. This individual appeared to be the most well-composed of the four. He was handsome, donned in standard tactical gear with protective enhancements at crucial points. His arsenal included a handgun, a short dagger, grenades, and a submachine gun, all meticulously attached to his person. This was indeed the attire befitting the apocalypse. In comparison, the other three looked as though they had just stumbled out of a peaceful era. Cold Wind, do you believe him when he rambles on? Cold Wind shook his head, gesturing behind him. There, parked, was the van that Chu Nan and his group had arrived in. The vehicle was still warm. If I am not mistaken, 2 groups must have entered, and a clash between them is almost certain. Oh, do tell. Upon hearing his words, Honglei and the others visibly perked up. Sometimes, merely listening to his deductions was quite entertaining. The four clearly had a mission at hand. Yet their demeanor resembled that of an ordinary outing, devoid of any tension. If they did not possess absolute confidence, they would undoubtedly appear foolish. As members of the Black Dragon Squad, they obviously belonged to the former category. Cold Wind raised his chin, indicating the 2 corpses, and spoke rapidly. Judging by their attire, they must have been mercenaries. Although I am unaware of how they found this place, it is evident that, given their skills, they could not have suffered casualties solely at the hands of these low-tier zombies. At this point, Rwalian interjected with a differing opinion. "Brother Fong, not all foreigners are necessarily mercenaries, right? Furthermore, these 2 might have simply been assigned here to stand guard, accidentally ambushed by zombies." Cold Wind shook his head, but Xiao Di preemptively answered for him. "It's quite simple, Sister Wanlian. Look, there isn't a single shell casing next to these 2, which indicates they never fired a shot." "So what if they never fired a shot?" Wanlian furrowed her beautiful brows, perplexed. "Even if they were ambushed by zombies, they should have retaliated, right? Yet, apart from them, there wasn't a single zombie corpse on the ground. Doesn't that indicate something?" Even Honglei began to notice the discrepancies, while Wanlian continued to pose such an obvious question, prompting him to scoff quietly, muttering to himself, "Big-chested but brainless." A scorching gaze immediately fixed itself upon the back of Honglei's head. Startled, he instinctively shrank his neck and subtly shifted a couple of steps to the side. In conclusion, since the 2 groups had already clashed and there was no further commotion around, it could only imply that they had likely descended. Cold Wind surveyed the area, muttering, "We ought to hurry. Otherwise, if they eliminate the target, it would not bode well." As he spoke, the 3 of them turned to look at Cold Wind, seemingly awaiting his orders. Although their strengths and ranks were comparable, in the absence of a leader, they habitually deferred to Cold Wind's command. Cold Wind nodded, then raised his head and declared, "Let us descend." The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Chu Nan and Su Song crouching behind a pile of zombies. However, after waiting for a considerable time, no gunfire erupted as anticipated. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Chu Nan maneuvered the zombies out of the elevator, forming a single file line before following them out. The elevator here did not lead directly to the entire underground research facility, but was arranged at various locations, with each elevator serving only 1 floor at a time. Therefore, to descend further, Chu Nan and his group had to locate the appropriate elevator. On the first underground floor, a long corridor connected to the elevator's entrance, flanked by glass-partitioned rooms. These rooms were designated as office spaces. Yet at present, not a single person occupied them. Only a few stray zombies remained. When the apocalypse first erupted, individuals in this area, being closest to the surface, naturally found it easier to escape. Unbeknownst to Chu Nan, his mother was on that floor, so he had to search each room individually, even clearing the surrounding zombies. The mercenaries ahead of them clearly had a definite purpose, deepening Chu Nan's bewilderment. Who exactly sent these individuals? In his previous life, Chu Nan had never heard of foreign mercenaries. Aside from a handful of rather enigmatic factions, there were few organizations unknown to him. Suddenly, Chu Nan's footsteps halted abruptly. He appeared to have made a connection, swiftly turning to fix his intense gaze upon Su Song, his eyes brimming with significance. "Boss, what's wrong?" Su Song, trailing behind the group, felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed Chu Nan's unwavering stare. Chapter 57. I've heard that human flesh is also edible. Chu Nan remained silent, averting his gaze after a moment, yet his expression was still somewhat peculiar. Surely it couldn't be this coincidental? Chu Nan shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts, and continued his search. The entire basement level was vast, yet the number of lingering zombies was not substantial. After searching for over 10 minutes without locating his mother, Chu Nan resolved to descend further. That moment, on the 4th floor of the research facility, the elevator door finally opened after a long period of inactivity, revealing a panicked researcher stumbling out. His erratic demeanor clearly indicated he had been severely frightened. He mumbled incessantly while sprinting towards the elevator leading to the upper floor. "Don't eat me. Don't eat me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a horde of zombies surged towards him from the upper floor, causing him to scream in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he did not retreat an inch. Instead, he charged towards the approaching zombies as if hell itself lay behind him. He would rather be devoured by these undead than face the demon lurking below. Not even for a second. The swarm of zombies grew in number, quickly overwhelming him, and he was soon brought to the ground, being consumed. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, an entirely different scene unfolded. Here, it resembled a world drenched in blood. The ground was stained crimson, and even the walls appeared to be splattered with a layer of red. However, apart from the blood, the place was remarkably clean. There were no scattered zombies wandering about, no signs of the living, and even the remnants of flesh and bone that were commonly found on other floors were conspicuously absent here. Correspondingly, the atmosphere was eerily silent, so much so that even the faintest sound of breathing could be heard from a distance. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reminiscent of a beast's growl echoed through the stillness of the 5th floor. An evidently mutated zombie approached from afar, moving on all fours, its torso still resembling that of a human, yet devoid of eyes, replaced instead by a terrifyingly large mouth filled with sharp fangs. It incessantly waved its tongue before it, seemingly capable of extending it 2 to 3 meters without difficulty. Even more bizarrely, a human face protruded from the side of its rear skull. Its hind limbs were robust, suggesting remarkable jumping ability, while its forelimbs resembled dreadful steel claws, capable of rending a person into pieces with a single swipe. It continued to flick its tongue about, intermittently raising its head to sniff the air, as if searching for something. Meanwhile, in another corner, 5 individuals crouched cautiously, covering their mouths to suppress any sound. Apart from the recent screams emanating from the elevator, they were the last survivors in the entire research facility. This group comprised 1 man and 4 women. The sole male among them was none other than Director Zhao, the highest-ranking individual present. Li Feng and Liang Wanjun were also part of this group, with the remaining 2 being younger girls from the Institute. It was only after the mutated zombie had moved far away that they finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Given the recent sounds, it was likely that those who had ventured near the elevator had not escaped. If they couldn't flee from such proximity, what hope did they have? One of the young girls lamented, her face a mask of despair. Liang Wanjun furrowed her brow. Although she understood that despair was counterproductive in their dire situation, she found herself at a loss for words. Another young girl lay in Li Feng's arms, barely clinging to life. A shard of metal had pierced her chest, still lodged in place, and it seemed only a matter of time before she succumbed. Sister Wanjun, Li Feng, in surprisingly good spirits, still held a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She shook her head at Liang Wanjun, indicating that the girl was beyond saving. With a sigh, Liang Wanjun gently laid the girl down on the ground. Director Zhao sat quietly, his suit tattered and stained with blood. He remained seated at the entrance, silently observing the women. Lost in his thoughts, Li Feng felt a surge of anger upon seeing his demeanor. Had it not been for his reckless actions leading the monster here, many lives could have been spared, and the creature would not have become even more grotesque. Noticing her agitation, Liang Wanjun tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to remain quiet. They could not afford any mistakes now. The creature outside had become increasingly perceptive after consuming a few more victims. If they were not careful, they could bring about their own doom. Liang Wanjun laid down the lifeless girl. Zhao's eyes finally sparkled with a predatory glint. The tender flesh ignited a ravenous desire within him. It had been days since he last ate, and the once rotund figure had thinned considerably. Yet even so, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Although they remain oblivious to the true nature of the monster, should they allow this chance to slip away, they would be left to await their demise in this very place. The two women cautiously emerged from the storage room, hastening towards the elevator. However, before they could cover much distance, the mysterious ripples began to dissipate, and the ever-churning monster came to a halt. Subsequently, the creature staggered to its feet but dared not provoke Zhao Guogang again. Instead, it let out a deafening roar and charged at Liang Wanjun and Li Feng. "Wanjunjia, the monster is coming after us? Run!" Li Feng exclaimed, not daring to look back. Just hearing the roar behind them filled her with dread. Despite their weakness, the life-and-death crisis ignited an unimaginable speed within them. Yet, the monster pursued with even greater swiftness, swiftly closing the gap between them. The two women did not dare to glance back, focusing solely on their escape. After turning a corner, they finally glimpsed the elevator doors. However, the creature was already upon them, poised to pounce on Li Feng. In that critical moment, Liang Wanjun yanked Li Feng aside, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack. Yet, the beast had already reached them, and any hope of boarding the elevator seemed futile. At this juncture, their bodies, already frail, faltered after the sudden pull, causing both to collapse onto the ground. Li Feng, gazing at the oncoming monster, closed her eyes in despair. Liang Wanjun, confronted by the gaping maw of the beast, was inundated with memories from her past. She thought of her husband and son far away, a pang of longing flashing in her eyes. "I wonder how that foolish child is faring now." Ding! At that moment, the elevator doors swung open, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Bullets whizzed through the air, driving the monster back as it roared in a frenzy, visibly enraged. Yet, it seemed aware of the bullets' threat, opting to evade rather than confront them directly. Hearing the gunfire, Li Feng instantly opened her eyes. She quickly helped Liang Wanjun to her feet, exclaiming in excitement, "Wanjunjia, we are saved." Without hesitation, she pulled her towards the elevator. Inside, the mercenaries waved and shouted at them, speaking in an unfamiliar tongue. Only when the elevator doors closed did Liang Wanjun breathe a sigh of relief. Taking a moment to assess the group before her, mercenaries, her brow furrowed. Although she anticipated that the outside world had undergone significant changes, witnessing mercenaries in such a tightly controlled institution of Long Country left her bewildered. Observing Li Feng conversing fluently with the leading mercenary, a sense of speculation began to brew within her. If sensing Liang Wanjun's thoughts, Li Feng turned slightly, offering a reassuring smile as she softly said, "Wanjunjia, don't worry, I will explain everything. Let's leave this place first." Just as her words fell, the elevator lurched violently, the lights flickering, and then, astonishingly, it ceased to ascend. Chapter 59. Are you human or zombie? Upon the elevator's abrupt halt, the occupants felt a jolt of alarm. They could hear the unmistakable sound of the monster breaching the elevator shaft. A few mercenaries hastily pried open the elevator door. Fortunately, they were nearing the 4th floor, allowing them to squeeze through the gap. "Quick, Wanjunjia, up we go." The climbers, who had been scaling the elevator, suddenly felt a jolt, their hearts racing. They hastened their pace, and just as the last person ascended to the 4th floor, the elevator could no longer bear the strain and plummeted downwards. The group hastily peered into the elevator shaft. The monster was still howling, clearly not yet defeated. "Run? The elevator won't hold it back." Li Feng shouted at the mercenaries, well aware of the creature's prowess. Evading the elevator would be a trivial task for it. The group regained their footing and continued towards the elevator leading to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, Chu Nan stared grimly at the 4 members of the Cold Wind team blocking his path. How could they be here? While he might not recognize Bai Lin, given that snipers often operate in secrecy, Cold Wind from the Black Dragon Squad was a notorious figure in the apocalypse. Not only him, but the other three were also top-tier powerhouses in this grim new world. Each of these four could be formidable, but what truly unnerved Chu Nan was their leader, Bei Feng. If one were to name the most legendary figure of the past decade in the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly be Bei Feng. Wherever Chu Nan ventured, tales of his exploits echoed. Just one mention of his deeds would suffice to illustrate his capabilities. Bei Feng was among the very few who had faced the Zombie King and returned alive. Rumor had it that he was on the verge of slaying the Zombie King, poised to end the apocalypse and usher in a new era. Now, with all four members of the Black Dragon Squad present. Did that mean Bei Feng was here as well? Feng Go. This person can actually control zombies, Xiaodi exclaimed excitedly, his eyes brimming with keen interest as he looked at Chu Nan. Cold Wind's gaze occasionally darted towards the zombies, his grip on the gun tightening and then loosening, making it difficult for Chu Nan to discern his thoughts. Chu Nan's tension was palpable, affecting Su Song behind him, who remained silent, his expression grave. The azure blade in Chu Nan's hand was gripped tightly. Even with several armed zombies blocking his path, his expression remained intensely serious. What's the matter with Chu Nan? Li Qianqian wondered, puzzled. They were merely a few oddly dressed individuals. Why all the wariness? A tense silence stretched between Chu Nan and Cold Wind for several minutes, neither party daring to break the silence. This peculiar scene left not only Su Song and Li Qianqian bewildered, but also the others, including Ruanlian and Hong Lei, feeling equally lost. Chu Nan's hand subtly shifted, causing the azure blade to emit a faint hum. Poised for action. Though he maintained his stance, he felt no certainty. As long as Bei Feng's presence remained uncertain, he couldn't claim to be assured of victory. Cold Wind observed his movements, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes before he finally spoke. Are you human or zombie? Cold Wind's question, though posed as an inquiry, held no trace of doubt in his gaze, as if he already knew the answer and was merely testing Chu Nan's honesty. The assembled crowd fell into a collective stupor. What did that mean? Chu Nan raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending his implication. Human. The lie escaped his lips effortlessly, devoid of any sign of hesitation, not a blush to be seen. Indeed, his blood had long turned cold. How could he still blush? Even Su Song behind him regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if seeing him anew. Cold Wind finally broke into a smile. This gesture dissipating some of the previous tension. Ha ha ha, so you're human. You had me worried for a moment. I thought we were dealing with some formidable monster. At this moment, Li Qianqian opened her mouth to say something but was struck silent by the intensity of Chu Nan's glance, causing her to break into a cold sweat. The other team members behind Cold Wind exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of his intentions. Seems you have awakened some special abilities, allowing you to control zombies. Cold Wind remarked, stepping closer to Chu Nan and extending his hand. I am Cold Wind, Vice Captain of the Black Dragon Squad. What do you go by? Chu Nan glanced at his hand briefly, choosing not to respond. Instead, he replied coolly, Chu Nan. Cold Wind's gaze flickered, and he withdrew his hand nonchalantly, producing a photograph and smiling as he inquired, Have you seen this person? A hint of confusion crossed Chu Nan's face, but soon it morphed into surprise and a touch of peculiarity. You've seen him? Hong Lei, noticing his expression, immediately inquired with excitement. Chu Nan remained silent, merely shaking his head, inwardly cursing the system. You saw the photo and reacted. But why didn't you mention it sooner? Almost cost me my cover. Damn it. He had nearly faltered upon seeing Zhao Guogong's photograph, overwhelmed by the surge of desire within him. While he believed Cold Wind had already begun to speculate about his identity, it was clear their mission held greater significance, which is why they temporarily set aside questions about his identity. Hong Lei's expression turned frosty, and he scoffed, falling silent. Just then, a series of intense gunshots interrupted their conversation, emanating from the elevator, startling everyone present. Cold Wind turned to Chu Nan and asked, Are we going to save them? Chu Nan's expression hardened as he nodded, swiftly abandoning the group and leading the charge. Cold Wind, Ruanlian called out, seeming to have something to say. Follow me. The mission is paramount. Having spoken, without waiting for Weak Lian's response, he directly pursued Chu Nan. The others swiftly followed, moving with remarkable speed. While on the journey, Chu Nan's mind raced with chaotic thoughts. It was evident that Long Feng and his group had come to retrieve the fragment bearer. Although he felt relieved that his initial assumption was incorrect, the current situation still posed a significant challenge for him. If a direct confrontation with them became necessary, he would have to ensure that they all remained here. Yet even he could not guarantee a complete victory. Amidst his thoughts, the battle ahead came into view. The conflict was not occurring in the vicinity of the elevator, but rather in a control room not far away at a third-tier crawler. Chu Nan's eyes widened in shock as he spotted the terrifying creature. He realized that he could not control it, and that third-tier zombies had already begun to exhibit some level of intelligence. Unlike the mindless ordinary zombies, if things went awry, even Chu Nan could become its target. However, if no one intervened, he had no fear of it. After all, he had already dispatched a third-tier tyrant, and this third-tier crawler was merely faster and more lethal. Chapter 60. Self-destruct system. This crawler was incredibly cunning. Having dismantled a door panel to use as a shield, continuously depleting its opponent's ammunition. Inside the control room, aside from the incessant gunfire, the panic screams of a woman occasionally pierced the air. Chu Nan's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. His speed did not diminish but rather intensified. In the blink of an eye, he darted behind the crawler, seizing its hind leg and dragging it out. Not stopping there, he hurled the creature towards the approaching Lung Feng and others. What the hell? Xiao Di and Hong Lei gaped in astonishment. They were both stunned by the situation before them and shocked by Chu Nan's strength. The creature soaring through the air weighed several hundred pounds, yet Chu Nan had effortlessly flung it with one hand. Who truly was the monster here? But the urgency of the situation left them no room for distraction, for they were the fastest runners. Lei Gu, Xiao Di shouted, and suddenly his legs blurred, his form soaring to new heights. Now, Hong Lei bellowed, extending a gloved right hand to smash into the creature's head. Although the crawler was airborne, it clearly would not allow itself to be easily subdued. It shot out its long tongue, aiming straight for Hong Lei's face. Yet, Hong Lei paid it no heed, his punch unwavering. As if the grotesque tongue did not exist. Just as the tongue was about to strike Hong Lei, in a split second, Xiao Di drew his sword. In less than half a second, multiple beams of sword light flashed. In an instant, as the crawler hovered midair, its limbs and tongue were severed into several pieces. The next moment, Hong Lei's fist connected with the crawler's face. Its body convulsed violently as if struck by an unseen force. When it finally landed, it could only writhe helplessly on the ground. At that moment, Lung Feng arrived, drawing his pistol and unleashing a barrage of bullets into the creature's skull. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots, the crawler lay motionless. The entire process flowed seamlessly, with the three of them coordinating flawlessly. Chu Nan turned away, retracting his previously bright gaze, and walked towards the control room. Inside the control room, the gunfire had ended. The alarm continued to blare, and a few individuals dared not linger, hastening towards the elevator. Yet, unbeknownst to them, less than half a minute after their departure, a hand suddenly grasped the entrance of the elevator. Chu Nan surveyed the empty alarm room. His brow furrowed in concern. It appeared his mother had also ascended to the upper levels. Just as he intended to pursue further, his footsteps abruptly halted, his gaze directed back towards the way he had come. The zombies he had controlled were severing their connection with him. Such a situation could only occur upon the complete demise of the zombies. Ding! The fragment bearer is entering the awakening phase. The host is advised to proceed to consume it promptly. A contemplative expression crossed Chu Nan's face. Clearly, time was not on his side, and with the imminent collapse of the surroundings, resolving matters here would be exceedingly challenging. Should he wait until he emerged, the members of the Black Dragon team would undoubtedly intervene, making the situation exponentially more difficult. Determination gleamed in Chu Nan's eyes as he prepared to move. Only to pause momentarily. That individual was approaching him. It was evident that the opponent could sense his presence, or more accurately, the existence of the system. Given this, Chu Nan's lips curled into a cold smile. He would not turn back, but instead sprint upwards. If he was indeed targeted, he would first divert the pursuer before addressing them. As for Su Song, since Li Feng was acquainted with his mother, she would likely not allow any harm to befall them. However, it was probable that Li Mulong had already been dealt with by the bearer. It seemed imperative to hasten the enhancement of his dominion to the next level. The limitations of this skill were too great, leading to awkward situations. The current absence of Li Mulong, a valuable shield, left Chu Nan's gaze even more frigid. The bearer relentlessly pursued him from behind. Emanating an overwhelming aura, Chu Nan's speed was swift, creating a series of afterimages, and in less than half a minute, he reached the third floor. He pressed onward, on the ground, not far from the factory. All who had ascended were aboard the mercenaries' Hummers, steadily distancing themselves from the research facility. This moment. Less than 2 minutes remained until the self-destruction of the facility. Su Song and Li Qianqian sat in the back seat of one vehicle, their gazes frequently darting towards the direction of the research facility, a flicker of worry crossing their faces. Do not fret. The self-destruction starts from the lowest level and ascends, giving him ample time to escape. Li Feng reassured Su Song with a gentle smile. Despite her tender expression, her grip on Su Song's hand was surprisingly firm. Had Su Song not lost his sense of pain, he would surely have grimaced. An awkward expression appeared on Su Song's face as he attempted to withdraw his arm, yet found himself unable to do so. Li Qianqian, observing the peculiar scene, could not help but reprimand Li Feng. "Why are you holding on to him? Let go." Instead of being offended, Li Feng responded with a smile. "Are you a friend of Xiaosong? How rare. This lad actually has friends." "Xiaosong?" Li Qianqian was taken aback. Unsure of her meaning, Li Feng did not respond but turned her gaze towards Su Song. "Qianqian, she is my sister." "Your sister?" "Indeed, I am Xiaosong's elder sister. My real name is Su Shu." The little girl pondered. "But didn't Chu Nan mention he would help you find your sister? How does he not recognize you?" Su Song cast a glance at her, stating, "He has never met my sister, hence he does not know her." Just as Su Shu was about to say something, a voice interrupted. "What were you just saying? It seems you mentioned the name Chu Nan. Do you know him?" Liang Wanjuan's gaze shot from the front passenger seat. She had intended to inquire further about Su Shu later, but upon hearing Chu Nan's name, she could no longer remain seated. Su Shu's smile faded as she softly replied, "Sister Wanjun, I didn't mention it earlier to avoid alarming you." No sooner had she spoken than Liang Wanjun became visibly agitated. "What is going on?" Su Shu sighed, and though Su Song's expression was not particularly bright, he steeled himself and spoke. "Aunt Liang, we came here following the boss to find you." "The boss? You mean Chu Nan? Where is he?" A sense of foreboding gripped Liang Wanjuan's heart. He should still be inside. "What?" Liang Wanjuan's complexion changed dramatically, nearly causing her to faint. "Stop the car, hurry and stop." However, the mercenary driving the Hummer clearly only heeded Su Shu's orders. "Sister Wanjun, please listen to me. Look, it's Chu Nan." "Huh? Why isn't he coming over?" Li Qianqian, sitting by the window, suddenly shouted. The others in the vehicle jumped in surprise and quickly turned their heads to look. Liang Wanjun leaned out of the window, keenly searching for her son's figure. Finally, she spotted Chu Nan, only a few hundred meters away. That moment, Chu Nan stood atop a high slope, gazing at the speeding convoy. He noticed Liang Wanjun peering out and broke into a radiant smile. Chapter 62. Chu Nan's escape. As Liang Wanjun beheld her son, tears streamed down her cheeks. How many times had she thought she would never see her child again? Yet, to her astonishment, he had traversed such a distance to find her. Enduring countless dangers along the way, he seemed to be saying something. "Quick, binoculars!" The car erupted into chaos, yet Liang Wanjun remained undisturbed, continuing to gaze at her son's distant figure as it grew ever more remote. She understood Chu Nan's words. Her profound knowledge of her son and their unbreakable bond allowed her to comprehend that even without hearing his words, Chu Nan was bidding her farewell. Nevertheless, Liang Wanjun found the farewell somewhat peculiar, as it evoked a sense of finality, as if she would never again see her once familiar son. It was only when the vehicle rounded a corner and the high slope disappeared from view that Liang Wanjun slowly returned to her seat. Lost in thought. "Sister Wanjun, are you all right?" Su Shu inquired gently, though she was puzzled and chose not to press for answers just yet. Both Su Shu and Li Qianqian appear to have come to a realization, falling silent, particularly Su Song, who glanced at Su Shu before gradually lowering his head, lost in contemplation. On the high slope, Chu Nan's smile faded as he gradually regained his focus, positioning his long knife across his chest while observing the approaching Zhao Guogang with a frigid gaze. The chase was indeed relentless. Zhao Guogang now seemed like a different person, exuding a terrifying aura. With his eyes tightly shut, he advanced step by step up the slope, growing stronger with each stride. Flaw, flaw. Though his mouth remained closed, a series of low, suffocating sounds emanated from him. Ding! The bearer has entered the second stage of awakening. The host is urged to consume promptly. Chu Nan's eyes narrowed, his full attention fixed on the opponent. He did not bother inquiring about the system regarding the number of stages remaining or the level of power achieved, for such details were inconsequential. All he needed to focus on was the act of consumption. Suddenly, Chu Nan sprang into action. His body remained stationary, yet a flash of blade light sliced through the air, aimed at his adversary. The opponent remained oblivious, murmuring about flaws until the blade light approached. Showing no sign of reaction, the long knife swept through, seemingly penetrating his form. Yet, Chu Nan was aware that it was merely an afterimage. Soon after, the ground began to tremble, the sound of the research facility's collapse resonating in the air. Only then did Zhao Guogong's figure materialize due to the vibrations. Without hesitation, Chu Nan withdrew a handgun even as the blade light passed, unleashing a flurry of shots. Still, he failed to hit. The opponent's speed was simply too formidable. Chu Nan estimated that it must have been at least at a 5th-tier level of speed. However, his defensive capabilities were undoubtedly lacking. Otherwise, he would not be continually evading. The pressure on Chu Nan intensified, the oppressive aura from Zhao Guogang growing stronger. The adversary's speed also escalated to the point where Chu Nan could no longer keep pace. Under the weight of the opponent's aura, his body felt sluggish. His movements hampered. Caught in the midst of this escalating disparity, Chu Nan found himself increasingly on the defensive. How could he be so powerful? Chu Nan's expression darkened. This was merely the awakening phase. And should the opponent truly awaken, he would have no hope of survival. Abruptly, Zhao Guogang halted a short distance from Chu Nan, his body radiating waves of power that reverberated outward. With a sudden opening of his eyes, Zhao Guogang's gaze was devoid of vitality, resembling a mere shell of a human. His mouth slightly ajar, he emitted a low, unconscious murmur. Ding! The bearer has entered the third phase of awakening. The host is urged to complete consumption swiftly. ILL consume your mother. Chu Nan's lips curled bitterly. The opponent's strength was at least at the 5th tier, if not stronger. Meanwhile, he had yet to complete the 4th tier. How could he possibly achieve consumption? He has already contemplated fleeing. The situation is unmanageable, and remaining here may indeed pose a grave danger. However, the adversary's speed surpasses his own considerably, making escape seemingly impossible. Chu Nan? Is that you? At that moment, a startled voice from Long Feng echoed from a distance. Chu Nan quickly turned around, and upon seeing the familiar face, he was filled with joy. You arrived just in time. This fellow has mutated and seeks to devour me. This attempt at devouring has become utterly futile. The opponent's awakening speed is alarmingly swift, and he is no longer a match for him. A strategic retreat is the only viable option. Upon hearing his words, Long Feng shifted his gaze toward Zhao Guogang. When he recognized the latter's face, his astonishment deepened. Not only him, but all the team members behind him were wide-eyed. Isn't this our mission target? How did he come here? Has he mutated? Long Feng observed Zhao Guogang's unconscious state, and it indeed resembled such a transformation. Long Feng, what should we do? Hong Lei approached Long Feng and whispered. Long Feng pondered for a moment without answering. Instead, he shouted towards Chu Nan. Chu Nan, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you would consider it. Spit it out quickly. I can barely hold on. Chu Nan was ready to thrust his blade to repel Zhao Guogang but was unexpectedly seized by him, who then forcefully bent the blade. The azure long knife that had followed Chu Nan from the Zhongjin building was astonishingly shattered in an instant. Join us. All right. No problem. Long Feng chuckled, beckoning his teammates to encircle Zhao Guogang. As for the remaining few, although they were uncertain of Long Feng's intentions, they chose to place their trust in him. You all hold him off for a moment. I need to rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Chu Nan said, directly sitting down on the ground. You? Hong Lei was immediately infuriated, wanting to scold him, but Zhao Guogang's attack was already imminent. Damn. He's so strong. After just half a round, Hong Lei was sent flying. Chu Nan. How can he be this powerful? Long Feng also sensed the ominous turn of events. Such strength was only something he had witnessed in their captain. Chu Nan? Long Feng received no response and swiftly turned to look. However, surveying the entire hillside, where was Chu Nan's figure? Where did he go? Long Feng turned to the other three, but what he saw were 3 pairs of peculiar gazes. What's wrong with you? Long Feng was momentarily perplexed. You've been played. It was evident that Chunan had already made his escape. Xiaodi, while using speed to restrain Zhao Guogang, gasped, "I never expected that even Long Feng could be outmaneuvered." Hong Lei and Wan Lian's expressions grew even stranger. Long Feng stood frozen in shock, and only then did he realize, his eyes blazing with fury, Chunan. Chapter 63. 5 Major Military Districts. At this moment, Chunan was sprinting down a narrow path, having long left Long Feng and the others far behind. System, is there a way to shield against their tracking? In the research facility, regardless of how Chunan discerned his direction, Zhao Guogang always managed to catch up, likely because the latter could sense the system's presence. If he couldn't block the tracking, then no matter how far he ran, it would be futile. The sensing is mutual. As long as the host distances itself beyond 5 kilometers from the bearer, mutual perception ceases. The system likely understood that Chunan was temporarily unable to defeat Zhao Guogang and thus did not incessantly urge him to consume. Chunan let out a sigh of relief, randomly choosing a direction and gradually moving away on Su Shu's side. Although an early encounter with Su Song could potentially create unforeseen butterfly effects, the Songlin Research Institute would still be established. However, its research direction would undoubtedly shift due to Chunan. Meanwhile, at the hillside, the 4 members of the Black Dragon team had been severely beaten. Lying on the ground, unable to move, Zhao Guogang stood atop the slope, shadows flickering in his eyes. He still bore the same appearance, yet his aura had undergone a significant transformation. Secretive and formidable, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze profound, evoking a sense of unfathomable depth. Within a certain radius around him, a peculiar gravitational field perpetually lingered, severely impacting anything within its reach. I never anticipated this minor flaw would escalate to such proportions. A fleeting cruelty crossed Zhao Guogang's brow as he turned to look at the 4 lying on the ground, snorting disdainfully. "Who are you, exactly?" Long Feng clutched his chest, casting an uncertain gaze at Zhao Guogang. Didn't Ti Bei Feng tell you? The leader of the alien organization?" Long Feng's heart trembled and shocked. Hadn't he been infected and mutated? How had he reverted to human form and grown so powerful? A bunch of useless fools, unable to distinguish friend from foe, unable to tell human from zombie. Have your brains been kicked by a mule? You? Naturally, being insulted as useless was intolerable for the few. What? You're not satisfied? That fellow named Chunan. I could smell the stench of decay from several miles away, and you still regarded him as human and wanted to recruit him? Simply foolish to the extreme. Long Feng's heart sank. He had already harbored some suspicions, and now with Zhao Guogang's affirmation, his certainty intensified. Yet the existence of intelligent zombies was incredibly difficult to believe. "Let us go. Take me to Ti Bei Feng." Zhao Guogang's demeanor resumed its calmness, indifferent to whether the 4 could keep up as he headed down the slope. "Issue a notification to all bases and gathering points. From today onward, Chunan is humanity's public enemy. We must spare no effort to eliminate him before he becomes the zombie king." The murderous intent in Zhao Guogang's words sent shivers down Long Feng and the others, who were on the side of humanity. The twilight sun elongated Zhao Guogang's shadow, casting it like a devil poised to devour, reflected upon the hillside. Far away, in a conference room within the capital base, all present were individuals accustomed to high positions. Yet at the head of this assembly sat a handsome young man. His face was pristine, exuding an aura reminiscent of a king. The others appeared particularly wary of this young man. Suddenly, he averted his gaze, as if attempting to penetrate the conference room, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Has the awakening finally occurred? All eyes were upon him, and the major general who had been reporting halted in his tracks. The room fell silent, with no one daring to speak, as if waiting for the young man to regain his composure. After a lengthy pause, he finally turned back, signaling for the major general to continue. Currently, the gathering points of the 5 major military districts have been established, and they are gradually accepting survivors. To date, the 5 major military districts have accommodated over 2 million individuals, with the capital military district alone accounting for 40%. After the capital base resumed normal operations, the first order of business was to officially confer the rank of general upon Bei Feng. His troops were incorporated into the structure, designated as the Bei Feng Corps. Directly under his command in this lawless apocalypse, the speed at which Bei Feng consolidated an entire army is a testament to his formidable capability. General Bei Feng, you jest? How could anyone question you? Given your contributions, a general rank is certainly well-deserved. Indeed, if it weren't for those two old geezers who fortuitously survived, we would have proposed you as the overall leader, to lead all military districts in exterminating the zombies and ushering in a new era. No one would be foolish enough to provoke Bei Feng at this juncture. Each of them has aged into shrewdness. Although it may feel somewhat awkward to flatter a younger individual, the thick skin cultivated during peacetime has proven invaluable at this moment. Bei Feng disdainfully curled his lips and remarked, "If that is the case, let us expedite the agenda for reclaiming the city. I am certain that the two elders will not dissent, for they are indeed yearning to return to their former rat nest." As he spoke, a smirk graced his lips. The others present could not help but erupt into laughter at his words. Ha ha ha. Chapter 64. The town across the river on the following morning. Chu Nan found himself by a riverbank, situated over 20 miles from Yanluo City. At this moment, he stood at the head of a bridge, observing the opposite bank. There lay a quaint town, flanked by dense mountains. With only this bridge serving as the sole access point, Chu Nan squinted his eyes, a glint of danger flashing within. Such an advantageous geographical position would undoubtedly attract a congregation of survivors. One need only think to realize this. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The other end of the bridge was entirely obstructed by abandoned vehicles. Through the gaps in the vehicles, shadowy figures could be seen wandering, evidently on constant patrol. Attempting to manipulate a few zombies to feign an assault, Chu Nan discovered that these individuals were quite astute. They had tethered the zombies together and secured them around the abandoned vehicles, creating a living barrier. Thus, it was not only the zombies that could not pass, but even humans would have to weigh their options carefully before attempting to cross. He then endeavored to approach via the waterway. But it appeared that no matter how many zombies he dispatched, not a single one resurfaced after submerging. It seemed that the aquatic life here had begun to mutate. The creatures in the water, having been infected by the zombie virus, had undergone transformations. However, unlike the zombies, these aquatic beings exhibited a certain latency in their mutations and could not be classified as zombies in the truest sense. It appeared that the zombie virus reacted differently to oviparous and mammalian species. Therefore, Chu Nan was unable to exert control over the mutated creatures in the water. With the waterway blocked and the bridge obstructed, crossing had become exceedingly difficult. Yet, to expect Chu Nan to concede was clearly out of the question. The indistinct figures within the town hinted at a substantial population. They might have escaped from Yanluo City or perhaps drifted in from elsewhere. But once cleared, this location would undoubtedly serve as an ideal refuge for survivors. Judging by the town's scale, it could easily accommodate thousands of individuals. Chu Nan licked his lips, a thirst evident in his demeanor, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Ever since being repelled by the carrier on the hillside, he had once more felt a sense of impending crisis. It was evident that the two parties stood in absolute opposition. Sworn enemies in a death struggle, if he could not rapidly evolve, the next time his adversary came calling, it would spell his doom. Chu Nan procured a pair of binoculars and began to assess the defensive capabilities of the opposition. He intended to charge across the bridge with his zombies. Given his speed, unless particularly unfortunate in being struck by stray bullets, he had a significant chance of making it across. The enemy's defenses appeared stringent. Chu Nan even spotted several makeshift fortifications. Just then, a jarring noise suddenly emanated from the opposite bank. Curious, Chu Nan lifted his gaze, but there was no discernible anomaly on his side. He had yet to initiate his assault. Could it be that his aura of dominance had unknowingly escalated to such an extent? Peering through his binoculars once more, he immediately discerned the peculiarities. The individuals stationed at the bridgehead had all retreated into the town. Inside, chaos erupted, with panicked screams echoing incessantly. A resounding roar erupted from the forest behind the opposite bank. Chu Nan was taken aback. This roar was unmistakably not that of a zombie, but rather that of some wild beast. The fact that such a sound could carry so far indicated that this creature was of no insignificant caliber. Rising swiftly from the ground, Chu Nan recognized this as an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Without even bringing along his subordinates, he charged single-handedly toward the opposite bank. Utilizing the cover of the vehicles on the bridge, Chu Nan steadily approached, eventually halting at the barricade. The beast's roar grew more pronounced. Evidently on the verge of breaching the town, at this moment, all within had descended into utter disarray. Some organized a defense while others screamed for their lives. Yet, amidst the chaos, many took advantage of the turmoil to seize food and supplies from others. Nevertheless, despite the pandemonium, no one dared to assault the bridgehead, not only due to the fortifications but also because, in this apocalyptic world, such a rare sanctuary was virtually unparalleled. They would likely rather starve than abandon it. Chu Nan peered towards the fortifications, his expression darkening. Although the town was in a state of turmoil, the figures within the fortifications remained eerily still, frowning. He sensed the situation was becoming precarious. Shifting his gaze, he turned to the zombies bound by ropes nearby, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Quick! All defense teams, follow me. We must not allow that beast to breach our defenses. Otherwise, it will spell our doom," a bearded, middle-aged man bellowed, rallying his men toward the source of the beast's roar. Trailing behind him were 30 or 40 robust young men, each possessing formidable strength, with the leader himself exuding the life force of a potential third-tier evolver. "Tao Gu, that beast is a third-tier giant insect. We might not stand a chance," one young man with large eyes exclaimed, clutching the arm of the middle-aged leader. "Shut your mouth!" The man, known as Tao Gu, glared fiercely. Even in such dire circumstances, this youth dared to sow discord among their ranks. "You can stay behind. Find a couple of individuals to maintain order in the town. Just look at the chaos we've descended into." Su Tao glanced back at the frenzied town, his brows furrowing in concern. "All right." The young man, initially distressed, beamed with joy upon hearing Tao Ji's words. However, as he returned to the town, two individuals suddenly sprinted from the bridgehead fortifications, shouting in terror, "Not good! The zombies! The zombies are coming! Xiao Yanggu, hurry! To the bridgehead!" The large-eyed young man nearly stumbled in shock. "What did you say?" "I barely managed to retreat from the battlefield. And now there's trouble at the bridgehead. Is this some sort of joke?" One of the panicked individuals seized Xiao Yanggu and dragged him toward the bridgehead. Chapter 65. A gluttonous feast. By the time Xiao Yanggu arrived at the bridgehead, the scene that greeted him sent chills down his spine. The dozens of zombies previously bound by ropes had inexplicably broken free. They roared, all congesting at the fortification's windows, rendering the occupants incapable of discerning the situation outside. This is a disaster. If they slip into the town, the consequences would be unimaginable, Xiao Yanggu thought to himself, observing the foolish zombies. Why are they all huddled at the fort's entrance? And even if someone passes by, they remain unperturbed? Strange, too strange. A sense of dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, prompting him to call over a spirited young man beside him. "You, quickly check the area around the bridgehead. We must leave no stone unturned." However, before his words could fully register, terrified screams erupted from within the town. "Zombies! The zombies are here! The outside zombies have entered! Run! Help! Guard team! Someone save me!" The cries of anguish filled the air. Emerging from a nearby building, Chu Nan held two still-beating hearts in his hands. He swallowed them in a few bites and turned his gaze back to the town's residents. The population here exceeded his expectations. Should he consume them all, he might directly ascend to the 5th tier. Yet, Chu Nan recognized that such a feat was unattainable. Thus, he could only utilize the controlled zombies to devour as many humans as possible. Ding! The zombies under your command have successfully infected a human, rewarding you with 1 evolution point. Ding! The zombies under your command have successfully devoured a human, rewarding you with 2 evolution points. Listening to the system's melodious notifications ringing in his ears, Chu Nan remained unrelenting. His infection rate was naturally unmatched by ordinary zombies. As the devouring and infection processes continued, Chu Nan moved swiftly, darting between various buildings. By the time Xiao Yanggu arrived with his men, the scene had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Hundreds had been infected and mutated by Chu Nan, and that number continued to climb. How could there be so many zombies here? Xiao Yanggu seemed unable to believe his own eyes, shouting loudly at the spirited young man beside him. The spirited young man, momentarily stunned by the shout, could hardly gather his wits. There wasn't he this many just a moment ago. After a considerable pause, he finally pointed towards Chu Nan and exclaimed, "It's him! That zombie spreads the infection at an astonishing rate. Those it infects mutate almost instantaneously." Xiao Yanggu turned his gaze in the direction indicated, only to be met with the fleeting silhouette of Chu Nan, causing his heart to skip a beat. Such incredible speed. Could he possibly be a zombie of the 4th tier or higher? Xiao Yanggu immediately lamented his misfortune. Damn it! Had I known this would happen, I would have preferred to follow Tao Gu and the others to deal with the big bugs. At that moment, Xiao Yanggu stood foolishly alongside several guard team members, watching as the horde of zombies grew in number, utterly unsure of what to do next. Xiao Yanggu, perhaps we should run? The spirited young man suggested. Swallowing hard. Run? Xiao Yanggu hesitated. If they fled now, where would they find another refuge like this? But if Tao Gu discovered that he had unwittingly allowed zombies to infiltrate, he would undoubtedly flay him alive. In the distance, Chu Nan was busy infecting and devouring fresh humans, yet he remained aware of the group. He had long noticed the commotion here, but chose not to waste time engaging with them. Seeing them stand there, merely observing, was, for Chu Nan, an ideal scenario. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Yanggu, even casting a meaningful smile in his direction. Instantly, Xiao Yanggu was enveloped by goosebumps, an icy chill creeping through him. He was about to speak when suddenly, Tao Ji's furious roar echoed from afar. Yang Xiaowen, what in the world is going on? His voice, brimming with rage, sent a shiver down Yang Xiaowen's spine. Quick, run! Tao Gu will definitely not spare us if we stay here. With that, he led the guard team members in a frantic dash. Chu Nan, however, paid little heed to the fleeing individuals and instead focused on the direction of the approaching roar. Judging by their appearance, it seemed they had not dealt with the beasts on the mountain. Otherwise, they would have charged in by now. At this moment, he finally came to a halt, as his skills were ready to level up. System, upgrade the domination skill, ding. Upgrading this skill requires 2,000 evolution points. Do you confirm? Confirm. Upgrade complete. Current domination level, 2nd tier. The host's domination limit has increased to 500, and the host can now issue reserve commands. When controlled zombies exit a certain range, they can still execute a reserve command for a limited time. The validity of the reserve command is 1 hour. After that, the zombies will enter standby mode. The next upgrade requires 10,000 evolution points. Holy cow! 10,000 points? Chu Nan was astounded. That seemed excessively steep. System, I suspect you're trying to scam me. The system, of course, paid him no mind. Nevertheless, Chu Nan was quite pleased with the effects of the upgrade. With the increase in the number of zombies under his command, their infection efficiency had also seen a significant boost. He turned back, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, and resumed his gluttonous feast. To facilitate the next upgrade, he would need to put in even more effort. Fortunately, there was only one exit at the bridgehead. Otherwise, the townsfolk would have already fled in droves. Now, these people could only be continuously driven back into the woods by the zombies. The small town was not large, yet it accommodated a multitude of people. Thus, very few could find shelter in the houses. Many could linger in the town, yet none had a proper place to stay. Without the protection of buildings, these individuals became prime targets for Chu Nan's infection. As these people transformed into zombies, they effectively trapped those inside the houses, leaving them too fearful to emerge. Chu Nan cast a satisfied glance before hastening after the fleeing crowd, heading towards the woods. The entire small town housed several thousand residents, yet less than a third had fallen under his infection. Although some were barricaded inside houses, a greater number chose to flee into the woods. They believed they could break through the bridgehead, a position that was easy to defend, considering there were at least several thousand zombies. The river was clearly not an option, compelling them to retreat into the mountains. Chu Nan opted to move in the opposite direction of the beastly roars, leading his infected zombies into the woods. Along the way, Chu Nan was astonished to discover that the initial horde of over 100 zombies he controlled had begun to change due to their continuous infection and consumption of fresh humans. Chapter 66. The Black Giant Tiger. These 100 or so zombies had become significantly stronger in terms of strength and speed. Their attributes had improved markedly. Over half had even evolved to the 2nd tier. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Chu Nan observed the speed of these zombies, which rivaled that of humans, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. It seemed he was about to have some real fun. Meanwhile, on another front, Su Tao was directing the guard team in an assault against a massive black tiger. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the genes of various animals underwent dramatic mutations, allowing them to evolve and grow stronger. Even in size, the tiger before them was no ordinary creature from a zoo. It was a ferocious beast towering over a person. With a length approaching 5 meters, its enormous, lantern-like eyes, massive head, and and fearsome fangs all proclaimed its status as the king of the forest. At that moment, it was trampling a guard team member beneath its paw, roaring furiously at those before it. Su Tao and his companions felt a palpable sense of dread. Who had drawn this deadly creature here? Tao Gu, Xiao Yu can't hold on much longer. Indeed, at that moment, Xiao Yu, pinned beneath the giant tiger, was spitting blood, his eyes rolling back. It was clear he was beyond saving. Even a third or fourth tier evolver would find it unbearable under such pressure. Let alone Xiao Yu, who was merely a second-tiered AT this time. The guard team members, armed with weapons, surrounded the giant tiger. They had already been pushed back by the creature several times, and the distance to the town was not great. They could even hear the screams and the roars of zombies echoing from the town. Su Tao gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. The fact that they had yet to deal with this beast while trouble brewed back at their base made him particularly furious with Yang Xiaowen. Just wait until I catch that kid. I'll show him what. Suddenly, several individuals burst forth from behind the group, being chased by a dozen zombies, heading straight for them. Tao Gu, zombies. One keen-eyed person urgently alerted the others. Su Tao's heart raced. Had the zombies already broken free? Did that mean the townsfolk had been completely overwhelmed? In that split second of distraction, the giant tiger sprang into action. With a powerful stomp of its paw, it charged toward the group. Xiao Yu, who had been previously trampled, was crushed beneath the tiger's foot, his body flattened, leaving a gruesome scene behind. Be careful. The suddenness of the attack combined with the tiger's surprising agility left two individuals caught off guard. Sent flying by the force of its strike. Let us retreat. Quickly, Su Tao shouted, rallying the remaining team members as they headed back towards the town. With the town already fallen, there was no need to recklessly confront the giant tiger. Tao Gu, save me, please. The few individuals being chased by zombies saw Su Tao and the others, grasping at straws, they shouted desperately. Yet Su Tao remained indifferent, opting to enter the town from another direction. No, bastards, how can you just leave? Tao Gu, don't go. Save me. Devoid of hope, the individuals were soon caught by the zombies, dragged to the ground and devoured mercilessly. However, not long after, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over the zombies feasting on the fallen. Then, a gigantic paw came crashing down onto the head of one of the zombies. In an instant, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, black blood splattering everywhere. After dispatching the zombies, the giant tiger let out a tremendous roar directed at Su Tao's retreating figure. Su Tao, deaf to the sound, quickly led his group into the heart of the town. The sight that greeted him was like a dagger piercing his heart. Damn it, he cursed, surveying the devastation. Wishing he could tear Yang Xiaowen to shreds. This place was his hard-earned stronghold. Here, he was akin to an emperor. When he was hungry, food was brought to him. When weary, women vied to share his bed. All in exchange for a mere morsel of sustenance. Su Tao once thought that this apocalypse was the life he had always desired. But now, everything had vanished. The town was lost, all due to these mindless zombies. These worthless creatures he had always looked down upon, which had obliterated his emperor-like existence. Tao Gu, what should we do? Snapping back to reality from his fury, Su Tao's eyes were bloodshot, presenting a terrifying sight. What can we do? We'll butcher these nuisances, he roared furiously, brandishing a machete as he charged toward the zombies. Tao Gu? No, it's too many zombies. They have traversed this path, and apart from the initial few, they have encountered nothing but the undead. The streets of the town are largely populated by zombies ravenously devouring the remnants scattered upon the ground. The entire town has descended into a veritable hellish nightmare. Yet, at this moment, Su Tao's eyes burned with fervor. He was indifferent to the perilous surroundings, brandishing his blade recklessly and charging forth. The onlookers glared at him, their teeth clenched in determination, until one of them bellowed. Damn it! These wretches, one after another, they followed Su Tao into the fray. As evolved beings, they enjoyed a lifestyle far richer than the average. Though they did not wish to emulate Su Tao's ostentation, they were nonetheless savoring an existence that had eluded them in times of peace. Deep down, they were reluctant to relinquish this place. Meanwhile, Chu Nan had just emerged from the forest at that moment. His figure was drenched in blood, as if he had just clawed his way out of the depths of hell. Behind him trailed a menacing horde of zombies, numbering close to 2,000. This was a trick Chu Nan had recently discovered. By controlling the zombies, he could attract even more, creating a veritable tide of the undead. Perhaps a few survivors had fled into the depths of the woods. But Chu Nan had no desire to pursue them. After all, many survivors awaited him within the town. Just as he stepped into the town, a thunderous roar erupted from within, causing him to pause in surprise. Another evolution point, perhaps? He quickened his pace towards the source of the roar. Soon, he beheld a colossal tiger savagely slaughtering zombies, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Good heavens! A fourth-tier beast? Chu Nan stared at the creature, resembling a behemoth, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 67. The zombies that fight. A glint of crimson flickered in Chu Nan's eyes as he licked his lips. Under normal circumstances, he might have turned and fled. A fourth-tier beast was not something he could contend with at this point. However, with 2,000 zombies at his command, he could certainly wear it down. He began directing the zombies to converge from various streets, surrounding the giant tiger. The black beast soon realized something was amiss, but upon seeing the throng of zombies encircling it, a flicker of caution crossed its eyes. It scanned its surroundings and chose a direction with fewer zombies to break through. Now you wish to flee? Too late. Chu Nan smirked coldly, and with a thought, the zombies lunged at the giant tiger. Yet, a fourth-tier beast was no easy prey. The attacking zombies barely grazed its form before being swatted aside with ease. Some were even obliterated in a single strike. Despite the tiger's ferocity, the zombies did not retreat. They howled and shrieked, baring their bloody teeth, as they continued to surge forward one after another. Those survivors hiding in the nearby buildings were evidently observing this bizarre battle. Not far away, atop a rooftop, Su Tao sat with his subordinates, watching the clash unfold. "Tao Gu, I told you this giant beast would engage the zombies," exclaimed a bald guard excitedly. However, Su Tao responded with a sharp slap to his head, producing a resounding crack. "Are you so pleased that every soul in the town has perished? Do you dare to tempt me to send you down to join them?" "Tao Gu, I was wrong." The bald guard's face fell in despair, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet Su Tao's eyes. Su Tao returned his focus to the battlefield, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The town was home to over 3,000 souls. And seeing the sea of black heads below, he feared that a significant portion had succumbed to the infection, intensifying his wrath. With food supplies dwindling, those people represented his future lifeline. To have them all transformed into zombies was enough to make him want to spit blood. Had he known, he would have preserved them as cured meat. Regret coursed through him. He should not have hesitated in the past. On the battlefield below, the giant tiger was given no respite. It had to defend against zombies from all directions. Lest they close in on it sought to escape, but before it could leap, zombies continued to pounce upon it. Even when it managed to jump, the landing spots were still swarming with zombies. In truth, a fourth-tier beast possessed remarkable defenses. While not impervious to harm, the teeth and claws of these low-tier zombies posed little threat. Chu Nan understood this well. Yet, the howling zombies were not his subordinates. The zombies under his control did not emit such meaningless cries. They were silent, their mouths agape solely for the purposes of tearing and devouring. That moment, the hundreds of zombies he commanded stood vigil at the periphery, preventing the giant tiger from breaking free. Meanwhile, another group was rummaging through various houses, clattering about in search of something. Before long, the black giant tiger realized that these grotesque creatures posed no threat to it. Consequently, its movements became more aggressive, and it seemed poised to break through the encirclement. Just then, the zombies that had been scouring the houses began to emerge, each brandishing a variety of weapons. There were kitchen knives, hoes, rakes, and even a zombie wielding a fruit knife just a few centimeters long. Yet, without exception, they were all armed. Good heavens! Tao Gu, have these creatures gained intelligence? The bald guard exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of these abnormal zombies. Smack! He received another slap on the head. Are you trying to get us killed? Keep your voice down. What if you attract a horde? I was wrong. The bald guard cradled his head, noting that Su Tao had only left a single mark despite the two slaps. It seemed he had become adept at landing them. Su Tao, observing these peculiar zombies, was also struck by a sense of bewilderment. Now that he looked closely, he realized that these zombies did not swarm indiscriminately. The ones on the periphery remained eerily still until their comrades emerged from the houses, as if they were there solely to prevent the giant tiger from escaping. Furthermore, the fact that these zombies understood their own weaknesses and sought out weapons was utterly confounding. They exhibited a clear division of labor and purpose, as if engaged in a well-coordinated battle. How could this be possible? Su Tao was startled by his own thoughts. Zombies can fight. Even witnessing it firsthand, he found it hard to believe. His nearby comrades were startled by Su Tao's exclamation, especially the bald man, who silently grumbled, "You tell me not to be loud, yet your voice is the loudest of all." Chu Nan, amidst the horde of zombies, glanced over at Su Tao but quickly dismissed him from his thoughts. Once he dealt with the giant tiger, he would have ample time to address these intruders. Since the armed zombies entered the fray, the giant tiger gradually found itself on the defensive. After all, the damage inflicted by zombies wielding weapons was exponentially greater. The giant tiger was acutely aware of the threat posed by these peculiar zombies and dared not underestimate them. As time passed, its stamina waned increasingly. Roar! The giant tiger let out a pained roar, finally sustaining an injury. It whipped around, yet saw nothing. But then, a sharp pain shot through its rear, forcing it to lower its head. A zombie resembling a young child was stabbing at its backside with the minuscule fruit knife. Upon noticing the giant tiger's gaze, the child paused for a moment before continuing its assault. The two, a beast and a zombie, locked eyes, and for an instant, time seemed to freeze, yet it slipped away unnoticed. In that moment, eternity was born. Suddenly, the child zombie yanked the knife out with force, causing the giant tiger to shudder. But in the next moment, plop, the child, still maintaining eye contact with the tiger, reinserted the knife right before its eyes. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Chapter 68, Dinner Roar. The giant tiger's massive pupils dilated, revealing its fangs in fury as it roared at the child zombie. The ferocious sound nearly knocked it off its feet, and just as the tiger was about to snap its jaws shut, the child surprisingly crouched low and slipped beneath the beast's body. It swiftly emerged beneath the tiger's belly, plunging the knife into its abdomen. Then, with a fierce swipe, roar. The giant tiger had sensed the impending danger as soon as the knife penetrated its belly. Tightening its muscles instinctively, the child's knife merely grazed the surface, leaving a small wound that could not be deepened. Nonetheless, the excruciating pain threatened to drive the giant tiger into madness. It violently twisted its body, spilling a pool of tiger blood, and at that moment, the child zombie was fully exposed before it. The giant tiger opened its massive jaws, and with a crunch, it bit the child in half. This was not enough to quell his anger. The mighty tiger delivered a crushing blow that flattened the lower half of the troublesome child. Chu Nan's eyes narrowed, and a faint smile graced his lips. The battle raged on, yet the great tiger had succumbed to a state of decline. Although the wound on its abdomen was not substantial, it was not something that could be staunched merely by tightening its muscles. The onslaught of zombies continued unabated, and the injuries on the great tiger multiplied. Meanwhile, over 2,000 zombies had been directly worn down by the great tiger, and those that had advanced to the second tier suffered significant losses. The sheer power of the great tiger was overwhelming. Without dozens of zombies bracing themselves against it, it could not be halted in its charge. It was nearly time. Chu Nan smiled slightly and began to walk slowly toward the great tiger. Su Tao, observing from the rooftop, suddenly focused his gaze. From the moment the zombie exhibited its strange movements, he had been particularly attentive to these creatures. Naturally, he noticed the incongruous presence of Chu Nan. The other zombies were either jostling within the horde or possessed eyes filled with a bloodthirsty desire. But this particular zombie stood apart, calmly observing the battle between the great tiger and the zombies. As if it were a commander, now, with the great tiger evidently cornered, this mysterious zombie finally stirred into action. "Tao Gu, what's wrong?" The bald man noticed Su Tao's unease and inquired with curiosity. Su Tao glanced at him, fear evident in his eyes. What if there exists a zombie that understands combat and can command the others? Do you think humanity still has hope? The bald man was taken aback, confused, and he rubbed his bald head. "I get it. You want another excuse to hit my head. Get lost?" Su Tao rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could such a zombie exist? If that were the case, we might as well deliver ourselves straight to the zombies. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Right, Tao Gu? You're overthinking it, the other guards chimed in, backing him up. Impossible? Su Tao gave a bitter smile, offering no further explanation, because soon they would witness this impossibility. At that moment, the great tiger was severely drained. With just over 20 zombies piled atop it, it was rendered immobile, gasping for breath on the ground. Its body was now covered in zombies, leaving only its massive head exposed. Its weary tiger eyes fixed on the approaching Chu Nan. Chu Nan stepped forward, offering no words, and plunged his palm deeply into the great tiger's neck. His strike was unlike those of lesser beings. Even a fourth-tier great tiger could not withstand it, relying solely on its defenses. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully infected a fourth-tier aberrant beast, earning 500 evolution points. Chu Nan withdrew his hand, allowing the tiger's blood to spray onto the ground. The moment his hand pierced the great tiger's neck, the surrounding zombies exhibited two starkly different reactions. Those surrounding the great tiger, which had been desperately restraining it, ceased all movement, standing idly nearby, even when the hot blood from the tiger splattered onto several zombies' faces. Their expressions remained unchanged. In contrast, the hundreds of zombies on the periphery went into a frenzy. The instant the tiger's blood spurted forth, it was as if a potent temptation had seized them. This allure was evidently stronger than that of fresh human flesh. They became so frenzied that they disregarded all obstacles in their path, intent on getting closer to the food that tempted them. The zombies under Chu Nan's control became their targets for destruction. Fortunately, Chu Nan's controlled zombies were generally stronger than the others, which prevented them from being overwhelmed. Chu Nan merely furrowed his brow. Paying no heed to the chaos, he understood the cause. The blood and flesh of high-tier aberrant beasts or humans could accelerate a zombie's evolution. This was their instinct. Unless Chu Nan directly controlled them, they would continue their destruction until they obtained what they desired. Chu Nan retrieved a dagger and tossed it to a nearby zombie. The zombie caught the dagger and tore open the great tiger's chest, delving inside to retrieve the heart, which it presented to Chu Nan along with the dagger. Chu Nan accepted it and began to gnaw on it. Then, with a rather mischievous intent, he commanded his subservient zombies to face him, their expressions dripping with desire. After finishing the tiger's heart, Chu Nan smiled faintly and uttered two words, "Dinner time." In an instant, the zombies surrounding the great tiger went mad, pouncing on it to tear it apart. On the rooftop, the onlookers were left speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief, fear, and shock. Tao Gu, that zombie, it seems to have spoken, right? I must be mistaken. The bald man stared wide-eyed, mechanically turning his head towards Su Tao. You heard correctly. I heard it too. It said dinner time. Although it was hard to make out over the zombies' roars, I am certain. Could it be that there are truly intelligent zombies? Does humanity still have a future? These individuals wished fervently for all of this to be a mere dream, one from which they had yet to awaken. The mere fact that zombies could evolve was already a heavy burden for humanity to bear. Now, there was a being capable of commanding them, endowed with human intelligence. Su Tao turned back to the others in despair, bitterly stating, I don't know if humanity has a future, but we clearly do not. The crowd gasped, realizing that the horde had completely surrounded the building where they had taken refuge. Having watched this spectacle long enough, it's time for a conversation, Chu Nan said as he turned his gaze toward them. Smiling. Chapter 69. Ascending to the fourth-tier run, Su Tao shouted suddenly, leaping from the rooftop. The others quickly reacted, hastening to follow him down. There were still nearly 1,000 zombies here. Even a pile could spell their doom. Not to mention the more terrifying Chu Nan. Run? Is that even possible? Su Tao's decisiveness caught Chu Nan's attention. Though he soon wore a cold smile, he first stowed away a crystal core from the great tiger handed to him by a zombie. Then, with a thought, directed the horde toward the 20 or so people. As for Chu Nan, he was in no hurry. He listened to the continuous system notifications ringing in his ears. He discovered that allowing his zombies to feast on the great tiger's flesh was far more rewarding than doing so himself. Perhaps due to the vast difference in levels, these low-tier zombies could gain 50 evolution points simply by consuming a certain amount of the great tiger's flesh. Given the immense size of the black great tiger, it took over 20 zombies to completely dismantle it. Remarkably, all of these zombies advanced to the second tier. Consequently, the number of second-tier zombies under his command surpassed 100, yielding him thousands of evolution points and rewards. Su Tao and his companions, besieged by zombies, found it increasingly difficult to escape. His immediate goal was crystal clear: to level up. In this small town, over 2,000 individuals had been infected. Although many were not directly infected by Chunan, he still amassed over 10,000 evolution points. Even after deducting the 2,000 used for upgrading his commanding skills, he still had nearly 10,000 points remaining. Now, with only his defensive talent lingering at the 3rd tier, Chunan wasted no time, maxing out his evolution points. Then, with eager anticipation, he voiced, "System, initiate evolution, ding." The host requires 5,000 evolution points to evolve to the 4th tier. Do you confirm? Confirm. Beginning evolution? This evolution was unlike any previous ones. As a zombie, Chunan had felt nothing during past transformations. However, this time, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of euphoria. It was as if the virus within him underwent a sublime transformation, enhancing his mental acuity to an extraordinary degree. Ding! Evolution complete. Upon completion, Chunan's first sensation was a heightened clarity in his perception of the external world. This represents a form of perception that diverges from that of humans. Though he observes with his eyes, it seems as if he perceives his surroundings with his entire being, reminiscent of a character in a novel endowed with a heightened sense of awareness. His eyes, no longer dull, now gleam with an intense brightness. While still fearsome, they stand apart from the ordinary zombies, creating a striking contrast. Chunan is quite pleased with this evolution. Although it hasn't directly enhanced his strength, the sheer joy experienced during the transformation has become immensely addictive for him. After all, it has been a long time since he felt anything at all. Upon completing his evolution, he still has over 4,000 evolution points remaining. Without hesitation, Chunan decides to elevate his mimicry skill by 1 level. Eager to discover what surprises it may bring him. Name: Chunan race, zombie level, tier 4, 01000, evolution points, 2,865 abilities, muscle control talents, strength, tier 405000, speed, tier 405000, defense, tier 405000, reflexes, tier 405000, skills, infection, hunger, devour, repair, mimicry, tier 20100000, leadership, tier 20100000, spiritual awareness, heat source detection. Spiritual awareness significantly enhances the host's perceptual abilities, making it easier to detect surrounding dangers. Heat source detection: the host can sense all heat sources within a 10-kilometer radius. Mimicry, tier 2, the activity of the virus within the host is further enhanced, allowing it to transform into a hard tissue that extends beyond the body when necessary, increasing the host's attack and defense capabilities. Upon reviewing the introduction to the tier 2 mimicry skill, Chunan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Enhanced defense is the crux of the matter. For a long time, he has been troubled by his inadequate defense. Although his defensive talent has consistently upgraded, it has repeatedly left him disappointed. Speaking of defense, Chunan immediately commenced testing, eager to ascertain the capabilities of his current tier 4 defensive talent. He retrieved a handgun and, without hesitation, aimed it at his right chest. Pulling the trigger, bang! The bullet discharged, instantly embedding itself into Chunan's flesh. However, this time, it only penetrated slightly, with most of the bullet remaining outside. Not finished yet, Chunan fired a second shot. This time, he utilized his ability, tensing all the muscles in his body. The bullet failed to create a wound. Instead, it was halted by the muscle and fell to the ground. Quite satisfactory. After expending so many evolution points, his tier 4 defensive talent has finally lived up to his expectations. Next, he decided to test the tier 2 mimicry. Suddenly, a black substance began to seep from his pores, quickly forming a layer of black skin over his entire body. From head to toe, not a single area remained uncovered. Chunan glanced at his hands, now enveloped in this dark material. Furthermore, his nails elongated into sharp points, resembling 5 short blades. With a mere thought, the black substance retreated from his index finger, allowing him to pull the trigger. He aimed once more at his chest and squeezed the trigger. The bullet scraped against the black material on Chunan's surface, creating a spark before being deflected away. 2,000 evolution points well spent. At such close proximity, the bullet left merely a white mark on the black skin, evidencing its remarkable hardness. While he remains uncertain if it could withstand heavy weaponry, the results are already astonishing. Coupled with the innate defensive capabilities from his talents, it seems unlikely that ordinary bullets could inflict harm upon him. Upon reaching Tier 4, it was unsurprising that he gained 2 additional skills. Both pertaining to Perception. 1, Spiritual Awareness, is a passive skill that remains perpetually active. The other, Heat Source Detection, resembles a thermal imaging device. Once activated, it casts a filter over the entire world, though the range is quite extensive. At closer distances, Chunan can discern the types of targets based on heat sources, but clarity diminishes with distance. Overall, it proves to be quite useful, particularly in aiding Chunan's search for small human settlements. He raised his head and spotted several heat sources being dragged toward him by gray figures. Upon deactivating his skill, he observed Su Tao and his team being tossed at his feet. Chapter 70. The One-Eyed Zombie. At that moment, Su Tao's eyes were filled with despair. They all understood the fate that awaited them in the hands of the zombies. Without a word, Chunan infected them one by one, then extracted and devoured their hearts. Chunan's next plan involves venturing into the mountains to hunt exotic beasts. He intends to cultivate a legion of cavalry. The mobility of these zombies remains too low. Although he has over 100 Tier 2 zombies, curiously, none have mutated. While it might be reasonable to expect tyrants to emerge only at Tier 3, speed-oriented lickers could potentially manifest at Tier 2. Yet not a single one has appeared, which frustrates Chunan immensely. Surely, he cannot expect all these 100-plus Tier 2 zombies to evolve into tyrants. An imbalance in proportions is far from ideal. According to his vision, for every 10,000 zombies in the army, there must be one commanding zombie, along with 3,000 lickers and 500 tyrants. Commanding zombies will only emerge after high-tier zombies are present. But Chunan believes that lickers and tyrants can be cultivated now. Since neither lickers nor tyrants have mutated at this stage, Chunan plans to infect some exotic beasts in the mountains as mounts, thereby enhancing the mobility of these zombies. As for directing them, Chunan has considered it, but it remains too complex for these low-tier zombies. In the event of a small-scale battle, Chunan cannot always be in sight. He does not wish to become a target. Thus, establishing a cavalry seems a prudent choice. Moreover, this strategy is not susceptible to obsolescence. The potential for evolution is limited, while low-tier zombies are perpetually abundant. His target is set on the nearby mountains. Given the presence of formidable creatures like the black giant tiger, it stands to reason that large exotic beasts are not in short supply. However, before that, the remaining humans hiding throughout the town must be thoroughly dealt with. With heat source detection, playing hide and seek with humans is undoubtedly much simpler, and no matter how deeply they conceal themselves, they cannot evade his enhanced vision. Consequently, the previously hidden survivors are all unearthed by Chunan. As always, he only infects and consumes hearts, leaving the remaining flesh and blood for those zombies yet to evolve. Once the town is entirely transformed into a desolate wasteland, Chunan amasses nearly 1,000 evolution points. Subsequently, he leads his horde of zombies, marching grandly toward the mountains. Yuanluo City, a throng of zombies sways as they meander through the city. These zombies have not encountered fresh flesh in quite some time, their bodies reduced to mere skin and bones. They strain to sniff the air, hoping to catch a whiff of even the slightest morsel of meat to satiate their insatiable hunger, on top of a high-rise building. A figure watches the horde of zombies below with a face full of despair, slowly closing his eyes. He is one of the few in this city who chose not to flee. Perhaps it is fear of the zombies or some other reason that has kept him here for so long. But now, he can endure no longer. Day after day, he awaits the military's rescue, only to be engulfed in despair once more. He has given up. Opening his eyes for one last look at this world, he spreads his arms wide and allows himself to fall freely, thud. With the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground, the man is instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. Fresh blood splatters onto the nearby zombies. Initially, the zombies are momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. The next second, their eyes blaze crimson, the scent of fresh blood and flesh. The zombies go into a frenzy, more frantic than ever before. They have been starved for too long. They do not hesitate to devour the unexpected feast that has fallen from the sky. However, there are too many zombies. One person is hardly sufficient to satiate them all. Those unable to feed, overwhelmed by the tantalizing aroma of fresh blood, become increasingly frenzied. Among them, a one-eyed zombie stares with red eyes at the other zombies blocking its path. a terrifying glimmer igniting within its gaze. Then, it attacks the zombies in front of it. The zombies begin to devour one another. It tears off the arm of a fellow zombie, gnawing on the withered flesh. Then crushes another skull, drinking the dark gray brain matter, until it lets out a roar. This zombie has evolving to Tier 3. It has neither transformed into a tyrant nor mutated into a licker. It retains its original appearance, yet is now stronger and more agile. A glimmer of intelligence flickers in its eyes. However, this intelligence is rudimentary. It still relies on instinct, and its behavioral patterns have not undergone significant changes. Nevertheless, compared to before, there is a fundamental difference. In truth, such occurrences are happening all over the city, albeit with slight variations. After all, this is an army of millions of zombies. The larger the population, the greater the probability of evolution. In this city, the sheer number of tyrants is already astonishing, and the more frequently appearing lick-eaters can be seen everywhere. However, the one-eyed zombie, a type that is evidently rare, can be counted on just 2 hands. At that moment, a tyrant turned the corner not far away. It was lured by the scent of blood. Yet, upon seeing the one-eyed zombie, it completely disregarded the fresh flesh it had just been pursuing. To it, the allure of the one-eyed zombie's brain matter seemed to surpass that of human flesh. The tyrant roared fiercely, striding towards the one-eyed zombie with great haste. The one-eyed zombie remained rooted in place, fixing its single eye intently upon it. The tyrant soon closed the distance, roaring again as it extended its massive hands, each the size of a fan, aiming to strike the one-eyed zombie's crown. But it struck nothing but air, for the one-eyed zombie had already vanished from its original spot and had somehow circled around to the tyrant's rear. This speed was astonishing, rivaling that of lick-eaters of the same rank. Then, with 2 swift movements, the one-eyed zombie clambered onto the tyrant's shoulder, extending its claw and pressing it against the tyrant's crown. In the next moment, the tyrant's crown was astonishingly ripped away, revealing its dark and viscous brain matter. The one-eyed zombie reached out with its other hand, digging in fiercely and devouring greedily. From the instant the one-eyed zombie's hand pierced into the brain matter, the tyrant became immobile, forced to endure the excruciating sensation of its own brain being hollowed out, until it ultimately collapsed to the ground. Slurp, slurp, the one-eyed zombie savored the feast, and in just a few bites, the entirety of the brain matter was consumed. Finally, the one-eyed zombie extracted a crystal from the tyrant's brain, holding it aloft for a meticulous examination. Chapter 71. The new mission of the Black Dragon team. The surrounding zombies, the moment the one-eyed zombie retrieved the crystal, went into a frenzy once more. Each of them howled, attempting to lunge toward the one-eyed zombie. Growl. The one-eyed zombie bared its teeth, emitting a garbled roar at the approaching zombies, which immediately froze in fear. The one-eyed zombie cast a disdainful glance at the horde, then turned its head and placed the tyrant's crystal into its mouth. Roar. It let out a refreshingly fierce roar once more. Rising to its feet, it tilted its head back and stretched its body. Radiant beams of light swirling around it as its form grew more robust. Even that singular eye appeared more agile, exhibiting a hint of human-like qualities. It was only after the one-eyed zombie departed that the zombies were finally liberated. Each of them rushing toward the tyrant's corpse, eager to fight for the meager drops of brain matter that remained within. Meanwhile, from a distant high-rise, Bai Lin observed the entire scene through his scope. Another one, he sighed, shifting his gaze away. I say, you should stop worrying so much, remarked the bespectacled man behind him, rummaging through a cabinet for food. Hearing Bai Lin's voice, he couldn't help but retort, these zombies mutating is only a matter of time. You can kill one, but do you really think you can eradicate all the zombies in the world? You don't understand, Bai Lin replied, visibly agitated, turning to shout at the bespectacled man. If we allow these zombies to continue evolving, there will come a day when humanity will face an unprecedented crisis. Unfazed, the bespectacled man scoffed, an unprecedented crisis. This is already the apocalypse. Is there really a greater crisis than this? If it were anyone else from the team, we would have been lounging at headquarters sipping afternoon tea by now. Clearly, the bespectacled man harbored considerable resentment toward Bai Lin. The two had been in Yanluo City for 3 days. It wasn't that they couldn't leave. Rather, Bai Lin had been inexplicably fixated on observing these zombies, seeking to uncover their weaknesses for a complete extermination. However, after 3 days, they had run out of ammunition and, aside from realizing the zombie's astonishing speed of evolution, had yielded no further results. Bai Lin rolled his eyes, choosing not to argue further, and turned back to observe the scene outside. Ever since the air raid siren incident, the bespectacled man seemed to have unlocked some strange box. Whenever they engaged in banter, Bai Lin always found himself at a disadvantage. If Bai Lin hadn't known of the man's grievances, he might have thought he had awakened some peculiar ability. Just then, as Bai Lin's gaze drifted back to the window, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "What? Hurry up and find some food, or else don't blame me for letting you go hungry tonight." The bespectacled man cut in before Bai Lin could finish. "No, wait, what do you mean no? Believe it or not, I'll go report you to the captain when we get back. Can you let me finish my sentence?" Bai Lin was also furious. Even if the man had grievances, 3 days should have been enough to air them. "What is it? Just say it." The bespectacled man remained expressionless, as if the previous words had been spoken by someone else. "You?" Bai Lin felt as though he had struck a pillow, responding irritably, "Look for yourself." The bespectacled man glanced at him curiously before turning to look out the window. "Long Feng? What brings him here?" Half an hour later, Long Feng stood before the two of them. He first assessed their appearances, then turned to the bespectacled man and asked, "Has he started again?" The bespectacled man shrugged, confirming with a nod. Long Feng frowned. Those who knew Bai Lin understood that while he was reliable in missions, he always concocted bizarre excuses to linger after completing them. Initially, it was thought that sending him to a city densely populated with zombies would yield better results. But the outcome was no different. "Long Feng, let me tell you about the one-eyed zombies situation," Bai Lin began, but was interrupted by Long Feng's wave of the hand. "Whatever you have to say. Go tell the captain. I don't want to hear your rambling." Upon hearing the captain's name, Bai Lin instantly deflated. "I came here with a new mission." "Another new mission?" Bai Lin groaned. "I haven't even rested from the last one." But Long Feng shot him a fierce glare, saying, "Yes, 3 days. Thanks to you. I've been waiting." The bespectacled man snickered from behind, but upon catching Long Feng's gaze, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "Am I going to?" Long Feng nodded, stating, "This mission is of utmost importance. We will need to utilize every available resource. Not just you two. Aside from the captain, the rest of the team is waiting outside the city." Seeing Long Feng's serious expression, Bai Lin couldn't help but ask excitedly, "What level is it?" Long Feng cast him a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, "S." The two gasped in unison, "S?" Only then did Long Feng finish his statement, leaving Bai Lin and the bespectacled man utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away from Yanluo City, at the nearest military base, the area was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with an open plain at the exit. Beyond the plain lay a series of undulating mountains. The perimeter of the base had been encircled with stout logs, creating a space for the gathered survivors to reside. Soldiers armed with firearms patrolled the constructed walls, which had evidently developed into a small-scale fortified settlement. The inhabitants entered and exited through the only heavy gate, where every newcomer had to undergo rigorous checks to ensure they were uninfected before being granted entry. Yang Xiaowen gazed at the lengthy queue, feeling a rush of excitement. "Finally, we made it here. Xiaoyang, do you think Brother Tao will find us here? After all, this is the only military base nearby." Yang Xiaowen shot a glance at his subordinate, responding with annoyance, "So what if he comes? There are thousands of people here. Even if he does, how could he possibly find me?" "That is true, ha ha." At that moment, one of the men approached Yang Xiaowen and whispered, "Xiaoyang, I heard that here, evolvers also receive special treatment." He shot Yang Xiaowen a knowing look, grinning mischievously. Yang Xiaowen chuckled in understanding, about to respond when suddenly, a figure appeared atop the wall, shouting down at those queuing to enter the city. "Silence!" The crowd quickly quieted, not a single person daring to speak. After all, they were seeking refuge within the city. Offending those inside could mean being denied entry. Soon, someone will distribute a portrait to you. Carefully identify it. As long as you recognize anyone you've seen recently, whether human or zombie, and report their recent whereabouts, you will be granted the treatment of a departmental official at the base. Chapter 72. Yanluo Military District Base. What do you mean? Both human and zombie? The crowd below appeared utterly bewildered. And Yang Xiaowen and his companions were equally perplexed. At that moment, some individuals had already begun sharing photos. When Yang Xiaowen finally received one and glimpsed the eyes within, he was instantly rendered speechless. While he stood in a daze, the voices above continued to shout loudly, seemingly unbothered by the potential threat of zombies. Do not think to deceive us. Should those above discover that someone has reported falsely, not only will there be no favorable treatment, but even the gates of the Yanluo base shall remain forever closed to you. Xiao Yang, what is the matter with you? Observing his stupor, a younger associate hastily shook his arm. Regaining his senses, Yang Xiaowen lifted his eyes, filled with disbelief, and murmured, "Do you not think this person looks somewhat familiar? Familiar? Surely not. Indeed, it seems as though I have seen them somewhere before." Yang Xiaowen forced a bitter smile and hinted, "Do they not resemble that formidable zombie from the town?" As soon as his words fell, a collective gasp echoed from his companions as they recalled a terrifying memory, their eyes wide with fear as they exchanged glances. Yang Xiaowen gritted his teeth and abruptly raised the photograph, calling out loudly towards the wall, "Commander, I have seen this person." Half an hour later, in a conference room within the base, the Cold Wind, accompanied by Bai Lin and Hong Lei, seated themselves at a long table. At the head sat an elderly man clad in military attire, whose rank appeared to be quite significant. He turned his head, addressing the visibly anxious Yang Xiaowen and others beside him. "Are you saying you have seen the person in the photograph? It is a zombie, and a particularly powerful one at that." Yang Xiaowen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a sycophantic smile. There was no denying that each individual present exuded an intimidating aura, especially the elderly man, whose very presence radiated a chilling bloodlust, making Yang Xiaowen feel nauseous. This was a man forged in the crucible of countless battles. Indeed, we witnessed him infecting humans. Had we not fled swiftly, we would likely have become zombies ourselves. The others who had escaped from the town echoed his sentiments from behind Yang Xiaowen. The elderly man nodded, gesturing for a few to leave before turning his attention to the Black Dragon squad. "Theo, think it truly is a zombie," he mused. The old officer, named Shan Ming, served as the commander of this military district. The members of the Black Dragon squad had come merely for a brief respite and to gather intelligence on Chunan, not expecting to encounter him directly. Cold Wind adjusted his sleeves and spoke. "Regardless of how difficult it may be to believe, the abundance of evidence suggests that Chunan is indeed a zombie, one with intelligence. It goes without saying, General Shan, that you are aware of the dangers he poses." Shan Ming certainly understood the terror of a zombie possessing human intellect. Should he disguise himself and infiltrate a military base, the consequences could be far more catastrophic than a mere zombie horde. Not to mention, he could command other zombies as well. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Ming looked up and inquired, "What plans does Lieutenant Coldwind have?" Coldwind nodded, speaking earnestly, "I have received orders to eliminate him at all costs. Now that we have discerned Chunan's whereabouts, I hope General Shan can cooperate." It had been 2 days since the events in the town transpired. If they delayed any longer, they would undoubtedly miss their opportunity. Furthermore, Chunan's next target would likely be a nearby small gathering place. Thus, I propose that General Shan personally issue an invitation to gather all survivors from the nearby scattered settlements to the Yanluo military district, excluding the troops, so that our Black Dragon squad may search for Chunan. Upon hearing this, Shan Ming furrowed his brow and flatly refused. "That is out of the question. I can accommodate personnel and ensure their welfare, as the base is not yet at full capacity, but I cannot dispatch troops. It must be noted that the distance to Yanluo City is alarmingly close. If we were to encounter a zombie horde, who would bear the losses incurred by the military?" Cold Wind, upon hearing Shan Ming's words, could not help but frown in frustration, inwardly cursing. Ever since the apocalypse began, the military districts, once loyal to their commands, seem to have adopted a new and self-serving demeanor, prioritizing resources, weapons, and soldiers above the preservation of humanity. Time was of the essence. Should Chunan relocate elsewhere, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Shan Ming's voice broke through Cold Wind's thoughts, causing him to pause and instinctively ask, "Unless what?" "Unless your department can assist me with a small favor." Shan Ming donned a smile, although the glint in his eyes betrayed his ulterior motives. "What favor?" As soon as the words left his lips, Cold Wind began to regret his inquiry. Experience had taught him that despite his self-proclaimed strategic prowess, he had unwittingly allowed this seasoned general to take the lead. Shan Ming regarded him knowingly, chuckling softly, "Oh, it is nothing too burdensome. Merely a matter of helping us return to our original military district to retrieve some supplies." The Yinlu Military District's initial headquarters was not located here. The bulk of the forces remained trapped at the original military headquarters, which lay alarmingly close to Yinlu City. Any minor disturbance could attract a horde of zombies, complicating their withdrawal immensely. However, the abundance of firearms and combat personnel there had long been a source of Shan Ming's desire. By rallying survivors, he aimed to facilitate access to the military headquarters and procure weapons. Now that personnel were available, the arms remained elusive. His intention was for the Black Dragon Squad to assist in retrieving some weapons before they proceeded to reclaim the military headquarters. At that point, with an entire military district's resources at their disposal, even the recapture of Yinlu City would no longer be a mere fantasy. Very well, we shall accept this request. However, once the general secures the supplies, you must wholeheartedly assist us in eliminating Chu Nan. Cold Wind hesitated for a long moment before finally acquiescing. In truth, Cold Wind had no other options. Tio's search for Chu Nan with their limited numbers was utterly insufficient. And Shan Ming, a cunning old fox, would not lift a finger without receiving something in return. Upon hearing his agreement, Shan Ming's smile widened, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, splendid. It is growing late. I shall have someone prepare a meal for you. Rest tonight, and we shall commence our operation tomorrow." "How does that sound?" Cold Wind nodded in silence, choosing not to speak further as he departed the conference room with his team. Chapter 73. The prey has escaped. Wind? Are you out of your mind? Why did you agree to that old coot? Once outside the conference room, Bai Lin immediately approached Cold Wind. Cold Wind shot him an annoyed glance before ignoring him and continuing on his way. At that moment, Xiao Di wrapped her arms around Bai Lin's neck, teasingly saying, "Brother Lin, just let it go. All he can think about right now is Chu Nan." "Huh? What do you mean? All he can think about is Chu Nan?" Bai Lin's expression shifted to one of intrigue, as his curiosity was piqued. "What exactly do you mean?" Xiao Di giggled and recounted how Cold Wind had been outmaneuvered by Chu Nan, and Bai Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. The ever-cunning Cold Wind had actually been played. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to his pride. Chu Nan truly is a remarkable individual, Bai Lin couldn't help but exclaim. After reuniting with his team, he reported the details of their mission to Cold Wind, naturally mentioning their encounter with Chu Nan. The parallels became evident, revealing that they had indeed crossed paths with the same individual. Bai Lin scratched his head, watching Cold Wind's retreating figure, feeling a tinge of sympathy for him. Meanwhile, at the riverside town, the once bustling locale now lay devoid of human presence. Even the zombies that Chu Nan had left behind had wandered elsewhere. The surrounding forests remained eerily tranquil, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. Suddenly, a rumbling sound shattered the calm. It was the sound of footsteps, likely from a pack of wolves in the woods. Yet the intensity of the noise indicated that this was no ordinary wolf pack. The footsteps grew closer, the commotion escalating. Finally, a gray wolf king burst forth from the forest, moving with lightning speed, effortlessly leaping onto a rooftop, surveying the town below. It raised its head and emitted a strange, chilling roar. Who? The sound bore no resemblance to a wolf's howl. It was as if it belonged to an entirely different species. A zombie dire wolf king. Upon the back of the zombie wolf king, a figure was perched, none other than Chu Nan. With a smile gracing his lips, he surveyed the small town below, exuding an air of regal authority that compelled the zombies meeting his gaze to lower their heads in submission. These zombies were of a lower tier. Even without his control, the disparity in their ranks instinctively inspired a sense of reverence towards Chu Nan. The rumbling from the mountains continued unabated until a series of dark, billowing forms burst forth from the forest, halting beneath Chu Nan and the Wolf King, marking the end of the commotion. There were over 300 of these colossal wolves, each towering above half a human's height. Their appearances exceedingly menacing, particularly their milky white pupils that evoked a sense of dread. As for the humanoid zombies originally under Chu Nan's command, they had suffered significant losses during their infection by these giant wolves, leaving fewer than 100 to still partake in the privileges afforded to the inaugural battalion of zombie wolf cavalry. Observing the ranks below, satisfaction gleamed in Chu Nan's eyes. The remaining zombies, elite among the second tier, had survived the battle for a reason. Moreover, over half of the wolf pack belonged to the second tier, with the zombie wolf king beneath him being a formidable presence of the third tier. Each had been infected personally by Chu Nan, thus retaining their ranks. This marked the inception of his official cadre. The next step involved moving towards the upcoming gathering point. Turning his gaze, Chunin activated his heat-sensing abilities. To his surprise, the vast expanse of red zones he had anticipated did not materialize before his eyes. Stunned, he initially suspected a malfunction in his skills, restarting them multiple times. What was happening? That previously extensive red zone, clearly a human gathering point, had vanished. Had they encountered a zombie tide? Surely not. Chunan considered the likelihood of a zombie tide to be minimal. After all, that location had not become devoid of red dots, but rather had merely diminished to a few hundred individuals who were now in constant motion. Had they migrated? Quite possibly. Without further delay, Chunan commanded the zombie wolf king to leap from the rooftop. Leading the pack towards the gathering point, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of these individuals before they completed their retreat. The zombie wolves moved with remarkable speed, capable of reaching over 100 kilometers per hour. Soon, Chunan found himself near the gathering point. At this juncture, only a little over 100 remained. Had it not been for the inadequacy of the vehicles, even these few would likely have vanished. Chunan instructed the wolf pack to conceal themselves behind a nearby slope while he adjusted his attire and cleared his throat, then confidently approached the gathering point. This location was not particularly hidden, but its terrain was advantageous, situated on a hillside. To ascend, one had to take a considerable detour. With the intelligence of wild zombies, unless by sheer luck, they would not even reach the main entrance of the gathering point. Upon entering, Chunan confirmed his suspicions. They had indeed migrated. Everything movable had been taken, and even the nearby vegetable garden was left pockmarked, revealing a savage method of departure, clearly undertaken in haste. Shortly after Chunan stepped into the gathering point, he was spotted by the personnel on guard. Seeing the guard hastily raise his weapon, Chunan feigned a look of panic, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "Do not shoot." "I am human? Huh?" The guard hesitated, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of an outsider. "Who are you?" he demanded, still pointing his gun at Chunan. "I escaped from the city. Do you have any water?" "I haven't had a drop in 3 days." Noticing that Chunan did not appear to be infected, the guard gradually lowered his weapon, furrowing his brow. "Come in with that." He exchanged a glance with a few companions, who opened the gate to the gathering area. A flicker of realization crossed Chunan's mind as he observed that these individuals were clad in military uniforms. Their equipment was of high quality. Their eyes sharp, evidently, they were regular troops. How could there be regular military forces here? Had the military district sent them for evacuation? Chunan pondered this possibility. In the apocalypse, the population was already sparse, and resisting zombies required manpower. Moreover, every individual possessed the potential for evolution. With even minimal training, they could prove invaluable against the mindless undead. As Chunan crossed the threshold into the gathering point, he immediately sensed something amiss. The positioning of the guards was suspicious, their grips on their weapons unnaturally tight. A quick scan revealed that these individuals seemed hesitant to meet his gaze. Once he fully entered, the trap was sprung. Bang! The gate slammed shut with brutish force, and a dozen military personnel raised their weapons and unleashed a hail of gunfire toward Chunan without so much as a command to fire. Chapter 74. Identity exposed. Meanwhile, not far from the foot of the gathering point, a convoy was steadily approaching. Bai Lin was dozing off in a jeep when he suddenly perked up, his ears twitching. Xiao Di. At that moment, Xiao Di, seated in the passenger seat, had already produced a pair of binoculars, leaning halfway out of the window to peer towards the hillside. However, the tall walls obstructed his view. He could hear only the incessant sound of gunfire. "This won't do. I can't see anything," he exclaimed, "but it doesn't seem like a zombie tide. I don't see many zombies outside the wall." Xiao Di retracted his head, his expression unusually serious. "Not like a zombie tide? Then why all the intense gunfire?" Just then, as the convoy crested a slope, the massive wolf pack came into Bai Lin's view, several hundred meters away. "Over there." He quickly grabbed the binoculars to take a closer look, and upon recognizing the distinctive features of the wolves, his heart raced in alarm. Those zombie giant wolves were merely standing there, and even as the convoy passed, they merely glanced over, showing no concern. "That's right. It's Chunan. Hurry, speed up." The driver, a bespectacled man, pressed the accelerator to the floor upon hearing Chunan's name. The jeep shot forward like an arrow, leaving the entire convoy behind. "Lin Gu, signal to Feng Gu," he shouted, grabbing a walkie-talkie and bellowing, Everyone pay attention. The target of the wanted notice is on the mountain. Proceed at full speed. We must keep him here. Bai Lin suddenly grasped the situation, snatching the briefcase from beside the driver. Damn it, I've really hit the worst luck. The three of them had not accompanied Long Feng to the headquarters of the Yinluo military district, but had instead been assigned to the task of picking up personnel. Long Feng had been increasingly uneasy. Given Chu Nan's current threat level, having already decimated a settlement of thousands, it was likely that nearby smaller gathering points were at risk. Thus, to err on the side of caution, Long Feng had split the team into two parts. Bai Lin had thought this was merely a simple pickup task, an easy assignment, but he never expected it would lead to trouble. Xiaoti's eyes sparkled with realization. He believed their luck had turned. Had they waited for the survivors to reach the military district, although they would have avoided the risk of the enemy becoming stronger through infection, they would undoubtedly have made Chu Nan's whereabouts even more elusive. The bespectacled driver glanced at the village on the hillside and then at the distant wolf pack, gritting his teeth before sharply turning the steering wheel towards the wolves. What the hell are you doing? Glasses? Bai Lin was thrown forward against the window by the sudden movement, his greasy face making painful contact with the glass, prompting him to curse vehemently. Those wolves were evidently the zombie army under Chu Nan's command. They needed to act while they were still in a dormant state, to clip the wings of this tiger. On the hillside, the sound of gunfire echoed as several submachine guns spat bullets, illuminating the faces of the shooters. Chu Nan dodged continuously, having anticipated this confrontation. He had activated his mimicry skill before they opened fire. Although he was puzzled by their sudden aggression and their intent to draw him in, he had no intention of becoming an easy target. Cease fire. Quickly, cease fire. He has vanished. Be cautious. He is behind us. Aim and continue firing. Chu Nan's brow furrowed deeper. Was it really necessary to resort to gunfire over a simple request for water? He had no idea where he had slipped up, but it was evident from their panic and fear that his identity had been compromised. He was certain he had never encountered these individuals before. Could it be? Chu Nan did not hold back. He circled behind one of the guards and, with a flick of his claws, effortlessly slashed open the man's throat. Quick, scatter! A middle-aged man, resembling a squad leader, was taken aback by Chu Nan's speed and shouted loudly. What is happening? Are there zombies coming? I don't know. The gunfire just started. Survivors who had been hiding in various wooden huts, waiting for rescue, heard the gunfire and scrambled out, clutching an assortment of weapons. What are you doing out here? Get back inside. Upon witnessing hundreds of residents rushing from their homes, the squad leader shouted anxiously. Yet, it was already too late. Chu Nan, with a chilling smile, moved with the swiftness of a tiger among sheep, instantly infecting over a dozen individuals. In a mere 10 seconds, these infected civilians rose once more, lunging towards the living around them. The squad leader's gums nearly bled from the pressure of his clenched teeth. His eyes blazing with fury. Beasts, he exclaimed, raising his gun and firing frantically at Chu Nan, but he could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow, instead hitting several of the infected survivors. Captain, I'm out of bullets. So am I. The squad leader's heart sank in alarm as he realized the dire situation. They had fired recklessly before, failing to consider their ammunition. Who could have known Chu Nan would be so agile? Evading every shot? Now, with the number of mutated survivors increasing, the spirits of the soldiers began to plummet. Captain, let us retreat. That monster is too powerful. Onward with the bayonet. A middle-aged man, his face hardened with resolve, clearly had no intention of retreating. There are still many elderly, weak, and women in another district. If we leave, who will protect them? Captain, this is an order. The middle-aged man's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted at his comrades. Do not forget what this uniform represents. Standing their ground was their duty. From the moment they became soldiers, they had never contemplated betraying the honor of their uniforms. The captain's determination ignited the hearts of the squad members. And as they beheld the encroaching horde of zombies, a surge of fervor coursed through them. Fix bayonets. Let us annihilate these zombies. Kill that monster Chu Nan. Amidst the throng of zombies, Chu Nan, who had just infected the last survivor to emerge, turned leisurely to face the soldiers. His gaze was as frigid as ice. Chapter 75. Bai Lin, don't be impulsive at that moment. A thunderous roar erupted from the foot of the mountain, the howl of the zombie wolf king. TSK, Chu Nan frowned, activating his thermal sensing. he immediately detected several hotspots charging towards his wolf pack. Reinforcements? With a sudden leap, he extricated himself from the horde of zombies, vaulting over the surrounding wall to a cliff where he could survey the situation at the mountain's base. This place was originally an excellent observation post, yet for some unknown reason, the military had not stationed anyone here. At the mountain's foot, Bai Lin fired his weapon while cursing vehemently, "Cold wind, I curse your ancestors." Meanwhile, the wolf pack dodged nimbly while charging towards the jeep. "Why are you out of ammo again? Bai Lin, are you capable or not?" The bespectacled man scolded as he observed yet another bullet was past the ear of the leading giant wolf. Bai Lin, already brimming with frustration, was incensed by the remark. He lifted his head, slightly advancing his sniper rifle, and retorted mockingly, "Why don't you come and try? Let us see if your 4 eyes can even hit anything." The bespectacled man at that moment was trying to mediate, saying, all right, Jin Jun, focus on driving, keep it steady, and Lin Gu, stop cursing Fenggo. I suspect we underestimated Chunan. What they had previously witnessed of the giant zombie wolves indeed resembled the ones in the research facility with Li Mulong. However, this time, before they could close in within 100 meters of the giant wolves, the creatures immediately launched an attack. Startled, the bespectacled man drifted the vehicle, abruptly turning to flee. Clearly, Chunan's control over the zombies had evolved from before. The jeep sped quickly, but the road was far from ideal. The wolves, however, were undeterred by the terrain, baring their teeth as they charged towards the jeep. The distance between the jeep and the pack was narrowing. Suddenly, the leading zombie wolf king drastically slowed down, eventually coming to a halt. Huh. Why did they stop? Bai Lin exclaimed in surprise. What does this mean? Keep going, don't stop. The proximity was too close. It was better to create some distance first. All the wolves followed suit, ceasing their advance and merely staring at the jeep. Motionless, it seemed the zombie wolf king sensed something, turning its head towards the mountainside. Then, astonishingly, it led the giant wolves to abandon their current target and charge towards a distant convoy. Damn, it's Chunan. Bai Lin followed the giant wolf's gaze to the mountainside. Soon, he spotted Chunan's figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his arm and fired a shot. Bang! The recoil caused Bai Lin to lean back slightly as he swiftly reloaded, preparing to fire again. But in the next instant, he witnessed something utterly unbelievable, his eyes widening in disbelief. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, unable to squeeze the trigger a second time. He saw Chunan standing on a cliff, his gaze fixed intently on him, then slightly tilting his head as Bai Lin's bullet zipped harmlessly past his ear. Chunan's expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes calm and disdainful, as if he were merely swatting away a bothersome mosquito. Meanwhile, his lips exaggeratedly formed the words, "Trash from below." Bai Lin, through the scope, saw everything clearly. He was on the verge of exploding with rage, his entire body trembling. "Lin Gu, don't act impulsively," Xiaodi noticed Bai Lin's agitation. This man was too easily provoked, and if left unchecked, he might spiral into madness at any moment. "I'll go after your damned mother." Bai Lin roared, leaping from the vehicle. As his feet hit the ground, he immediately assumed a shooting stance. Kneeling on one knee, he positioned the sniper rifle against his right chest, inhaled deeply, then raised his gun to aim. His posture was impeccable, devoid of any previous laziness. A remarkable aura emanated from Bai Lin, resembling energy or a profound intent that significantly amplified the bullet's power. However, just as he pressed his finger on the trigger, preparing to unleash his strongest shot, Chunan's lips curled into a slight smirk. He extended his right hand and swiftly flicked his middle finger, a gesture of utmost insult. In that instant, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving not a single cloud in his wake. Bai Lin's focus shattered into pieces, sending him into a frenzy. He hurled the sniper rifle aside and slammed his head against the jeep's door. Damn it! The bespectacled man Jin Jun and Xiao Di were startled, their expressions turning peculiar. Damn you, Chunan! Cursed be you! You have no sense of honor. May you meet a wretched fate, Chunan! Bai Lin's furious roar echoed up to the mountainside, reaching Chunan's ears, yet he paid it no mind, leisurely making his way toward the gathering point. Now, the soldiers guarding the area had slain nearly 100 zombies, yet they were utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, "Captain, we survived. Their eyes flickered with fatigue, but could not dim the excitement and pride within. The middle-aged man glanced around urgently. While that monster is away, let us hurry. Before he could finish, Chu Nan's voice interrupted. Well done. The middle-aged man's complexion turned even paler, a hint of despair etched upon his face. They had long since exhausted their ammunition, and each was utterly fatigued. From the original 12-member squad, only 7 remained, and in dire straits. Even escaping now seemed improbable. To achieve this much with the capabilities of ordinary people is already commendable. I am curious, which unit are you from? May I ask? Chu Nan's figure appeared atop the wall, his gaze fixed downward upon the few individuals before him. The middle-aged man glared fiercely at him, remaining silent. Not going to speak? Very well. Before anyone could react, Chu Nan moved. In an instant, he appeared behind the middle-aged man, extending his right hand to thrust deeply into his back. Instantly, Chu Nan's hand erupted from the man's chest. Clutching a still-beating heart, Captain! The remaining squad members cried out in unison, helplessly watching as Chu Nan shoved their captain's heart into his mouth. Fear not, you shall be next, Chu Nan said with a sinister smile. Swallowing the last morsel of the heart. Chapter 76. Lin Ming's roguery. Lin Gu, hurry. Get in the car. At the mountain's foot, the jeep lingered only briefly. Once Bai Lin climbed aboard, they sped towards the convoy. Head up the mountain! Up the mountain! Bai Lin shouted in exasperation from the back seat, evidently shaken by the impact Chu Nan had inflicted upon him. Don't panic, he wants to escape. Once we deal with these wolves, we can slowly corner him. No, I want to kill him right now. Right this moment. Although he spoke bravely, Bai Lin remained focused on shooting at the giant wolves. At this moment, the convoy had come to a halt, and the few individuals within it were each raising their weapons to fire. The gunfire was relatively dense, yet the damage inflicted was exceedingly limited. Even Wang Lin, after unleashing a full magazine, managed to take down only 3 of the monstrous undead wolves. Conversely, the personnel in the convoy suffered heavy losses. These giant wolves possessed considerable strength, and even while sheltered inside the vehicles, they would shatter the glass and invade. Infecting those within. It wasn't long before the drivers of the vehicles were completely annihilated. Damn it! How can these beasts be so formidable? Bai Lin continued to pull the trigger, but despite the large size of the giant wolves, they moved with remarkable agility. Although he occasionally managed to hit them, he could never strike their heads, thus failing to deliver fatal damage. How long until Lung Feng arrives? While firing, Bai Lin inquired of Yin Jin. Yin Jin adjusted his glasses and replied, We are not far from the Yanluo military district, but it will still take at least 10 minutes for them to arrive. Unbeknownst to them, the screen inside the briefcase displayed Long Feng's message indicating a delay. Hurry up, damn it. I'm about to be overwhelmed. After dealing with the giant wolves surrounding the convoy, the creatures turned their attention toward the jeep. Hundreds of undead wolves began to encircle the vehicle slowly. This time, they did not choose to continue fleeing in their vehicles. Instead, they leaped out, seemingly prepared to engage in a decisive battle with the monstrous wolves. Xiao Di slowly drew his long sword, positioning it horizontally in front of him, as if gathering strength for a technique. Bai Lin also abandoned his sniper rifle, opting for a dagger instead. With the overwhelming number of undead wolves and insufficient ammunition, he deemed it wiser to team up with Xiao Di for mutual support. As for Yin Jin, this fellow lacked combat prowess and could only rely on his handgun to sporadically shoot. Dozens of kilometers away, in the southeastern outskirts of Yanluo City, a vast area was overrun with zombies. Even in the most remote regions, here, a large section was enclosed by barbed wire fences. Clearly, in times of peace, this had once been a heavily fortified military site. Now, however, it resembled a scene from hell. Crowds of zombies wandered aimlessly, with the tall figure of a tyrant among them. At this moment, a fierce battle erupted. A battalion of several hundred soldiers surrounded the entrance to the base's armory, firing frantically at the approaching zombies. Damn it! Weren't you all so arrogant? Bullying us because we have no guns? Come on, come and take me. The heavens have finally smiled upon me. I've got a gun. Second Lieutenant, I'm here to avenge you. One soldier, shouldering a man-portable rocket launcher, aimed at a towering tyrant and forcefully pressed the launch button. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the tyrant was reduced to countless fragments. Most of these soldiers had previously been trapped in the base's barracks, surviving on scarce food and urine until Long Feng and his team arrived to rescue them. The pent-up resentment they had harbored for so long was finally unleashed. Dan Ming stood alongside Long Feng atop a command vehicle, observing the battle unfold. Unlike Dan Ming, who remained calm and composed, Long Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet. Devoid of his usual steadiness, "General Dan, what do you mean by not rushing to deploy troops? My teammates are fighting under tremendous risk." Upon receiving the news, he had immediately dispatched Hong Lei and Ruoyan for support, hoping to persuade Dan Ming to mobilize the army to ensure everything was foolproof, only to be met with Dan Ming's procrastination. Dan Ming chuckled lightly, not bothering to turn around as he continued to gaze in the direction of the battle, saying, "I am well aware of the danger your teammates face, but do you think I am unwilling to deploy troops? It's just that the weapons aren't fully loaded yet." Inside the armory, 3 military trucks were being continuously loaded with weapons and ammunition by the soldiers. "Then please give me an order, General, and I can return to the base to mobilize troops, right?" Long Feng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to speak up. Unexpectedly, Dan Ming's gaze turned sharp as he abruptly turned to look into Long Feng's eyes and said, "Kid, do you think you can underestimate me? The troops in the base can only listen to my command. No one else is allowed to meddle." "I didn't mean that." Long Feng was taken aback, cursing himself for crossing a line, and hurriedly sought to explain. Dan Ming waved his hand to interrupt him, coldly stating, "To be honest, given the strength of your team, handling a single zombie should be more than sufficient. Even if it possesses intelligence, how clever can it truly be?" Without allowing Long Feng a chance to respond, Dan Ming continued, "If you want me to deploy troops, then it must be done my way." "You?" Long Feng's face turned ashen with anger, realizing that this old fox intended to burn bridges. After all the effort to clear the path to the armory and rescue the soldiers trapped here, he never anticipated Dan Ming would turn his back on them. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, "Do you understand that if Chu Nan grows stronger, the first to suffer will be your Yinluo military district base?" At this moment, Dan Ming had lost interest in continuing the conversation, dismissively replying, "That's not for you, Lieutenant Long Feng, to worry about." Long Feng snorted coldly, his expression darkening. He leapt down from the command vehicle and made his way toward a military off-road vehicle. However, as he approached, a soldier halted him. "Get out of my way!" Long Feng's eyes burned with fury, causing the soldier to tense up, quickly glancing at Dan Ming above. Dan Ming cast a sidelong glance before silently nodding. He watched as the off-road vehicle sped away, a contemptuous expression crossing his face. "This little brat, still wet behind the ears, dares to bargain in front of me? Does he really think he has something special just because he hails from the capital?" Humph. From the very beginning, he never intended to assist Long Feng and his team. What could intelligent zombies accomplish? What could controlling zombies achieve? As long as he continued expanding his army and acquiring more weapons, he wouldn't fear a tide of corpses, let alone a mere zombie. Chapter 77. The zombie tide approaches. Long Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his anxiety palpable. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his teammates. Nor was he overreacting. He always felt a sense of unease regarding Chu Nan, a feeling that had arisen from their very first encounter, one that even Bei Feng had never instilled in him. This was also why Long Feng initially sought to win Chu Nan over. The ability to control zombies was an extraordinary feat, even among humans, let alone a sentient zombie. You all must hold on. With these thoughts, Long Feng's worry for his companions deepened. A flash of urgency crossed his face as he pressed down hard on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surging forward, colliding with a passing zombie and sending it flying. A bead of cold sweat silently trickled down Xiaodi's temple. They had been locked in a standoff with the giant wolves for quite some time. The physical rigidity was secondary. The mental exhaustion was undeniably immense. However, they had no choice but to maintain their current stance. Initially, they had hoped to eliminate these giant wolves, which would have been ideal. But they had not anticipated that these undead wolves would be terrifyingly strong. With even the leading Wolf King reaching the 3rd tier, such formidable power might even surpass that of Hong Lei. How could Long Feng be such a jerk? Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Bai Lin was about to murmur a complaint, but upon witnessing the swift and fierce demeanor of the undead Wolf King, he hastily shut his mouth. Suddenly, the Wolf King's ears perked up, and it swiftly turned its head to gaze at the approaching jeep in the distance. "I say, Bai Lin, are you really frightened by a few little pups? Hong Lei's voice echoed from afar. Bai Lin and the others finally relaxed slightly, though tension still lingered. Just then, the undead Wolf King let out a commanding howl. And at that moment, the giant wolves launched a fierce attack. Holy crap! Everyone was taken aback. Run. Although Hong Lei and Ruolian had arrived, they were obstructed by the wolf pack, making it difficult to provide support. Chunin stood atop a cliff, munching on a heart while directing the battle below. Behind him were 7 or 8 zombies armed with firearms. Chunan was curious about what the scene would look like when his wolf cavalry was all equipped with weapons. He snapped his fingers, and the zombie soldiers began to march downwards. However, they moved in a clumsy manner, making Chunan feel a twinge of frustration. He decided to have a few zombie wolves assist the disabled ones down. Before long, the sound of gunfire echoed from a distance as the zombies sat atop the wolf backs, pulling the triggers. However, their aim left much to be desired. Upon hearing the gunfire, Bai Lin and the others initially thought it was Long Feng leading the troops, their faces instantly lighting up with ecstatic expressions. Ha ha ha! Chunan, your demise has arrived. Submit to our judgment. He retaliated by raising his sniper rifle once more, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the pack of wolves. Just then, a bullet struck his gun barrel, coinciding perfectly with his trigger pull. Instantly, with a thunderous explosion, the tip of Balan's rifle shattered. Balan was momentarily dazed by the blast, though he sustained little injury. The other 2 occupants of the vehicle were equally startled, turning to inquire. What happened? What is going on? Balan, regaining his composure, turned his furious gaze towards the source of the chaos. Who the hell is that? If you can't shoot straight, then don't fire recklessly. Don't you know that bullets are akin to life itself in this moment? However, the sight that met his eyes next left all 3 of them looking as though they had just swallowed something foul. Brother Yin, pinch me. I must be dreaming, right? The bespectacled man extended his hand to pinch Balan's flesh, nodding vacantly. Not painful. Yes, I must be dreaming. He. Meanwhile, Balan was rendered speechless, staring at the zombie perched atop the wolf's back. Unable to utter a single word for an extended period, he was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Can zombies really wield firearms? And from such a distance, hit my gun barrel? Am I insane? Or has the world gone mad? The few wolf knights that had fired upon him were still positioned at a considerable distance, but Chunin had since commanded them to cease their shooting. The bullet that struck Balan's gun barrel was purely accidental. Chunin believed that unless they formed a significant unit, one should not expect their bullets to find their target. Alternatively, perhaps among them, there existed individuals like Li Qianqian, who possessed remarkable precision abilities in life. Meanwhile, Hong Lei and Ruolian, who had just jumped out of the vehicle, were shouting at the top of their lungs. Ditch, 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 ditch. Only then did the trio snap out of their stupor. But upon hearing Hong Lei's words, their expressions turned blank once more. Go, go, go? Does that mean we should run? Xiao Di also looked towards Hong Lei with a puzzled expression, as if responding instinctively. Holy crap! The bespectacled man driving the vehicle cursed vehemently as a ditch sped past, just beneath his eyelids. In the next instant, the entire jeep flipped over, standing upright. This was not the end. Due to the excessive speed, the jeep performed a complete 720-degree flip before crashing heavily to the ground. The occupants within were immediately disoriented, and Balan opened his mouth to curse, only to be silenced by Xiao Di's urgent shout. Get out quickly! Those giant wolves are coming after us. Following this incident, the jeep was undoubtedly rendered useless, and the 3 scrambled out, sprinting towards Hong Lei's direction. Perched upon the cliff, Chunin clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. Quite resilient. Indeed. Just as he finished devouring the last heart, he intended to descend and confront the members of the Black Dragon team. But after taking 2 steps, he abruptly halted. Furrowing his brow, he turned to gaze at the horizon in the distance. A cloud of dust billowed forth, dark fog enveloping the area, resembling a bottle of black ink spilled upon the canvas of twilight. Teske, trouble seems to come in waves. Chunin retrieved a telescope from his dimensional space and peered into the distance. That ominous mass was filled with zombies. Through the telescope, Chunin could only discern an endless tide of corpses, numbering at least several tens of thousands. Observing the direction of these zombies, it was evident they were emerging from Yanluo City. Yet, even Chunin was taken aback by how rapidly the zombies had evolved. How long had it been? Had they already developed commanding types? Commanding type zombies are a unique class, requiring at least a fourth tier to possess the capability to control other zombies. According to Chunin's speculation, the higher tier commanding types should align with what the system refers to as intelligent zombies. However, one might need to reach the level of a zombie lord to be classified as such. Each commanding type zombie has the potential to evolve into a zombie lord, and every zombie lord is a candidate for becoming a zombie king. In the wilderness, if a tide of corpses surpasses several tens of thousands, it is highly probable that an intelligent zombie is orchestrating them. Chapter 78. Rapid resolution. The emergence of the zombie tide disrupted Chunin's rhythm. He could not ascertain whether this horde contained commanding types, but their trajectory clearly indicated they were headed this way. Even if there were no commanding zombies, the zombie wolves below would likely be swept away by the oncoming tide. It seemed imperative to resolve matters swiftly. Without further hesitation, Chunin dashed down the mountain towards the others. With only a few minutes remaining before the zombie tide would arrive, he needed to conclude the battle beforehand. The skirmish at the base of the mountain raged on, with the assault from the giant wolves intensifying. Damn it! Hong Lei, where is the army? Why haven't you brought them here? Balan was growing increasingly exasperated, as the three of them found themselves ensnared by the giant wolves. Backs pressed against one another, managing to fend off the onslaught of their attackers. Hong Lei did not respond, but his expression spoke volumes. He punched the zombie wolves obstructing their path away, leading Ruanlian towards them. Damn! Balan cursed aloud. Yet this was hardly the time for anger. Xiao Di swung his sword, each strike causing chunks of flesh to fall from the giant wolves. Though he fought valiantly, he was also on the receiving end of the most ferocious attacks.